Electrolyte replacement. Electrolyte, EL, equals element that carries an electric charge when dissolved in water, helps maintain homeostasis. 1. Bone plus tooth formation. Ca is helpful in treating magnesium intoxication and helps strengthen myocardial tissue after defibrillation or poor response to epinephrine. Hypocalcemia is common in tetany, cardiac arrest, vitamin D deficiency, parathyroid surgery, alkalosis. Monitor Ca levels, S/S of hypercalcemia, drowsiness, lethargy, muscle weakness, headache. C. ECG changes. Short QD, heart block when giving PO. Calcium don't take with foods that interfere with absorption, e.g. Bone plus tooth formation. Ca is helpful in treating magnesium intoxication and helps strengthen myocardial tissue after defibrillation or poor response to epinephrine. Hypocalcemia is common in tetany, cardiac arrest, vitamin D deficiency, parathyroid surgery, alkalosis. Monitor Ca levels, S/S of hypercalcemia, drowsiness, lethargy, muscle weakness, headache. C. ECG changes. Short QD, heart block when giving PO. Calcium don't take with foods that interfere with absorption, e.g. spinach, rhubarb, whole grain cereal, fresh fruit plus vegetables. Magnesium, Mg+, function of Mg, transmits nerve impulses to muscle, activates enzymes for carb plus protein metabolism, stimulates parathyroid secretion, aids in cell metabolism. Used to prevent deficiency, control seizures, treat/prevent preeclampsia, and treat ventricular arrhythmias. Hypomagnesemia is common in malabsorption, chronic D, prolonged diuretic use, NG suction, hyperaldosteronism, hypoparathyroidism, excessive release of adrenocortical hormones. Mg taken with digoxin equals can lead to heart block. Monitor Mg levels, S/S of hypermagnesemia, hypotension, circulatory collapse, flushing, depressed reflexes, respiratory paralysis. Administering 4 mg too quickly can lead to cardiac arrest. Sodium, Na+, major cation in extracellular fluid. Function of Na, maintains osmotic pressure, acid-base balance, water balance, aids in nerve conduction and neuromuscular function. Aids in glandular secretion. Hyponatremia is seen in anorexia, excessive GI loss, excessive perspiration, overuse of diuretics, trauma. Syed to replace Na. Sodium chloride 4 is usually given. Side effects, pulmonary edema, hypernatremia, and K+ loss. S/S of pulmonary edema equals SOB, cough, anxiety, wheezing, pallor. Electrolyte relationships, sodium/potassium, inverse, high Na equals low K. Calcium/phosphorus, inverse, high Ca equals low phos. Calcium/vitamin D, similar, high Ca equals high Vit D. Magnesium/calcium, similar, low Mg equals low Ca. Magnesium/potassium, similar, low Mg equals low K. Magnesium/phosphorus, inverse. Low Mg equals high phos. Anti-Alzheimer's. Increase ACH in CNS by inhibiting cholinesterase. Cholinergic effects equals excessive salivation, cramps. D. Blurred vision, bradycardia. Desired outcome, temporary improvement in cognitive function. Antianemics. Iron is needed for production of hemoglobin, which is necessary for O2 transport to cells. Desired outcome, resolution of anemia. Antianginals. Nitrates are used in acute treatment of angina pectoris. Calcium channel blockers plus beta blockers are used in long-term management. Nitrates dilate coronary arteries and cause systemic vasodilation. Monitor for hypotension. Desired outcome, decrease in frequency plus severity of anginal attacks, increase in activity tolerance. Anti-anxiety medications causes generalized CNS depression. Avoid use in pregnant patients. Monitor for suicidal ideation. Desired outcome, decrease in anxiety level. Antiarrhythmics. Class 1A, quinidine, procainamide, disopyramide. Class 1B, lidocaine, phenytoin, mexiletine. Class 1C, flecainide, propafenone. Class 2, esmolol, propranolol, metoprolol. Class 3, amiodarone, ibutylite, sotalol. Class 4, diltiazem, verapamil, adenosine, atropine, and digoxin. Assess apical pulse before administration. Desired outcome, resolution of arrhythmia. Antiasthmatics includes adrenergic bronchodilators, corticosteroids, anticholinergics, leukotriene receptor antagonists, and mast cell stabilizers. Do not use corticosteroids, long-acting adrenergics, or mast cell stabilizers during an acute asthma attack. O desired outcome, prevention of and reduction in symptoms of asthma, anticholinergics, atropine for bradyarrhythmias, ipratropium for bronchospasm, scopolamine for motion sickness, glycopyrrolate for gastric secretions, benztropine for Parkinson's disease, oxybutynin plus tolterodine for urinary spasms, contraindicated in narrow-angle glaucoma, severe hemorrhage, tachycardia, and myasthenia gravis. Or anticholinergic effects equals dry mouth, dry eyes, blurred vision, constipation. Desired outcome: increased heart rate, dry mouth, dilated pupils, decreased GI motility, and resolution of S/S of Parkinson's. Anticoagulants prevent and treat clot formation, DVT, PE, and atrial fibrillation. They do not dissolve clots. Pregnant patients should not take warfarin. Monitor for signs of bleeding, bleeding gums, nosebleed, unusual bruise, black stool, hematuria. Monitor PTT, heparin, and INR, warfarin. Heparin OD equals protamine sulfate, warfarin OD equals vitamin K. Desired outcome: prevention of clotting without signs of hemorrhage, prevention of stroke, MI, and death in patients at risk. Anticonvulsants act by depressing abnormal neuronal discharges in the CNS. Fetal hydantoin syndrome can occur in offspring of patient receiving phenytoin during pregnancy. Monitor serum drug levels routinely. Do not discontinue abruptly. Can precipitate status epilepticus. Desired outcome: decrease or cessation of seizures without excessive sedation. Antidepressants prevents the reuptake of dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin. Should not be used in narrow-angle glaucoma or in pregnant/lactating patient. Tricyclic antidepressants have anticholinergic side effects: dry eyes, dry mouth, blurred vision. Taking an MAOI with tyramine-containing food can lead to hypertensive crisis. Avoid alcohol and other CNS depressants. Desired outcome: resolution of depression, decrease in anxiety. Management of chronic neurogenic pain. Antidiabetics. Insulin is used in T1DM, whereas oral agents are used primarily in T2DM. Insulin lowers blood glucose by increased transport of glucose into cells plus promotes conversion of glucose to glycogen. Patients exposed to stress, fever, trauma, infections, or surgery may need a change in insulin dose. Desired outcome: control of blood glucose without hypo/hyperglycemia. Antidiarrheal slows intestinal motility and propulsion. Desired outcome: decrease in diarrhea. Antiemetics inhibit and diminish motion sickness. Phenothiazines are to be used cautiously in children with viral illness. Antifungals affect the permeability of the fungal cell membrane or protein synthesis within the fungal cell. Use cautiously in patient with depressed bone marrow. Full course needs to be taken. Desired outcome: resolution of S/S of infections. Antihistamines block the effects of histamine at the H1 receptor. Also have anticholinergic properties. Dry eyes, dry mouth, blurred vision. If used with opioid analgesic, monitor for increased sedation. Desired outcomes: decrease in allergic symptoms, decreased anxiety, relief of pruritus. Antihypertensives includes alpha agonists, beta blockers, vasodilators, ACE inhibitor, ARBs, CCB, and diuretics. ACE inhibitors and ARBs should be avoided in pregnant patients. Abrupt discontinuation can lead to rebound HT and encourage weight reduction. Low sodium diet, regular exercise, cessation of smoking plus alcohol use. Desired outcome: decrease in blood pressure. Anti-infective skill or inhibit growth of bacteria. Culture and sensitivity should be done before to optimize treatment. Prolonged use can lead to superinfection or resistant bacteria. Full course needs to be taken. Desired outcome: resolution of S/S of infections. Antiparkinsonian drugs aims to balance ACH and dopamine. There is a lack of dopamine and excess of ACH in Parkinson's. May cause drowsiness/dizziness. Desired outcome: resolution of Parkinsonian and extrapyramidal S/S. Antiplatelets treat and prevent thromboembolic events, stroke, MI, by inhibiting platelet aggregation and prolonging bleeding time. Desired outcome: prevention of stroke and MI. Antipsychotics block dopamine receptors in brain. Atypical antipsychotics have fewer side effects compared to typical antipsychotics. Not to be used in patients with narrow-angle glaucoma or CNS depression. Can cause neuroleptic malignant syndrome, fever, RESP, distress, tachycardia, convulsions, diaphoresis, blood pressure change, pallor, muscle stiffness, loss of bladder control. Desired outcome: decrease in excitable/paranoid/withdrawn behavior. Antipyretics inhibit prostaglandins. Most antipyretics also affect platelet function, may cause Reye's syndrome if ASA is given to children with varicella or viral illness. O desired outcome. Reduction in fever. Antiretrovirals' goal for HIV is to improve CD4 cell count and decreased viral load. These drugs do not cure HIV, nor does it decrease the risk of transmission. Desired outcome. Decrease in viral load plus increase in CD4 count. Antirheumatics manage symptoms of RA, pain plus swelling. Corticosteroids are reserved for advanced symptoms due to the side effects. Do not use corticosteroid in patient with active untreated infects. Anti-ulcer drugs. H2 receptor antagonists plus proton pump inhibitors contraindicated in pregnancy. Administer antacids 1 hour before or after other oral medications. Desired outcome. Decrease in GI pain/irritation, prevention of GI bleeding, healing of ulcers. Decreased GERD/S. Antivirals used for management of herpes virus infects, chickenpox management, prevention of influenza infects, treatment of cytomegalovirus, treatment of ophthalmic viral infects. Inhibits viral replication. Need to take full course of therapy. Desired outcome. Prevention/resolution of S/S of viral infects. Beta blockers used for HTN, angina, tachyarrhythmias, migraines, MI, glaucoma, and heart failure. O beta 1 receptor sites equals located in heart. Stimulation results in increased HR and contractility. O beta 2 receptor sites equals located in bronchial and vascular smooth muscle plus uterus. Stimulation produces vasodilation, bronchodilation, and uterine relaxation. Monitor BP, HR, intake plus output, and daily weight. Abrupt withdrawal can lead to rebound HTN plus tachycardia. Desired outcome. Decreased BP, decrease in frequency severity of angina, arrhythmia control, prevention of MI, prevention of migraines. Bronchodilators. Beta 2 agonist therapeutic effects can be antagonized by beta blockers. Desired outcome. Decreased bronchospasm, increased ease of breathing. Calcium channel blockers for HTN, angina, and coronary artery spasm. Blocks calcium entry into cells of vascular smooth muscle and myocardium equals dilates coronary arteries. Safety in pregnancy is not established. Do not crush/open sustained release capsules. Monitor for orthostatic hypotension. Desired outcomes. Decreased blood pressure, decrease in frequency/severity of angina, increase in activity tolerance. Central nervous system stimulants used for narcolepsy and management of ADHD, increases levels of neurotransmitters in CNS, respiratory stimulation. Dilated pupils, increased alertness, diminished sense of fatigue, if used with MAOI, can cause hypertensive crisis. Avoid in patients with psychotic personalities. Abrupt cessation can lead to extreme fatigue and mental depression. Desired outcome. Decreased narcoleptic episodes, improved attention span. Corticosteroids treat adrenocortical insufficiency. Also used for the anti-inflammatory, immunosuppressive, and antineoplastic activity. Contraindicated in serious infections. Desired outcome. Suppressed inflammatory and immune response, replacement therapy in adrenal insufficiency, and resolution of skin inflammation. Diuretics used for HTN, edema, and heart failure. Safety in pregnancy is not established. Hypokalemia can increase the risk of digoxin toxicity. Monitor daily weight, intake plus output, edema, lung sounds, skin turgor. Monitor for orthostatic hypotension. Desired outcome. Decreased BP, decreased urine output, decreased edema, reduced ICP. Immunosuppressants used to prevent transplant rejection. Use cautiously in patient with infects. Safety in pregnancy is not established. Monitor for infects, air vitals, WBC, urine, sputum. Lifelong therapy is needed to prevent transplant rejection. Desired outcome. Prevention or reversal of rejection of transplanted organ. Laxatives treat constipation and prep the bowel for procedures, include stimulants, stool softeners, bulk-forming drugs, and osmotic cathartics should only be used on a short-term basis. Desired outcome. Soft plus form BM, evacuation of the colon. Lipid-lowering drugs. Decreases cholesterol levels. HMG-CoA reductase inhibitors are not to be used in pregnant patients. Patients should also be making changes to diet, exercise, and smoking alcohol when taking this drug. O desired outcome. Decreased LDL, increased HDL. Non-opioid analgesics controls mild moderate pain and or fever. Avoid alcohol use, increases risk of GI bleed with salicylates and NSAIDs. Desired outcome. Relief or mild moderate pain, reduction of fever.
Or it's not streaming, but it's you know it's uploading. It's scheduled to come out. Each episode is, so that has the same kind of fighting style too. Now that one was actually harder than For Honor, to believe it or not, because like on that one you could have a shield, the head helmet, And if you wanted to defend your head in combat, you could put that helmet down to where it was over your face. But then you only had like 2 lines that you could look out of. And if you weren't good with doing that, then it's really hard in combat. And then like whenever you bled, everything would turn red, and you'd have blood all over the screen, and it was really interesting. So I thought that was pretty interesting. So okay, so we're doing pretty good now. Now, gaming is now the largest segment of the entertainment industry. It's surpassing films and music combined. This growth was driven by the convergence of internet gaming, console, and mobile platforms. I find it really, really odd that, and I'm the one that brought this up last year too in this stream, Gaming with Infamous, but you know, and I really love the idea of taking credit for something that I came up with first. But I was the one who said that AI was going to be an issue back when people who were doing voiceovers for video games were talking to the SAG, which is also the ones who are responsible for the video game sounds, the voices, because most of them are voice actors, which you know what I mean. So SAG had to go into court and negotiate for the voice actors who are doing the video games, so that the AI couldn't infringe on their jobs. You know what I mean? They can't go in and just distill their voice and turn it into what they wanted. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and I like the fact too that I was the one who first came up with that. So I think that gaming has become the largest section in the entertainment industry, but you're gonna see AI move in, and things are going to really take off in a whole lot of directions. I don't think video games are going to be the only big thing in town like it has been. I do think that AI is going to be a big game changer. They're already talking about adding AI into video games. So we're going to have video games with AI, and all we need now is the sex bots. And once we have the sex box, we can put the AI into the sex bots, and we're all set. We're good to go. Life is grand, and Maxie will finally be able to play his video games with his sex bot. So all is well. Now, online gaming has become a cornerstone of modern social interaction, enabling players to connect across geographic and cultural divides. Games like World of Warcraft and Among Us exemplify the power of gaming as a social media. I tried to play World of Warcraft one time, but they wanted me to pay for it, and then after you pay for it, you have to pay by the month, which, if you haven't noticed, I mentioned it before, I have a problem with that. Paying a monthly fee to play a video game, and if you don't pay that fee, you lose the game. So I never did try that. Now, when it comes to gaming in social medium, as a social medium, it has done a lot, but I think that a lot of credit needs to go towards Steam too, because like a lot of the stuff that I've been reading, they keep talking about all these other companies, and it's really just a big old sales advertisement, with the stuff I've pulled up here. But in reality, I believe that Steam played a big part in a lot of this stuff taking place. If it wasn't for Steam, we wouldn't have a lot of things that are going on right now. And a lot of these companies really, for the longest time, did not like Steam. They considered it um, they considered it a threat, is what it was. And like I was saying about the early 2000s with Xbox and PlayStation, they did not want to have cross-platform anything, and I think they finally caught on and realized that platforms like Steam and Galaxy of Games and Epic, all of these platforms were out, and they're here and they're gonna stay, and that's when they decided, well, maybe we should just kind of catch on to the bandwagon, because if we don't, we're going to be going bye-bye real soon, so that was something that really, I believe, influenced them the most, was the fact that they had to either conform or they're going to lose out. So I'm checking the chats. It doesn't look like anybody wants to say anything, which is fine. That means I've survived another day of not having to talk to anybody in chat over the internet. I find it really weird that you have to actually do what they call a shout out to people and say stuff to them. That's just so gay, you know what I mean? So far, it looks like everything is kosher. Now I haven't got X Pro up, so I should probably check X Pro, find out what's going on there. I really don't enjoy doing that at all, so I'll find out if anybody has said anything in X Pro, and if they haven't, then I will just go ahead and finish off with what it is that I've started, and be done with it. Now, that's good. That means nobody has been on there. It took so long for that to boot up. So it sounds like I have made it through. What I've been doing here lately is getting everything uploaded to X and Rumble. I've already got everything that I need done on YouTube, but I have been putting things on X and Rumble. There's a whole bunch of stuff coming your guys' way. I also want to tell everybody that I have finished with my editing on Saints Row the Third, and I have started scheduling Saints Row 2 to come out after that. That's on all the platforms that I'm putting the games on, which is that's Rumble and YouTube. So those are coming out, and they'll be available. Not right now, but they will be coming out. I have everything scheduled, so just because I have them edited and up on the internet doesn't mean they come out this day. That just means that they are coming out. So I just wanted to make sure that that's available. And on my retro games, I do want to let everybody know that I will be getting back into some form of retro. It's just I don't know exactly what I'm going to be doing. Now Rapid is talking about doing a 5-year anniversary for Nostalgia Gaming Retro. So if you guys are interested in supporting him on that, he's been working with retro games for quite a long time. I suggest you go over there and check it out. He's done a lot of good things, and you have you have the whole bunch of good people who go in there and actually do games with him, like Disney Magic Zach, somebody that I've mentioned on here before and I've had on here. he he goes on there and he does a lot of games with them as well. And well, if you guys want to check him out, and you're into Walt Disney World, check him out. And Middle Age Magic, they all hang out together and do retro games with Rapid and talk about Walt Disney World and get all frisky on the internet and talk about English stuff. So you can't miss that. And like Middle Age Magic is like two older women my age, and they love to talk about food, and like that's the one thing. If you want infamous happy, dude, you just have two English women talking about food. I'll be happy as a lark. Like when you see all those videos where these English women are cooking food and talking about it, that's just so cool to me. I love it, the accent and stuff. But talking about Disney food on top of it, man. If you guys have a chance, check out my home away from YouTube clips that I have with them on there, where we talk about different topics and stuff. I have them posting up right now on Rumble. I think they're done on YouTube already, but I do have them posting up on Rumble as well as on X. We have pretty good conversation there, so they're not very long, but they're long enough to where you can actually enjoy what you're listening to. So that's for you guys on Rumble and X. And let me see, I've wasted enough time, haven't I? Let me find out. Oh yeah, 56 minutes. That means I am almost done. Now, gaming has driven advances in graphics processing, artificial intelligence, and network infrastructures, influencing fields far beyond entertainment. I believe that is true. I just mentioned the stuff about artificial intelligence. The network infrastructure, I have to say that is true as well when it comes to what I was talking about earlier, when it comes to this cloud network stuff. That's some pretty intense things, especially when it comes to like lag and latency in games. If they can apply that to like a VoIP system, where you can actually get on a VoIP and be able to communicate in real time without latency, that would be a big deal too. I know a few musicians who would love to jam out together, but they don't have the opportunity to do that because there's too much latency on their VoIPs. And when I say VoIPs, I'm talking about like Discord or like Discord, freaking, Jitsi, stuff of that nature, Skype, you know. They try to play with one another, and they aren't able to actually coordinate together because one person is playing and trying to listen to where the other person's at, and when they start, it's all a big mush. It's mush. That's the best way to explain it. I've had a lot of people coming up with suggestions and everything on how to straighten that out. I'm looking into it, but at the moment I haven't really had the time to do that. So that's one thing that I can see this technology that's going into gaming being beneficial towards when it comes to music, with people who are doing music live right there on the spot. I think that's where this would be the logical next step for this kind of technology to be. It was common in related Semitic cultures, making it plausible for the Moabites to sacrifice their babies to a deity for favor, which that's the common thing that they always do. They always mention the Carthage and the Carthaginians sacrificing their babies to the deities of, or actually it's the deities of Haman and Tanit. But if you read it in these scriptures, it's Moloch or MLK, what I mean, which could be a deity, but there's no evidence proving that it's a deity. Or it could be a ritual that was taking place. And it goes even deeper because not only could it possibly be a ritual, but the babies might be stillborn if it did take place. They could have been stillborn, already dead babies that were sacrificed. And the reason why I want to mention that is because I want to go back to Baal Haman, okay, and kind of describe a little bit about how he was as a deity, and then Tanit. Now, Baal Haman was a complex and powerful god. He was deeply tied to fire, fertility, and divine rulership. Now, his role in Carthaginian society, particularly in rituals and offers, made him one of the most significant deities in the Western Mediterranean. His legacy persisted through syncretism with Kronos and Saturn, and elements of his worship may have influenced later religious traditions in North Africa. Now, Tanit was the principal goddess of Carthage. This deity was revered as a sky deity, protector of the city, and symbol of fertility and motherhood. She was the consort of Baal Haman, the chief Carthaginian god, and was widely venerated across the Western Mediterranean, particularly in North Africa, Sardinia, and Spain. Now, the origin of Tanit's names are unclear, but some scholars link it to Phoenician, Berber, and Semitic roots. Some interpretations suggest that Tanis means serpent lady or great one in Phoenician. Others propose a connection to Berber and Punic fertility cults, indicating that she may have evolved from a pre-Phoenician goddess in North Africa. Now, she was associated with birth, motherhood, and renewal, often depicted as a protector of children and women. Okay, so that to me kind of goes against this whole idea that people are taking live babies and sacrificing them to a deity. Now, you also have to realize the difference in time. Like, our time period compared to theirs is like day and night. So you need to understand that this is a society that would probably see it as something divine if their dead child who died at childbirth was used in a ritual. It would probably help mothers during that time period. If any mothers today actually had to go through that situation, they know how traumatic that is for them. So that's something that would be constant even back then. So seeing a mother offering her dead stillborn child to their deity, the one they believe in, would actually make sense in my mind. That would make more sense than to offer a living child to a deity so that you could have favor with your God. That's pretty horrible, That's just my take on it. But like I said, she was depicted as a protector of children and women. Okay. In Carthage, she was venerated as the city's divine protector, ensuring its safety in times of war. She was linked to the moon, stars, and heavens, reinforcing her role as a guide and protector. In some contexts, Tanit was connected to death in the afterlife, particularly in her Punic and North African cults. Tanit's most recognizable symbol is the Tanit sign, which appears throughout Carthaginian religious sites. A stylized figure with a triangular body, outstretched arms, and a circular head, often interpreted as a female form, a symbol of the divine feminine, or a celestial sign. Found on temples, stelae, and sacrificial tofits, reinforcing her prominence in Punic religious life. Now, Tanit was regarded as the consort of Baal-Haman, which I had just said, the supreme Carthaginian deity. So that breaks it down on those two. And now, when I say limited, I mean there is no direct archaeological evidence, such as an inscription or physical remains, explicitly stating that the Moabites under King Mesha practiced child sacrifice to Chemosh, which is described in 2 Kings 3:27. Okay, now they'll try to tell you all the stuff I said about Carthage and everything, but you have to understand that's all circumstantial, and it's also drawn off of contextual evidence, and that's only to suggest that these practices were plausible. Okay, so you need to understand that before I go into the archaeological uh, evidence that does exist. Now, the Mesha stele is indirect evidence, okay, and that was discussed or discovered in like 1868, dating to the 9th century BCE, and it was written by King Mesha of Moab. It credits Chemosh for Moab's victory. Now, it does not mention human sacrifice at all, but it does describe how Mesha devoted uh, cities to Chemosh. Okay, a term that often refers to like complete destruction or offering an entire city to a deity. Now, that supports the idea that Moabites practiced extreme religious devotion, uh, which could have included human sacrifices. Now, the reference to this I can also post if you guys want to check that out. There's actually two of them that I can do. I'll pop those into the chat. So if you guys want to check those out, you can check those out too. Because, like I said, this is the last time I will be discussing this topic. So if you guys want to check this out yourself, you are more than welcome to check it out. Feel free to. Um, but it's just not going to happen with me anymore. just to be serious, it's just not going to. I'm sick of all of this stuff. So, matter of fact, I should probably be careful about making these posts on Twitch in the chat. I've been real cautious about doing them on the video part, but I could be messing up on the whole thing when it comes to. Um, so with that being said, I've put out those on there. Now, again, what they do on this subject is they always go back to the Carthaginian Tophets, and they talk about evidence from Carthage uh, of Semitic child sacrifice. This is their theme. This is what they do, and they use the Mesha Stele to push that there's a possibility of religious devotion. And the whole thing about this stele, it gets really deep into another topic that is very, very controversial. And this also does include not only the Moabites, but like Jewish practices when it comes to battle and destroying entire towns because it's supposed to be um, a ritual sacrifice to not just the Moabite deities, but even the Jewish practice it themselves. So that gets into a whole new area of topic that doesn't have anything to do with child sacrifice, but that's something that we could talk about. But like I said, they always fall back to Carthage and they start talking about the excavations in Carthage, which uncovered the Tophets burial sites. And these had urns filled with cremated infant remains. They always do it. Okay. Now, they'll also bring up the idea that these sites mention Balhaman and Tanit. They have MLK on it, but they never have anything that says specifically Molk, okay, or Moloch, which actually they do have Molk, which is MLK, but they never say Moloch. And Molk, honestly, they don't know for sure if it's actually a deity or if it's a ritual. So, and then I've been beating everybody's brow on this stream about that, repeating it a lot. So it's kind of getting annoying. I apologize. Now, they don't have anything that connects the Moabites. All they say is the Moabites were culturally and religiously connected to groups like the Carthaginians, which make it plausible. Now, the reason why this evidence is so limited is there's no physical evidence like bones and inscriptions that explicitly confirms Moabite child sacrifice. The Mishi stele confirms Kamesh's worship, but it doesn't mention child sacrifice directly. The closest hard evidence comes from Phoenician Carthage, okay, which they always do. And I mentioned that. I'm going to leave it alone. Now, um, strong circumstantial evidence is what they refer to it as with this Misha stele. Then they also say with the Misha stele and the Phoenicia Tophets together, they suggest Moabites may have practiced child sacrifice, even though there's no archaeological evidence that confirms it whatsoever. The only thing they go off of is the Bible's account of King Misha's sacrifice, which is in 2 Kings 3:27. And go through like muddy terrain and stuff, and then if you broke
Nice.
down, you had to like open the hood or and build the
Find what's
freaking
going
motor.
on.
Yeah, and that was
Nice.
cool. But they even had it down by the wheel where you had to take the freaking
Yeah,
wheel off.
when I was in truck driving, they had a simulator or whatever you want to call it, where you could sit in a mock seat, kind of
Yeah.
like an actual, seat in a truck with the big steering wheel and everything, and
Hmm.
screens all around you. So
I got
it was cool.
mine in Paducah, Kentucky, and they didn't have all that fancy stuff. Them idiots actually let me behind the wheel of a freaking semi truck, man. Okay. And so I'm sitting there and I'm getting off the overpass. And you know those little white sticks that stick up on the side of the freaking interstate?
Yeah.
And there's a couple of them that aren't there anymore. Yeah. My trainer's sitting next to me and she goes, "Do you realize what you just did?" And I was like, "No."
I might have done something similar, but kind of on purpose. I would go whenever I would be bored, and whenever I'd see the big, huge cones, the big barrel-looking deals,
Uh-huh.
I would wag the trailer, and so the back tire would clip a barrel, maybe 2 or 3. It was hilarious because you'd see the barrels flying off to the side and rolling down.
No wonder why cops don't like truck drivers.
I never did that though.
Yeah.
I would never do anything like that.
I always, I ended up having to give it up because my dad was the truck driver and my brother-in-law was, but I could not handle the long hours. And
Yeah.
it's amazing how long a truck driver can stay awake.
Yeah.
And they always say, we sleep. But I've seen truck drivers go 5 days straight without closing their eyes.
Shit.
That's called meth.
Yeah. Well, they like to call it freaking energy.
Yeah, right.
These are energy
If they're
pills.
staying up 5 days, they're on something.
Yeah.
They're hitting that energy pills and stuff that they got hidden in their glove compartment, And
Yeah, even with energy pills, they're not staying up 5 days, or
I'm
they're having
I'm
some
like-
fucking
I'm using my
serious.
fingers as parenthesis points. Okay, so
Okay, gotcha.
energy.
Yeah, gotcha.
Guys come walking up at you and their eyes are like bulging out and crazy. You know something's up. And
Right.
I know they've been over the road for a while, but I had an easier time driving taxi than when I did driving a semi truck, and I hated driving taxi because nobody likes taxi drivers. Nobody.
Right.
I mean, waitresses get paid more than taxi drivers, and they get
Yeah.
a lot more respect. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Um,
Taxi drivers got it bad too, man.
Yeah.
They get stabbed and shit.
yeah.
Yeah.
Robbed.
Like in bad
Yeah.
neighborhoods, they won't even get out of the car. They'll call you and tell you need to come out to the car on your own.
But folks are starting to try to rob truck drivers more often nowadays too.
Yeah.
Crazy.
They used to do it in New York like it was nobody's business.
Oh, they still do scams, all kind of crazy scams,
Like truck drivers get.
lumper scams, and
Yeah.
I heard of a boot scam lately. There are people going around putting boots on trucks, and
They've got one where you get off on the interstate and you're on the interpass when you're getting ready to turn off onto a road. They will literally run up behind the back of the truck with freaking the breaker or the
bolt cutters
bolt
and
cutters
stuff.
and just break it off. Start climbing
Yeah.
up on the back and throwing shit out the back while you're driving on the road.
Right.
Don't even know it's happening.
Yeah.
Man, it's crazy.
Real crazy.
That's what they started doing in Chicago.
They got some crazy locks.
So
Some of them bolt cutters won't help.
Yeah.
You ain't get to it with a bolt cutter. You better bring a grinder.
I've seen some like videos like in San Francisco, like of people doing that to trains, even when they're moving and stuff.
that's,
Jumping on them and throwing shit out and stuff.
I don't understand how like they can get away with that. Like you'd think that they'd have better security on all that with the trains and stuff, but I've actually seen that too.
Yeah.
And they'll have guys that are literally driving right next to where the train track is, and they'll go and pick it up and put it in vehicles. I've seen them use like trucks. And I think I've seen a couple of them use station wagons.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You got to be into that whole type of video genre, I guess you call it. Like my dad's real big on the ones where the scammers, when they try to call you up.
Right.
And they got these guys on YouTube where they freaking like scam the scammers or some stupid stuff like that. He just
my younger son has watched a bunch of those videos. Yeah,
he loves them.
he likes that. I can hear him in his room laughing all the time.
I can't get into all that. That's a little bit too entertaining for me, man.
Yeah. I haven't really watched much of it, but yeah, it's just.
They got this one guy. He drives around like staking out hookers and stuff on the street, and then he says, this ain't a good neighborhood. I'm like, well, what the hell are you doing there? Freaking filming freaking hookers on the side of the street, Like, come on. Like, if you're in a bad neighborhood, what are you gonna see? You're gonna see hookers. But he'll go down there with video camera and just sit there and film that stuff all day long.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I hope to be doing a lot more live streaming, but I'm wanting to see a better streaming situation on mine.
Well, I'd like to at least see how many people are seeing the video.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Like right on the stream. If there's freaking 4 or 5 viewers, even 2, I'd like to know.
Yeah.
I mean.
Right.
You can comment. Find my post, or I'll tag you, and you can comment about that on top of what I've said needs to be done with the live streaming.
Yeah. I've noticed you subscribe to me. I'll go subscribe back.
No, that's
cool.
Yeah, because one thing I can do is like if I get the alert that you're streaming and I'm going to join, I can remind it, because I think I have somewhere around like 2,500 subscribers now or something. So getting up there at least.
With me, it's like I said, I'll just post, and that's how I've been basically making my money off of the Minds Plus. I don't get caught up in all that other stuff. Like, I gave up on that whole liquidation stuff that Moose was talking about, because
I never tried that myself. I looked into it for a while and was looking like it seemed kind of complicated to get into it, like because I do have something connected to that, with like $15 of like Ethereum or something there, but I don't think that was enough. Would have been enough to get anything out.
Yeah.
But, Yeah, and I think it was closer to 30 when I put it in there. That's everything.
First of all, I'm not gonna be like that and put like $500 into liquidation on mines.
Well, the only reason I did that is like I had the 15 or like the 30 or whatever is because I think you needed to put that in, and it's like a gas fee or some crap.
Yeah.
And so you need to put money in to be able to get it out. And I never really got around to it. And then before I did anything, the tokens tanked and kind of gave up.
Yeah, that's kind of what's keeping me around, is hoping that the token goes up and I can cash out and then maybe find another platform.
It's like I said, I just went straight for the cash. I don't even play around with the tokens anymore. Like, instead of asking for tokens, I ask for a cash payout.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's better than waiting. You know what I mean? Because
yeah, that's something I'm gonna start messing with too. Is making a website and funneling people to my website.
Yeah.
To actually buy physical products, digital products, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I know a guy on YouTube. He's kind of weird, but he goes, his channel goes by the Leak Project.
Yeah, I know. Rust. Is it starts with R.
Yeah.
Ross.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now he did the same thing, and from what I've heard, or from what I've heard,
no, it's Rex.
Rex. Yeah.
That's it, Rex.
And he did real good with that too. And then he was also able to get affiliations with cryptocurrency and the people that help you manage them. So, and buying and selling gold and shit like that. You really see their commercials on TV. That it sounds like he did pretty good doing it that route with the website.
Yeah, he's got a good channel, a lot of followers.
Well, he busted his ass. I mean, like, he doesn't tell people lies. He tells you straight up. I mean, the most he's ever made off of YouTube is like $25,000 a year, and that's it. Out of all the people he's gotten, he's made maybe 25,000, and he just took his money, put it into his website, and then started doing everything through his website. And
awesome.
That's how he actually makes a living. Now he travels all over the country and shit.
Yeah.
He's doing good.
He's doing well.
I used to pick on him.
He deserves it though. He's really cool channel. Brings a lot of knowledge. Some weird shit that is like kind of far-fetched. But
remember what he'd say about freaking aliens? Like, you know what causes UFO sightings?
What's that?
It's freaking swamp gas that forms out of Uranus.
Yep.
And he said that, dude, and I was like, that's cool as hell. So I've always liked him. He's a pretty good guy.
Yep.
But the only thing that he kind of gets crazy about is those vitamins and stuff, like the energy drinks and nutritional stuff. That I see a lot of people in his area of videos and stuff go that direction too, where they're big on that. doves and fish were considered sacred to her. Doves and fish were considered sacred to her. Doves as an emblem of the love goddess, and the fish as a symbol of the fertility of life for the waters. See, there we go. So doves represents the love goddess.
And see, I never knew that. I always thought they symbolized spirituality. Symbolize spirituality, although it does make sense because I think they do release. See, they release doves at weddings, but they also release doves at funerals. That's interesting.
And then fish were the fertility and life of the waters, and fish as a symbolic of the fertility and life of the waters. According to a 3rd century Syriac source in Syria and in Uhay, Edessa, the men used to castrate themselves in honor of Terafal. Now, castration.
And they used to do it themselves.
You weren't cool back then if you didn't cut your balls off.
But to do it yourself?
Yeah.
I know guys who are too afraid to shave with a razor.
I mean, dude, people were freaking lining up, freaking castrate other people, man.
Disgusting.
I mean, there was nothing cooler.
Wild. Nothing cooler. Nothing. Come on.
Like you
I can
weren't
think
cool.
About 10 things right now.
You weren't cool in Syria if you didn't cut your balls off.
That is so wild. Oh my gosh. So now we should do another quote. Would you cut your balls off for $1 million?
This is today's time. That's not in style now. Okay?
No, I'm asking you for it, but we did it for money. So we were talking about the money.
That's on another episode. That's on another episode.
Continue. That is insane.
But you know the story of Kronos, don't you?
Okay, so not the story probably that you're about to tell me, because Kronos.
You know who Kronos' father was?
Wasn't it that guy with the
Uranus?
No, we just read about him.
It was Uranus.
I know, but it was just funny because it's like, you know who his dad was. Like, oh, okay.
But
we just read about Cronus. Yeah, we just did him. I'm looking at my thing now.
Now, you gotta understand something. Kronos was the son of Uranus, but Uranus had a sexual appetite, and he'd run around having sex with all these different women, and it annoyed his wife. So,
I could imagine.
So what happened was Kronos castrated him. Like, it goes all the way back even into the freaking Greek and the Phoenicians, man. Castration has always been there.
There's a guy that looks like Cronus on mine, and I do remember this because we talked about Gaia, but I don't remember it. Uranus,
no.
Uranus being the dad, I thought it was
the blood from his balls dripped into the sea and created sea foam. Okay, and the sea foam eventually, I believe, created Aphrodite. Not possible. It could have been another goddess, but it was Aphrodite. You see, that's kind of weird that it brings that up too, because like here you have the love goddess, and then you have the fish who are symbolic to fertility and life of the water.
Yeah.
I
was just looking about what else we were learning, because I remember, that 8th year is where we were, that AER. What is AER's connection to Cronus?
No,
because
Aeon goes farther. It goes into the Scythians and the Sumerians. And Herodotus was actually doing research on the Scythians. Okay, so and time periods too to find out. We really do need to kind of go back and look at time periods, because I couldn't tell you specifically which came first on a lot of these stories we've been talking about. So.
See, this is what threw me, because we were talking Erebius and Nyx, and then and Cronus. So like we were talking about. Remember, like it was you say air, it was air, but when I looked it up, it came and pulled up Aether, and then it's talking about
AER.
Yeah,
I remember that R.
Yeah, that's
air.
why I was, because I knew Cronus was familiar, but it just says that Aether was the offspring of Cronus, and Cronus is the god of time. That's right. And then, okay, because I had it in my notes. I'm like, I know this name, but I don't.
You know who Cronus is, don't you?
Yeah, well, the god of time, and then but
you know who his son is, right?
Aether.
Well, there's it even goes Zeus. Zeus, yeah, he's the son of Kronos, and Kronos was trying to eat all of his children. He was hungry.
What in the heck is this? You understand? And see, stuff like that makes me really weary, because like I know parents that sacrifice their children and their children's children. Like I know parents that'll sacrifice their grandkids, and I can only imagine like where it comes from. Like there is a reason this mentality even today is so dominant or prominent.
Now,
I didn't know that though. And I feel like maybe I do from Hercules. It makes me want to go back. You know that cartoon movie Hercules? That was such a good movie. It makes me want to watch it, because I feel like they talked about Cronus being Zeus's dad in there, but it was real brief. It was like in a song or something.
It's interesting.
Now,
according to a 3rd century Syriac, where we just left off right there, from that day to present one. Okay, according to a 3rd century Syriac source, in Syria and in Edessa, the man used to castrate themselves in honor of Teratha. But when King Abgar became a believer, he commanded that anyone who emasculates himself would have a hand cut off. So if you decided to cut your balls off, freaking they were also gonna cut your hand off. So you're gonna be walking around without freaking balls and a hand missing. Alright. And from that day to the present, no one in Urhai emasculates himself anymore.
I mean, like, it's really crazy that the extremity to get people to stop having to be, hey, you're going to lose your hand.
I mean,
did they not know that's how you make kids? Like, once you cut off your balls, you make kids.
You don't need your hands after you cut your balls off. I mean, there's just no need for them. Yeah, I mean, what else do you need your hands for? Shit, like.
Put it to eat, or use the bathroom, or
you got another hand. I mean, you got the dirty hand, you got the clean hand. That's the way they lived. You used your dirty hand to do dirty things, and you used your hand to do clean things. Just keep your dirt.
That's already instilled in me. I only use my left hand for, like, I literally use my left hand for everything. The only reason I stopped is because I found out that the left side is the side that you would. But because I'm right-handed, like, I kind of, you would think that it's opposite. Like, oh, you'll protect your right hand. I mean, you'll use your right hand. But no, I use my right hand to, like, write and stuff. And I can write with my left hand, but I'm not ambidextrous. Both the kids are, but not terrible. And then it's crazy because it's like, I have a cookie hand day. Like, my left hand does all the dirty work. Like, that's so wild. That's insane. Do you have a clean hand and a dirty hand?
No. I'm multilingual.
Multilingual. Isn't it limbo? Because they're your
lingual.
Lingual is language. I was saying lingual because they're your limbs.
Okay. Let's move on.
Okay.
She is sometimes described as a mermaid/goddess due to identification of her with a fish-bodied goddess at Ascalon. Now, the origin and name Atagatis is seen as a continuation of Bronze Age goddesses. At Ugarit, cuneiform tablets attest multiple Canaanite goddesses. Among them, 3 are considered as relevant to theories about the origin of Atagatis, and that is Atarat, described as Lady of the Sea and Mother of the Gods, then Anat, a war goddess, and then Atart, a goddess of the hunt, also sharing Anat's warlike role, regarded as analogous to Ishtar and Asherah in Ugaritic god lists, and as such possibly connected to love. So Atart is connected to Ishtar.
Right, the god of fertility. That's
right.
Wild.
And Ishtar is also Inanna. So you have Atart, and it does say on page 2 of what or page 1 or page 2 of what we're reading that there is influence, Sumerian influence when it comes to a lot of stuff that comes out of that area. So John Day asserts that all 3 shared many traits with each other, and many have been worshipped in conjunction or separately during 1,500 years of cultural history. While the worship of Ashtart and Anat as a pair is well attested, Steve A. Wiggins found no evidence Ashtart was ever conflated with Atharat. He also pointed out that the concept of Atharat, Anat, and Ashtart as a trinity of sorts, popularized by authors like Titva, Framer, Kensky, is modern and ignores the role of other deities in Agarit. For example, Shapash. Now, Shapash, is a version of what later became Shamash, and actually that Shapash has got something to do with something important too, as well as the importance of the connection between Atharat and I, or L.
Are we gonna go back to Sharash?
Shapash? Is that the one?
Shapash. I said Sharash.
No, Shapash was a Shapshu or Shepsh, and also Shamshu was a Canaanite sun goddess, and Shamash is actually a sun goddess with the Sumerians, and he is also the son of the son of Enlil, I believe. Now, the weird part about Shamash is he also blends into Mithra actually. But Shamash is maybe a Babylonian god. I'm not sure if he started out as a Sumerian god, but he could have been Babylonian. So he was actually the twin of Ishtar, to be honest.
Who was?
Shamash.
Shamashu.
Yeah.
Shamash and Shamashu. Okay, but it says it's a girl.
No. Let me see that.
Shapshu, Shapshi, and also Shamashu.
No,
Was the Canaanite sun goddess.
We're talking about Shapash.
Oh,
Shapash.
Oh, not this little bubble that you have pulled up here.
Little bubble. Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
I went.
That's what I thought we were talking about.
Yeah, it's down here at the bottom, just under origin of name. You'll see.
I see Shapash.
It's pretty interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, hold up. It is.
It does say goddess, yeah.
Her most common epithets in the ergatic corpus are NRT, in the Pantheon list, KTU 1. Yeah. All that good jargon.
Yeah, but
Shamshu and Shapsh and Shapshu. It was a Canaanite sun goddess. Yeah.
And then when I read a little bit further, it talks about the correlation to the Phoenicians, but I mean, we haven't gotten over there. The image of, we haven't yet to get there, but yeah.
This is all related to that Assyrian queen, by the way. Just
really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, that's some cool stuff.
Mother of the goddess. Mother of the gods. Mm-hmm.
He also pointed out that the concept of Etherot, Anat, and Ashtart as a trinity of sort, popularized by authors like Tikvia, Framer, and Kensky, is modern and ignores the role of other deities in Ugarit, for example, Shapash, as well as the importance of the connection between Atherat and El. Now I'm thinking now El, I believe, is the god that Christians and Jews worship. So if that's an El, it could be an I.
And see, it says Shamashu was the royal messenger of El. Okay.
Shapash. I'll bring it back here. It says Shapshu, Ugaritic, or Shapsh, and also Shamshu was a Canaanite sun goddess. She also served as the royal messenger of the high god El. Yeah, there we go. That's it. That's him. I know the statue right there in the picture. Her probable father. Her most common epithet in the Ugaritic corpus are it's the same stuff. Also translated as torch or luminary of the gods by various authors. Great Lady Shapshu, Eternal Shapshu, in the Pantheon list, KTU, and all that, yeah. Getting everything set, ready to go. I'm going to check the audio first before I get started. heard my voice somewhere, just don't quite know where. Okay, that was on D Live. It looks like my audio is coming through there perfectly fine. Let's see what Kick sounds like. Twitch has got the little loading thing going on. Might have to reload X. See what's going on here real quick. I have been having some issues today, so trying to get it all sorted out. Looks like I have to reload everything, so the Rumble sounds good. Waiting for Twitch, X, and D Live to all reload. So on Twitch, it's popping up finally. Hear what it says once it pops in. It's posting on X that Esoteric Agenda is up there, but that's about it. So I'm going to have to reload freaking D Live again. Let me see here. All right, so it sounds good on Twitch. Waiting for it to load on X. It finally started going, and it's having some issues. Sounds good on X. So X sounds good. All right, now let's find out what it sounds like on D Live. Sounds good on D Live, and now sounds good on Kick. Everything is up and going. So today is my new episode that I'm coming out with. I'm going to give WoW Talk a rest for the rest of the year, and with the next project I'm moving on to is Esoteric Agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and get this going. I've got the talking points all set up and ready to go. So with that, I'll do my countdown and I will start the episode. So 3, 2, 1, now. Hey everybody, and welcome to the wonderful world of weirdness. Today is the first episode for the live stream of Esoteric Agenda. Now, I've been uploading shorter 15-minute videos of Esoteric Agenda on my channels for YouTube and Rumble, but this is going to be the newer live stream version for Esoteric Agenda. Now, a little history on that. The content that I put on Agenda or Esoteric Agenda, and the cut is old material that I have gathered up from the time I first started getting into this stuff. So that's basically what's going on with that. Now, this is my opportunity to go back in and to do these episodes again and get more into it. At the time, I didn't have that good of equipment to actually do live streams. So with some of the older stuff, you can kind of see how that went. But I was even debating on if I wanted to do this with Esoteric Agenda or just leave it alone and be able to publish the old content. But I finally decided, yeah, I might as well do it because that gives me a chance to revisit some of this old stuff that I was interested in when I first got started. And you saw some of that whenever I was doing my videos with not the Cosmic Weave, but uh, Ancient Mysteries, which had to do with Eusebius. Now, on Minds, I had started doing short videos with Sibel, and I've got those uploading onto Rumble now. I don't think I have them on YouTube, but I'm not really going to take the time to upload them on there. I'm just going to let the old content go over to Rumble and be done with it. So that's basically the background of all that and what's going on there. So I have that all uploaded and it should be ready to go. Now today I am going to start my first episode of the first live stream for Esoteric Agenda. And the best place to start out with is Sartelius Euplus, who was a Roman official and whose name appears in inscriptions associated with public works and religious dedications during the Roman Empire. Now, this is where I'm going to start out with, but we are going to go into different areas and discuss different things. These are my talking points, so I'm going to get on with it. So we have Cartelius Euplus, okay? And like I said, he was a Roman official whose name appeared in inscriptions associated with public works and religious dedications during the Roman Empire. Though not widely known or heavily documented in primary sources, he is most notably referenced in an inscription related to the Magna Martyr cult, who he is recorded as having donated a gift, likely a structure or offering in honor of the goddess. Now, this act would have been demonstrated in pietas, the Roman virtue of religion or religious and civil or civic duty, which was particularly emphasized in public dedications to state-recognized deities. Cartelius Euplus's gift may have been part of a broader patronage activity that linked wealthy or political ambitious individuals to the promotion of imperial cults or long-standing traditional Roman religious practices. Now, Magna Carta, or Great Mother, refers to the goddess Cybele, whose worship was originally Phrygian, but was incorporated into Roman religion in the 3rd century BCE. Her rituals and cult practices were known for their intense and often ecstatic character, contrasting with more restrained and formal rites of traditional Roman worship. Magna Martyr rituals included procession, music with cymbals and drums, ecstatic dancing, and, in some cases, acts of self-mutilation performed by her priests, the Galli. Now, these eunuch priests underwent rituals which which consist of ritual castration, and it was as a part of their devotion, imitating the myth of Attis, a consort of Cybele, who is believed to have castrated himself in a frenzy of divine madness. The rituals surrounding Magna Marta were particularly prominent during the festival of Magolicia, celebrated in April. During this festival, the sacred black stone representing the goddess was paraded through the streets, and dramatic performances and sacrifices were conducted. While the rituals were respected by the state and integrated into Roman religious life, there was a clear distinction between the public ceremonies accepted by Roman society and the more private, ecstatic elements of the cult, which were sometimes regarded as suspicious or distaste by the Roman elite. Cartilius Uplis, or Cartilius Uplis's donations to the Magna Marta cult would have aligned him with a recognized and important deity whose worship symbolized Rome's connection to ancient Eastern traditions and divine favor. It would also have reinforced his standing in the community as a person of influence and religious commitment. Though specific details of his gift are scarce, such deductions were typically inscribed on altars, columns, or temples, and served both as religious offerings and as a public monument to the donor's piety and status. The Magna Martyr, or Great Goddess, was worshipped at Ostia, the ancient port city of Rome, as part of a religious tradition that extended from the city's deep ties to both Roman state cults and foreign deities. Known originally as the Phrygian goddess Cybele, the Magna Marta was officially brought into Roman religious practice in 204 BCE, and her cult quickly became widespread across the empire, particularly in cosmopolitan and mercantile centers like Ostia. In Ostia, the cult of the Magna Marta was housed in a sanctuary that reflected both Roman architectural sensibility and Eastern religious practices. Excavations have revealed a temple complex in the city dedicated to her, which included a shrine and altar, often positioned near or within a larger complex that also featured dedications to Attis, her consort. The presence of Magna Marta in Ostia underscores the city's role as a hub for religious syncretism, where Roman citizens, freemen, and immigrants from across the empire could participate in diverse forms of worship. The temple was located in the campus of Magna Marta, and archaeological remains include inscriptions, statutory and ritual implements associated with her ceremonies. The rituals performed in her honor at Ostia followed the same general pattern found throughout the empire. These included possessions, offerings, music, and aesthetic performances by the Galli, who were eunuch priests serving the goddess. Public festivals such as the Magolicia were celebrated there as well, featuring theatrical performances and ceremonial feasts. While some of these rites were public and state sanctioned, others, particularly those involving self-mutilation or mortification or frenzied devotion, or carried out in private or semi-public settings, and may have been viewed with a mixture of reverence and suspicion by traditional Roman elites. The iconography found in the Ostian sanctuary, including reliefs and statues, often depicts the Magna Marta enthroned and flanked by lions, a common symbol of her power and untamed nature. These artistic elements, along with epigraphic evidence of personal dedications, indicate a vibrant and active cult that appealed to a wide range of social classes in Ostia. The worship of the Magna Marta at Ostia exemplifies the blend of Eastern and Roman religious elements and highlights the city's importance as a religious as well as economic gateway to Rome. Pietas, often rendered simply as piety in English, was one central virtue in ancient Roman society, encompassing a complex set of obligations and attitudes towards the gods, one's family, and the state. Unlike the modern use of the word piety, which often refers primarily to religious devotion, pietas in Roman thought was broader and more comprehensive. It described a dutiful respect and a sense of responsibility, not only to the divine, but also to parents, ancestors, and Rome itself. In the religious context, pietas meant honoring the gods through proper rituals, sacrifices, and observances of festivals. A person with pietas was expected to maintain the tradition of Roman worship, perform sacrifices correctly, and consult oracles or auguries when appropriate. This virtue was not optional, but a deeply ingrained cultural expectation. Neglecting pietas could be seen as threatening the social and cosmic order. Within the family, pietas involved respecting one's elders, caring for parents in old age, maintaining the memory of the ancestors, and fulfilling family obligations. Filial piety, loyalty and duty to one's father and family line, was considered a cornerstone of Roman morality. In literature, characters who exhibited pietas were often held up as moral exemplars. A notable case is the hero Aeneas in Virgil's Aeneid, Aeneid, who was frequently described as pious Aeneas, which I have a hard time with because I want to say anus, highlighting his commitment to duty over personal desires. Political and socially, pietas extended to fulfilling civic responsibilities, defending the state, and serving in public office with integrity. A Roman citizen who displayed pietas would be seen as upholding the republic or the empire by contributing to its stability and prosperity. In this way, the concept unified private, public, and divine spheres under the same single moral idea. Pietas was also deified and personified in Roman religion. Temples and statues were erected in her honor, and emperors would often emphasize their own pietas in inscriptions and coins to promote their legitimacy and connection to Roman tradition. For example, coins from the imperial period sometimes depicted pietas as a woman offering incense at an altar, symbolizing devotion and duty. Overall, pietas served as one of the foundational values of Roman identity. It was both a personal and communal virtue that reinforced the structure of Roman religion, family life, and government. In its fullest expression, it represented the ideal Roman citizen, loyal to the gods, the family, and the state, with each loyalty reinforcing the others. Claudia Quinta is a legendary figure from early Roman history who became emblematic of Roman virtue, particularly the idea of pudicitia, Pudicitia, or chastity. Her story. No, wait, hold up. Let me go ahead and redo that. I really shouldn't say that word again, but I'll try. Roman history. Okay, Claudia Quinta is a legendary figure from early Roman history who became emblematic of Roman virtue, particularly the idea of pudicitia, or chastity. Her story is closely associated with the arrival of the cult of Magna Marta, which is Cybele, in Rome during the Second Punic War around 204 BCE. According to tradition, when the Romans decided to import the goddess from Phrygia, modern-day Turkey, to Rome in a response to ominous prophecies during the war with Hannibal, her sacred image, a black stone believed to embody the goddess, was transported by sea. As the ship carried the Magna Marta reached the mouth of the Tiber River, it became stuck and could not be pulled upstream. The priest interpreted this as a divine sign that only a woman of perfect chastity could successfully bring the goddess into the city. Claudia Quinta, a Roman matron of noble birth who had been the subject of rumors and slander concerning her virtue, stepped forward to provide her innocence and devotion. She prayed to the goddess for vindication, asserting her chastity before the people and the gods. Then, according to the story, she miraculously hauled the massive ship free with her own hands, thereby clearing her name and winning the divine approval. Following this event, Claudia Quinta was celebrated as an ideal Roman woman, devoted, modest, and pious. Her image became a symbol of Roman morality and divine favor. Statues and reliefs depicted her in Roman dress, sometimes pulling the ship's ropes, and she was honored in rituals connected to the Magna Marta cult, particularly during the festival of the Megalesia. Her story served both religious and political purposes. In religious terms, she embodied the ideal intermediary between Roman society and a foreign deity, proving that Roman virtue was strong enough to integrate and purify external religious influences. Politically, she reinforced the message that Roman women played vital roles in securing the favor of the gods and safeguarding the city's future. Claudia Quinta's legacy lived on in Roman art and literature as an enduring model of female virtue and divine favor. Later emperors and noble families sometimes used her image or referenced her story to associate themselves with purity, moral strength, and the protective power of Rome's gods. The title Mater Deum, meaning Mother of the Gods, refers primarily to the goddess Cybele in her Roman form, who was adopted into Roman religion from her origins in Phrygia in modern-day Turkey. In Greek religion, she was known as Meter Theon, Meterthon, or Magna Meter Theon, which is Magnameterthon. And the Romans translated this into Latin, which was Magna Mater Deum Idea, which is MAGNAMATERDEUMIDEA, which means Great Mother of the Gods of Ida. The epithet emphasizes her role as a primary cosmic force, a mother figure not only to the gods themselves but also to the natural and spiritual realms over which they preside. As the Mater Deum, Cybele represented the fertile power of the earth, the generative force behind all life. Her worship involved themes of death and rebirth, seasonal cycles, and ecstatic devotion. She was considered both nurturing and fearsome, a protector of cities and people, but also a wild, untamed force capable of inspiring madness or divine frenzy. This duality was reflected in her mythology and rituals. She was said to dwell in the mountains surrounded by lions and accompanied by her consort Attis, whose tragic self-castration and rebirth were key elements of her mythological cycle. The Roman state officially adopted the worship of the martyrdom during a time of crisis, the Second Punic War, after consulting the Sibylline books, or Sibylline books, which recommended bringing her from Pessinus in Phrygia to aid the Roman cause. Her arrival marked a moment of cultural expansion in Roman religion, incorporating Eastern deities into the Roman pantheon while framing them within Roman values. The goddess was housed in a temple on the Palatine Hill and honored during the annual festival of Megalesia in April, which included processions, games, and ritual performances. While her state cult was relatively restrained, the more ecstatic and mystical aspects of her worship were conducted by her eunuch priests, the Galli, which is spelled Galli, for anybody who is interested. It included frenzied dancing, music, self-flagellation, and, in some cases, self-castration, mirroring Attis's sacrifice. These These practices were considered foreign and even disturbing to many Roman elites, yet they were tolerated and even honored within defined ceremonial spaces, highlighting the complex relationship Rome had with foreign cults and the boundaries of acceptable religious expression. The title martyrdom thus uh, carried profound religious, symbolic, and political significance. It linked Cybele to the broader pantheon, not only as a mother figure but also as a stabilizing cosmic force whose presence was meant to protect Rome and ensure its prosperity. Through her, the Romans sought to express their control over nature, their openness to outside traditions, and their alignment with divine power during times of both crisis and triumph. The Galli were the eunuchs, or the eunuch priests of the goddess Cybele, also known as the Magna Marta or Martyrdom, whose cult was brought into Rome from Phrygia during the 3rd century BCE. Now, these priests occupied a unique and often controversial place in Roman religious life due to their extreme practices and their deviation from Roman norms concerning gender and priesthood. The Galli originated in the Phrygian tradition tied to the myth of Cybele and her consort Attis. In this myth, Attis, a mortal of exceptional beauty, was driven to madness and castrated himself beneath a pine tree. He died as a result, and Cybele either resurrected him or caused him to be eternally remembered. This myth served as the spiritual foundation for the Galli, who demonstrated their devotion by ritually castrating themselves, typically during a spring ceremony known as the Day of Blood. This act was part of a broader festival that commemorated Attis's death and rebirth. The terms of appearance and behavior. No, in terms of appearance and behavior, the Galli dressed in brightly colored, non-Roman garments, wore their hair long, and often adopted feminine styles of speech and conduct. They carried ritual instruments such as drums, cymbals, and performed ecstatic dances, particularly during public religious festivals. Their ceremonies included frenzied motion, and acts of self-mortification intended to reach a state of religious ecstasy. To conservative Roman society, these displays were startling and unorthodox, but the state permitted them within clearly defined limits because the cult of Magna Marta had been officially sanctioned. Roman citizens were legally forbidden to become Galli, as the act of castration was considered a grave violation of Roman idols of masculinity and self-control. Therefore, most Galli were foreigners or slaves. Their ambiguous status, combining elements of male and female identity, as well as their intense rituals, placed them outside of the social norms of Roman life. Nonetheless, they were sacred within the cult context and served as vital religious intermediaries. Despite their marginalization, the Gali played an important role during festivals such as the Magalesia, held each April in honor of the Magna Mater or Mater. During this celebration, they led rituals, processions, and sacrifices. While their own ceremonies were often ecstatic and dramatic, the Roman state maintained a parallel, more conservative version of the festival that involved the Senate and public games. Over time, the Galli came to symbolize Rome's complex relationship with foreign religions. The presence showed how Roman religion could incorporate foreign deities and rituals, though often with restrictions designed to maintain Roman cultural boundaries. Through their radical devotion, the Galli embodied the mysteries and powerful nature of the goddess. They served and highlighted the tension between Roman tradition and religious transformation. Attis was a central figure in the mythology of the Phrygian and later Roman cult of Cybele, also known as the Magna Mater or Great Mother. Originating in Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, the myth of Attis spread throughout the Greco-Roman world, where it took on various forms, particularly through its connection to ecstatic religious rites and themes of death and rebirth. In the myth, Attis was a beautiful youth, often described as a shepherd or semi-divine being. His story is intimately tied to Cybele, the great mother goddess who embodied the wild, fertile, and untamed forces of nature. According to the most common version of the tale, Cybele fell in love with Attis, but he became involved romantically with a mortal woman. In a fit of divine jealousy and rage, Cybele drove Attis mad, leading him to castrate himself in a frenzy beneath a pine tree, where he either died or was transformed. The pine tree became sacred in his honor. In some versions of the story, Cybele later resurrects him or grants him some form of eternal life or spiritual immortality. The myth of Attis carries deeply symbolic weight, especially in connection with seasonal cycles and agricultural renewal. His death and rebirth were often seen as metaphors for the death of vegetation in winter and its return in spring. This cyclical theme was central to the rituals of his cult, which were especially intense and emotionally charged. In Roman religious practice, Attis was honored alongside Cybele, particularly during the spring festival of the Magalesia. One of the most dramatic moments occurred during the Dies Sanguinis, or Day of Blood, when the Galli priest of Cybele would imitate Attis by engaging in self-flagellation, ecstatic dancing, and in some cases, ritual castration. These acts were meant to symbolize the loss of spiritual rebirth. These acts were meant to symbolize the loss and spiritual rebirth of Attis, and were believed to bring the devotee closer to divine understanding and purity. Attis also symbolized a form of divine suffering and transformation. His story appealed to certain mystery religions in the Roman world, particularly to those who sought personal salvation through suffering, initiation, and rebirth. While his cult remained somewhat peripheral in Roman state religion, its emotional intensity and mystical character attracted many followers from different parts of the empire. Attis represents one of the more vivid examples of ancient religious syncretism, where local deities and myths were adapted to fit new cultural and religious environments. His myth retained its core themes of love, madness, sacrifice, and renewal, but was interpreted differently depending on the context in which it was practiced, whether in Phrygia, Greece, or Rome. The ritual of Attis, particularly as they evolved in the Roman cult of Cybele, involved powerful symbolic elements: the pine tree, the bull, and the disc, all of which played distinct roles in the mythology and religious practices, or the religious practice surrounding Attis's death, rebirth, and spiritual significance. These rituals were central to the festival of the Magalesia, celebrated in early spring, and were designed to reenact and honor the mythic suffering and transformation of Attis. The pine tree was one of the most potent symbols in the Attis cult. It represented the site of Attis's castration and death. According to the myth, Attis, driven mad by the jealousy or divine frenzy caused by Cybele, mutilated himself beneath a pine tree and died there. In the ritual reenactments, the pine tree functioned as a substitute for the body of Attis himself. During the spring festival, a young pine tree was cut from the forest, carried in a solemn procession, and decorated with violets, ribbons, and an effigy of Attis. This tree, treated as sacred, was brought into the temple of Cybele with great reverence, symbolizing the mourning of the goddess and the temporary death of the natural world, which would soon be reversed with Attis's resurrection or symbolic return to life. The bull sacrifice, known as the Tauroboleum, was a later Roman addition to the cult and became a significant ritual act of purification and renewal associated with both Attis and Magna Mater. During this rite, a bull was slaughtered in a pit above which a devotee, often a priest or initiate, stood or lay on a platform with openings. As the blood of the dying bull poured down, it would drench the initiate in a baptism of blood. This rite was not originally part of the Phrygian cult, but developed as Roman religious life absorbed and reinterpreted elements of Eastern mystery religions. The Tauroboleum, which is spelled Taurobolium, symbolized a form of spiritual rebirth and regeneration through blood, believed to cleanse the sins and grant the initiate new life, similar to the renewal that Attis experienced after death. The disc, often interpreted as a solar symbol, reflected cosmic dimensions of the cult. While not always explicitly described in literary sources, the disk in ritual context likely represents the sun or divine light, serving as a celestial counterpart to Attis's rebirth and ascension. The Roman mystery cult's solar imagery frequently played a role in signifying divine enlightenment, the soul's journey in the eternal cycle of life and death. The disk may have been used in conjunction with altars or carried during processions, acting as a ritual focus that underscored Attis's divine nature in his transformation from a mortal youth to an immortal being associated with celestial powers. Together, these ritual elements, the pine tree, the bull, and the disk, form a powerful symbolic triad that captured the essence of Attis's myth. The tree anchored his suffering to the natural world. The bull's sacrifice provided a dramatic rite of passage for human participants seeking purification, and the disk offered a cosmic perspective on the cycle of death and rebirth. These symbols merged myth with livid religious experience, allowing devotees to participate directly in the sacred drama and to seek personal spiritual renewal through the emulation of divine suffering and transformation. The festival of Megalisa was one of the most prominent religious celebrations in ancient Rome, devoted to the worship of Magna Marta, who was also known as Cybele, the Great Mother of the Gods. The festival took place annually from April the 4th to April the 10th and was marked by a series of elaborate public rituals, games, music, and theatrical performances that reflect both the Roman adaptation of Phrygian traditions and the unique mythological themes surrounding Cybele and her consort Attis. Megalesia originated from the Roman reception of the cult of Cybele during the Second Punic War in 2004 BCE, during a period of crisis. Roman authorities consulted the Sibylline books and were advised to bring the goddess's sacred black stone. Sacred black stone, believed to be a meteorite symbolizing her presence from Pessinus in Phrygia to Rome. The goddess was installed on the Palatine Hill, and a temple was dedicated to her in 191 BCE. From this point forward, Magalesia was celebrated as a former state festival, though its rites retained their exotic and ecstatic Phrygian character. The festival began with processions and ritual purifications. One of the most distinctive elements was the carrying of the sacred image or symbols of Cybele, often associated with lions, mountains, and tympanum, a large framed drum, through the streets of Rome. Music played a crucial role in the festivities, with flutes, cymbals, and drums used to create a frenzied and ecstatic atmosphere. This music, along with dancing and chanting, was associated with the ecstatic nature of the goddess and her myth. Central to the emotional heart of Megalesia was the myth of Attis, Cybele's consort, who died beneath a pine tree after self-castration and was later restored or reborn. A pine tree was cut and brought into the temple as a sacred symbol of Attis. The climax of the festival came on April 10th, often identified as the Day of Hilaria, a time of joy and renewal that celebrated the resurrection or rebirth of Attis. In earlier days of the festival, mourning and grief were emphasized through solemn rituals imitating Cybele's sorrow at Attis's death. The mood then shifted dramatically to celebration, with feasting, rejoicing, and games held in honor of the goddess and her divine consort. The Gali, the eunuch priest of Cybele, played a visible and often controversial role in the Megalesia. Dressed in bright robes and jewelry, they led processions, dancing in wild ecstasy, and sometimes engaged in acts of self-mortification. Their presence and behavior, which differed sharply from Roman norms of masculinity and priestly decorum, fascinated and disturbed many Roman observers, but their role was seen as essential in the proper performance of the cult's rites. While the more extreme Phrygian rituals, such as castration and ecstatic frenzy, were generally kept out of official Roman religious life, they were tolerated during Megalesia because of the festival's foreign and mystical nature. Over time, elements of the cult were increasingly syncretized into Roman religion, but Megalesia retained its distinct identity as a celebration of an Eastern mystery goddess who offered spiritual transformation and divine connection. Thus, Megalesia was not just a civic celebration, but a deeply symbolic religious event. It reinforced the power of the goddess, the mystery of death and rebirth, and the Roman ability to absorb and integrate foreign religious traditions into its own culture and spiritual life. The private rituals associated with the cult of Cybele and Attis, particularly those involving self-mortification and frenzied devotion, represented some of the most intense and controversial religious practices of the ancient world. While public ceremonies such as processions and music were sanctioned and participated in by Roman citizens during festivals like the Megalesia, the private ecstatic rites practiced by initiates, especially the Gali or eunuch priests, were far more radical, deeply emotional, and symbolic of spiritual transformation. One of the defining aspects of these private rituals was self-mortification. Participants, especially the Gali, would engage in acts of physical suffering to express devotion, achieving purification, or emulate the suffering of Attis, who in myth castrated himself and died in a state of divine frenzy. During specific ritual moments, particularly during the spring rites leading up to the festival of Hilaria, devotees would enter a trance-like or ecstatic state brought on by intense music, rhythmic dancing, fasting, and sensory overstimulation. This altered state of consciousness allowed them to become spiritually aligned with the narrative of Addis's madness, self-destruction, and eventual rebirth. The most extreme expression of this imitation was ritual castration. While not all worshippers practiced this, some male initiatives, particularly the Gali, would castrate themselves in a state of religious ecstasy. This act was believed to be a sacrifice of sexual and worldly identity, aligning the initiate with Addis, who in myth mutilated himself beneath a pine tree. The act symbolizes total devotion to the goddess and a rejection of earthly life in favor of spiritual union with the divine. Following castration, these individuals adopted female clothing, hairstyles, and identities, living as third gender or transgender figures within the cult, which further set them apart from the normative Roman civilian body. Other acts of self-mortification included whipping oneself, striking the body with swords or knives, or enduring other forms of physical pain during rituals of mourning and renewal. These actions were not seen as punishment, but as purifying and transformational experiences that mirrored the suffering of spiritual resurrection of Addis. Blood in this context was considered sacred and regenerative. The blood spilled during these acts was thought to cleanse sins, grant rebirth, and bring the participant closer to the divine mysteries of life and death. Alongside physical acts, the frenzied devotion of the cults was sustained by ritual music and dance. The pounding of drums, the shrieking of flutes, and the clashing of cymbals were used to overwhelm the senses and facilitate ecstatic states. Particular participants would dance wildly, sing hymns, and cry out in joy or lamentation. In these moments of religious ecstasy, devotees believed they could experience a direct encounter with the divine, particularly with Cybele herself. These ecstatic rites were seen as a way of to transcend the limitation of human body and mind, offering glimpses into the eternal cycles of nature, death, and rebirth. These private rituals, while crucial to the core spiritual experience of the cult, were kept separate from Roman civil religious life. Roman authorities tolerated them only as long as they remained outside the formal political and military structures of Roman identity. Despite this separation, the cult of Cybele and Addis remained a powerful presence in Roman spiritual cultures, particularly among marginalized individuals who found in it a path to transcendence, transformation, and spiritual liberation through suffering and divine communion. The symbolism of being enthroned and flanked by lions in the context of the cult of Cybele and Magna Mater, or Great Mother, is rich in meaning, drawing in ancient Near Eastern iconography, mythological motifs, and religious metaphors to communicate divine authority, dominion over nature, and transcendence of chaos. Cybele is often depicted seated on a throne between two lions, either resting beside her or yoked to her chariot. These lions are not merely decorative, they serve as powerful symbols of the wild, untamed forces of nature and the boundary between civilization and the primordial world. In enthroning herself among lions, Cybele is visually represented as a deity who has subdued these forces, not by destroying them, but by harmonizing with them. This signifies her majesty over the natural world and the instincts of the animal realm, reflecting her identity as a mother goddess of fertility, mountains, wild places, in the cycle of life and death. In ancient Near Eastern and Anatolian traditions from which the cult of Cybele evolved, lions were commonly associated with storm gods, warrior kings, and chthonic forces. When Cybele is shown seated between lions, she inherits and transforms that imagery. Rather than being a god of conquest or wrath, she is portrayed as a sovereign, maternal figure whose power lies in integration rather than domination. She is the generative force who presides over both birth and destruction, holding the balance between the nurturing and devouring aspects of life. The throne itself also plays an important role in the iconography. Being enthroned signifies legitimacy, permanence, and the goddess's rule over a cosmic or natural order. When combined with the presence of lions, the imagery evokes a being who does not merely preside over a political domain, as kings do, but who is seated at the heart of the primordial world. Her throne is not in a palace, but in the wilderness, the domain of mountains, caves, and beasts, signaling that her power is pre-civilizational and eternal. In the Roman imagination, this symbolism was particularly potent. It set Cybele apart from the more rational civic gods of the Roman pantheon. She represented a mystery, an ecstatic and primordial power that originated outside the city, from the east, and from the ancestral past. Her lions reminded Roman audiences that her dominion extended into spaces that were dangerous, fertile, and sacred, beyond the beyond the control of emperors or armies. Her position between them showed that she was not just a goddess of motherhood or agriculture, but of transformation and initiation into the mysteries of life. Moreover, the lions can be interpreted psychologically or spiritually as representations of the passions, the unconscious, or the untamed aspects of the self. In this reading, the image of Cybele enthroned among them becomes a metaphor for spiritual mastery, the inner balance of chaos and order. To align with her, a worshiper might seek to tame or integrate their own inner wilderness, symbolized by lions through rituals, devotion, and personal sacrifices. Thus, the symbolism of Cybele, enthroned and flanked by lions, encapsulates a complex fusion of power, fertility, danger, and cosmic authority. It reflects her identity as a goddess who does not just preside over life, but contains all its contradiction, birth and death, wilderness and civilization, order and chaos, in a single, all-encompassing, maternal presence. In Roman culture, pietas was a central virtue encompassing duty, loyalty, and reverence, especially toward the gods, the state, and family. For individuals considered to embody pietas, the consultation of oracles or auguries was not merely a superstitious act, but a solemn responsibility. These practices were part of maintaining the harmonious relationship between humans and the divine, which was believed to secure the favor of the gods and preserve the welfare of the Roman state and its people. Consulting oracles or auguries was undertaken with deliberate ritual purity and respect. Those who were pietous-minded would approach these divine channels with humility and reverence, recognizing that the gods communicated through signs and omens. To ignore such messages or to interpret them dishonestly was considered impious and could invite divine disfavor. Therefore, pious individuals often followed strict procedures, sometimes abstaining from sex, fasting, or engaging in purification rites before engaging in divination. Augury, the interpretation of the will of the gods through the observation of birds, was especially integral to Roman public and private decision-making. Augurs, priests specially trained in this discipline, would observe the flight patterns, calls, the types of birds at specific sacred locations known as templum. A pious person would either personally observe these signs or more commonly consult an augur before making significant decisions such as marriage, political action or political actions, military campaigns, or religious dedications. To ignore the augur's reading was not just imprudent, it was seen as a violation of pietas and the divine order. Oracles, though more commonly associated with Greek religious life, were also consulted by Romans, especially in periods of Rome, especially in later periods as Rome absorbed Hellenistic culture. Pious individuals or state representatives might consult Sibylline oracles or visit famous oracle sites such as Delphi, Dodona, or Cumae. The Sibylline books, for example, were a collection of prophetic writings kept by the state and only consulted during times of crisis. It was through these that deeply pious figures such as priests or senators sought guidance in times of plague, war, and disaster, often leading to the introduction of foreign cults like that of Magna Mater. In all cases, the process of consultation reflected the Roman view that the gods were involved in human affairs and expected proper ritual and moral behavior in return for their guidance. The virtue of pietas compelled the individual to seek this guidance not for selfish advantage, but for the good of the broader community and in harmony with religious laws. Consulting oracles or auguries was thus an expression of one's devotion, humanity, and sense of moral responsibility within the sacred cosmic order that defined Roman religiosity. Pietas in Roman religion and culture was both deeply held was both a deeply held virtue and a personified deity. As a concept, pietas represented a central Roman value, dutiful respect and devotion to the gods, one's family, and the Roman state. When this abstract virtue was deified, pietas became a divine embodiment of these ideas, venerated especially during the late Republic and early Empire as a stabilizing moral force in Roman life. The deity Pietas was most commonly depicted as a matronly woman, sometimes offering a sacrifice, holding a child, or performing a gesture of devotion. This representation reinforced her association with familial piety, civil responsibility, and religious duty. Her image could often be seen on Roman coins, monuments, and altars, particularly during periods when Roman leaders wished to emphasize their own piety or the moral renewal of the state. For example, coins issued by emperors like Augustus of Antoninus Pius prominently featured pietas to signal their loyalty to Roman tradition and divine favor. The first temple to the goddess Pietas was reported built in 181 BCE by Consul Manius Acilius Glabrio, funded by fines collected for impiety. It stood near the Forum Halitorium in Rome and served as a visible testament to the importance of religious and civic duty. Unfortunately, the temple was later removed during Augustus's architectural reshaping of the city, although its ideological influence persisted. Worship of Pietas was not characterized by ecstatic rituals or elaborate mystery cults. Instead, it was expressed through acts of loyalty, sacrifice, and observance of religious and social obligations. Her cult was intertwined with Roman state religion, which did not separate ethics from worship. To honor Pietas was to affirm one's place in the Roman social order, obedient to the gods, loyal to family, and devoted to Rome's political institutions. As the empire expanded and absorbed other religious traditions, the reverence of Pietas was often emphasized in imperial propaganda. Emperors portrayed themselves and their families as paragons of Pietas, aligning their rule with the favor of the gods and the moral foundations of Rome. This use of Pietas as a divine symbol helped to reinforce social cohesion during times of upheaval or moral questioning. The goddess Pietas personified one of the most essential Roman virtues. Her veneration was less about mythological narratives and more about embodying and promoting the ethical framework that underpinned Roman identity. She was a divine reflection of the Roman ideal citizen, devout, loyal, and dutiful to both gods and state. Okay, so right here is probably where I do want to stop, and I will come back with episode 2 of the Esoteric Agenda. That is an hour and 15 minutes of reading. Like I said, I wanted to go back over this stuff and maybe do a better stream of the information. Like when I first went over this stuff, it was years ago, and needless to say, I had to ditch a lot of it because I didn't have the proper equipment to really do it. So this is good. I like going over some of it and doing it. Actually, this is new information too that I pulled up. It's not any of the old notes or nothing. I used the old notes to find some new information to add to it. So I like that. And so far, it sounds like the good on it. I do have everything running. I don't know how great it is running on DLive and X, or even on Kick. Everything there is kind of strange, but I figured I would go back in and see what's going on. I've been having issues all for 2 days now over this stuff. Something going on with the internet, it seems. So with that, I don't see anybody that is on making any comments. I do have, again, somebody else trying to sell me views on Twitch, of course, after I had no, I see why I put those restrictions on there. There's nothing but spam on it. It's I just don't like that at all. I got a couple comments, and then the comments went away, and all of a sudden it's can I buy freaking views and shit like that? It's just ridiculous. So with that, I am going to go ahead and I am going to end the stream. I will see you guys later. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Love to hear your feedback. If nothing else, just say hi and have a conversation in the comment section. And with that, I am going to go ahead and end the stream. BAE systems are also, if I remember correctly, they also had to do with guided missiles. Like, they can literally have a satellite sitting up in frickin' space looking at the battlefield, synchronized frickin' the targets from outer space, and then a vehicle on the ground can frickin' fire a missile, and that missile will hit the frickin' target. Okay, and they're the ones who were in charge of doing all that, like for the artillery systems and armored vehicles and stuff. So it's all about cybersecurity and intelligence services too. It's electronic warfare, basically.
Mm-hmm.
and they're all mixed up in it. But you see, they were affiliated with freaking are you there?
I'm listening. Can you hear me?
Yeah. They were affiliated with this organization called HARP, and of course they aren't responsible for it. You know what I mean? That's just coincidence. There's nothing there. You know what I mean? And then if you go and you just look at the story and be logical when it comes to what you're reading with frickin' Nikola Tesla, all right? You can't lie to yourself, all right? It's just the story by itself is ridiculous, all right? And plenty of people for freaking decades have been saying that freaking Nikola Tesla was the one who freaking came up with the stuff that HARP uses, his Teleforce. Have you ever heard of his Teleforce ray?
No.
He was supposedly supposed to come up with his Teleforce ray gun, and mysteriously, his death ray is what they called it. He made claims just before he freaking went. He went homeless and poor and all that he had created a death ray, what he termed as the death ray. And Nikola, well, here it is. I got one here. The one-time savant who had revolutionized the whole world with his electrical inventions was now a decrepit old man suffering between hotels in Manhattan, hoarding newspapers and birdseed. When the unpaid bills of one hotel grew too large, he'd simply move to another. His waning fame had only his only currency. So see, right there from the get-go, they're freaking slamming him with a bunch of shit, you know what I mean, from the get-go. And they do this in every article. From the height of his celebrity, Tesla's decline had been slow but steady. After his innovative work in electric power in the late 1800s, specifically in alternating current, the young Serbian immigrant had branched out into radio and wireless power transmissions in the early 1900s. Newspapers worldwide reported on his every undertaking, even the most eccentric, such as a 20-story tower in Colorado that built up huge electrical charges and shot lightning bolts 135 feet long. The thunder generated was audible 15 miles away, and that is fact that he actually did do that. So later, when Tesla started talking about even wilder projects, including a powerful new weapon he was working on, folks paid attention. Tesla's new device, like bolts of Thor, thundered in the New York Times in 1950. In fact, this new device would come to dominate the late decades of Tesla's life. Instead of lightning, Tesla said his new weapon would harness a beam of metal ions hurtling along at 270,000 miles per hour. As for how this beam was possible, Tesla was always coy, citing new laws of physics that no one else has ever dreamed about. He nevertheless bragged about his work to any reporter who would listen. The all-penetrating beam would pack 100 billion watts into just 100 millionth of a square centimeter. Tesla teased his Teleforce weapon for decades, saying it could shoot down airplanes from 250 miles away. The press landed on a different name for the invention, Death Ray. Despite claims to the contrary, Tesla never provided much proof that the Death Ray worked, but no one could quite dismiss the idea either. After all, this was Tesla.
They've been talking about a death ray for Maui, the Maui situation, and you know how we're talking about like him having a lot of, like you said, the main technology that these people use, the BAE, and then the HARP. They use Tesla's information. They use his technology, and like I said, that death ray thing. They said that was what happened with Hawaii, and that's why there's like some strange blue that the quote unquote elite, they're not elite, I'll refuse to call them that, the leechers are. I mean, if you're a leech, you do elite stuff, and like killing people and saving yourself is not at all elite, it's actually cowardly. But in regards to it, they put this blue on top of their homes in order for them to like basically like the Passover, because the death ray is not able to penetrate it. Like the way it reflects, it'll kind of bounce off of those, but the other ones, they will it'll actually penetrate. So I just think that's crazy, especially if he is to have said to have created a death ray, and they say that the Maui fires that was probably just a test. That's probably just a test.
And see, this supposed death ray can also be it can be compared to something else that's strange that happened during that time period in freaking Siberia. Now, out of nowhere, somewhere, something happened where an energy freaking didn't crash into the earth in Siberia, but it came just above the surface of the planet, and it literally wiped out freaking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, actually it was like thousands of acres, just killed trees. They were left barren there, and it took.
And that's what happened. That's like the same thing.
And there's a lot of people that believe that this actually took place when it came to freaking what had happened there on thing, because it's still a mystery. Nobody knows exactly what took place.
They played on them, especially because they have a lot of money. They like to do that with really smart people and a little bit of money. I noticed they like to kind of wipe us, like people, those type of people, off the face of the earth, or I think they can. And then when they find out those some people are a little bit stronger and not as easily moved, it becomes a little difficult. Like this guy, ever since I started talking about this stuff, there's a gray Ford Explorer. So if you hear me go mute or something weird happen, like they just pulled up, and when they pulled up, they didn't park or anything. They parked like diagonally. You could see they still had their brake lights on. It just looked real, like, and I mean, it was literally when we started talking about what we're talking about now. And it's just, while I'm at the park, because the boys do basketball, some of my other babies at basketball, and I'm sitting out here doing the show with you. And I was talking about what we were talking about out loud, obviously. And all of a sudden, everyone that was playing at the park is gone. And the only vehicle that is here, besides a weird white van, but the white vans follow me everywhere, is this gray car with a Ford Explorer, like I said. And they were just, the way they parked, it was like, it was so sudden. And you know how our government loves Ford. I mean, Henry's their guy, and that's just wild to me.
I'm telling you, I mean, this is the kind of stuff right here that gets me interested, you know what I mean? And then when we were talking, we were also talking about, mysterious deaths, scientists that mysteriously died. And the ones I was more particular about too, when it comes to that, is the ones who died during the Cold War, you know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, there is, a lot of reason to believe that the Soviet Union killed off some of these scientists and stuff like that. I have no
Yeah, they're
doubt
becoming
about
too
that.
powerful, especially freelance scientists. I say that to be where they're doing, especially back then too, because now science is more structured and more constrained.
Well,
So
it's
people are in
competition too,
laboratories.
though. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying?
why. Yeah,
And
because they'll find out the truth.
they don't want their competition having great scientists, you know. But it goes on to say that the Tesla death ray took hold mostly during World War II against the Nazis when they had already heard all this stuff about freaking the death ray being able to destroy airplanes 250 miles away, and the people in Tesla's homeland, which was Yugoslavia, asked him or begged him to return home and install those rays to protect them from the Nazis. You know what I mean? And he never did. But that right there would be like right around the time period where all that happened. And see, whenever Tesla died, the tower that I was just reading about right there for you,
Yes.
the U.S. government went out and freaking just took it down and took it down piece by piece. They didn't just destroy it, you know what I'm saying? They were very methodical about taking it apart. So that tells me that they were planning on putting it back up somewhere. You know? And
yeah, I mean, it probably did. Like, this stuff makes the third eye burn because it's just like, yeah, there's a lot of information here. And we're getting
And then this article, it doesn't even mention the car crash. It does mention him being sick and deathly skinny and prone to fainting. But then they say that a maid ignored the freaking do not disturb sign on his hotel room, and on January the 8th, she walked into his room and found him dead. Reportedly naked except for his socks, and he was 86 years old.
But then look at the next sentence. And with the fate of his death ray unclear, a massive scramble began. Bro, man. And he was naked. They probably beat on him, so you're not going to talk about that. Why would you go on a do not disturb? I know from having done hospitality before, if you go in there, there's fines. You get that, you get in trouble if you go into a do not disturb. So you just all of a sudden, he had to be smelling, he had to be rotten. In order for us to have a reason to go into a D&D, we have to go in there, well, back in then, and this is maybe Disney's protocol, but still, there has to be a reason, a just cause to search. Even with anything, if someone walks into your room, and especially if they take something out, that's illegal search and seizure. But I imagine back then those weren't the same type of laws.
Okay, doing a quick audio test. I've got to redo the cut. Yesterday on Rumble, I used the regular Rumble Studio, and it cut me off. Or it didn't cut me off, it muted my audio out to where I couldn't be heard. So I'm going to have to redo that. I apologize to everybody. Yesterday on Rumble, I used, I am getting back to it. I will have everything up and running here in a minute. I'm getting back to it. I will have everything up and running. It looks like everything sounds like it's going good. Let me test it out, find out, check the audio. I haven't started Rumble. I haven't started X yet, so here we go. Let me go ahead and pull up that post too. Well, I mean, just create the post, Roger. There we go. Okay, we got the post set up for X now. I'm gonna check out the audio, see what it sounds like. Just create the post, right? There we go. All right, sounds good on X. D Live, I don't know what's going on there. Let me go live. It looks like X now. Let me check out the audio. Okay, D Live sounds good too so far. So let me go in and see what's going on with the cut. Should have known something was suspicious yesterday because I X now. Let me check out the audio. Okay, sounds good. Now let me go ahead and I'm going to put on some music. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. This was pretty frustrating. I want to do a shout out to Tanhai Tran on Minds.com because he brought this up for me. I would have never known that it had done this if it wasn't for him. So thank you, Tan, for going through and finding out that these videos or this video did this. I've been having some issues with Rumble Studio here lately. Them and D Live with just odds and ends. Weird, but I'm working it out. It looks like I'm probably gonna have to just do what I did before. You know, depend on OBS. Out of every suggestion everybody's given me, it always comes down to OBS outdoing every single one of them. Just putting it out there so people understand that. I mean, you can talk all the smack you want about all these good freaking platforms to go to live stream, but and even with encoders, you can say XSplit is great, but I haven't found any of them that outdoes OBS. I'm actually freaking multi-streaming to Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, X, and D Live for free on OBS, guys. Just letting you know. So, with that being said, let me go ahead and put some music on for you. And I will be right back. I will do a sound check to make sure that my audio is working on Rumble because these guys are horrible people. So let me go ahead. And I did send help requests on Rumble to get that straightened out, just so you guys know. So here we go. Here's the music.
Everything's fitting, but nothing's true. Time slips away, I'm feeling lost in this glitching world. What's the cost? Glitches in the matrix, minds are getting thin. Patterns break, the code begins to spin. Is this real or just a dream within? Glitches in the matrix, where do we begin? Faces blur, they're not the same. People I know don't recall my name. Voices echo in a distant frame. Is this life or just some twisted dream? I'm chasing echoes, searching clues. Every step forward, something to lose. The world's unraveling, I can't pretend. Are we at the start or is this the end? Glitches in the matrix, minds are getting thin. Patterns break, the code begins to spin. Is this real or just a dream? the matrix, minds are getting thin. Pattern break, the code begins to spin. Is this real or just a dream within? Glitches in the matrix, where do we begin? Caught in the chaos, we try to find the truth that's hidden deep in our mind. In the flicker of light, in the glitchy night, we're lost in the matrix, searching for what's right. Saw a shadow move, but no one's there. People I know don't recall my name. Voices echo in a distant frame. Is this life or just some twisted game? Saw a shadow move, but no one's there. Flicker in the corner, caught me unaware. Truth is hiding in the dark. Every flicker leaves the mark. Saw a shadow move, but no one's there. Flicker in the corner, caught me unaware. Truth is hiding in the dark. Every flicker leaves the mark. Glitches in the matrix, minds are getting thin. Patterns break, the code begins to spin. Is this real or just a dream within? Glitches in the matrix, where do we begin?
Glitch in the code tonight. See the world in neon light. Fight to free our minds. Truth we seek to find. Run through crowded streets. Dodge the agents flee. Bullet time it slows. Reality it blows. Reloaded we are free. In the matrix we will be. On this journey we will go. Feel the energy we know. Machines control the skies. Human in them never dies. Messages and dreams. Nothing's what it seems. Reloaded we are free. In the matrix we will be. On this journey we will go. Feel the energy we know. Run through crowded streets. Dodge the agents flee. Bullet time it slows. Reality it blows. Reloaded we are free. In the matrix we will be. On this journey we will go. Feel the energy we know. Machines control the skies. Human in them never dies. Messages and dreams. Nothing's what it seems. Reloaded we are free. In the matrix we will be. On this journey we will go. Feel the energy we know. Machines control the skies. Human in them never dies. Messages and dreams. Nothing's what it seems. Keys to open doors. Fight through endless wars. Code it changes fast. Hope it's built to last.
Fucking set it up, cunt! Yeah, that's it. Fucking oath. Cunts. Fuck off, cunt! I'm a cunt from way back, yes I'm the original, not political. This is more analytical. On myself I approach a computer with stealth. Not for wealth, more like a magazine. Shooting off so clean, because I'm keen. No other meaning, it's obscene. If you're not around, well then I'm going to town and take you down with my Kali Linux system. Using my wisdom, hacking in, no way to resist them. Exfiltrate all your sensitive loot, it's a hoot. No time to reboot, just shoot and execute. When you're out of town, it's your world that crashes. Look on your Facebook as the anger flashes. No one can stop me from tapping that line. So how about next time we don't intertwine online? You've got no two-factor authentication. As the cops came, I'm gone, no altercation. I got your back, but you best to watch your front, cause Mr. Robot's in front and I'm a cunt. I got your back, but you best to watch your front, cause Mr. Robot's in front and I'm a cunt. Such a cunt and I'm bringing my forte. I'm the kind of cunt I'd even make a whore pay. Your way or mine, don't cross the line, cause I'm even worse when I'm drunk on the cheap wine. Sometimes I snap, act out for vandalism, and other times I'll just diss you to the rhythm. Prison couldn't hold a cunt like me, not likely, cause I direct shit like Spike Lee. But this ain't a movie, this is real life. I'd fuck your life just to cause some strife. I've done a lot of cunty things, and out of all the cunts you know, I'd be the king. But your best I want your front, cause robots in front and I'm a cunt. I got your back, but your best I want your front, cause robots in front and I'm a cunt. This is for the cunts who clap and love the sound. Attacking from the cloud, then I'm back in underground. There's no masking from me now. Popping tornadoes round the globe, track and hunt you down. I think I'll need a planet-sized urn, cause some men just wanna see the world burn. Now it's your turn. I've got your back. Robots in front and I'm a cunt. One thing I do, and this is true, I'm sometimes a cunt to all of my crew. You know the usual stealing of hashes, and I'm known to burn cunts down to ashes. They say, hey cunt, when I answer the phone. They say, where's Robot? I say, the cunt's not home. I say, where are you cunts, and what are you cunts doing? And when I'm pissed off, they say, Robot, the cunt is spewing. No one will do it, your sister I'll be screwing in the lewin. And I guess that you knew I'm not looking for a crew, but I know it's true that you are a fucking cunt too. You fucking cunt. Mess with the best, die like the rest.
The sound. Boom, crash, as go pop. Earthling wave of a body drops. They're here, we're doomed. From Mars to Earth, bodies consumed. Marble shake, to the ground will quake. No time to run too late, too late. Attack, look at them coming down. Attack, boom, boom. Attack, boom, this ow, ow. Attack, boom, 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 boom. Attack, boom, boom, boom. The bass go boom, come in peace. Attack, the bass stack, boom, boom, pow. Take cover, laser beam, pow. Head spinning at Martian proud. They blew up Congress after pop. But the bass dropped heavy, now stop. Boom, hack, on the attack. But we're under siege, no time to pack. Boom, bass sack, here comes the hack. Boom, wobble, pow. Boom, they brought it, boom. The bass pow, boom. Ashes flash, taking over, boom, boom. Earthquakes, bodies drop, act, stomp, saps, pow, pow, pow. We're losing track. Don't run, we are your friends. The bass wobbles can't hold back. Boom, attack, boom, boom, attack, boom, bass pow, ow, boom, 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 boom. The bass go boom, come in peace. The bass stack, boom, boom, pow. Earth gone warm, Martian rain. Bass pow, no more pain. Release the dust, boom, pow. The bass wheels to save the human race. Martians flee, boom, boom, victory. Beatbox slave, Earth lives to fight another day. Boom, 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 bass pow, ow, boom, 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 boom. The bass go boom, come in peace. The bass stack, boom, boom, pow. crash, boom, crash, as go pop. Earth ain't ready, but the body drops. They're here, we're doomed. From Mars to Earth, bodies consumed. Marble shake, the ground will quake. No time to rush, we're on too late, too late. Ack. Look at them coming down.
Give it to me, baby. What you got? What you got? What you got? What you got?
Okay, we are back. So, I wanted to put a little bit of a thing in there. I messed that up a little bit, but I'll get it down. I wanted to try to put a promo in for Sonya Galactic. She has her own shop where she sells freaking t-shirts and cool novelty stuff. So check her out if you want to. I have her advertisements in all of my streams or my uploads, archived uploads. So you can always find the Hotmail, or not the Hotmail, the URL to her website there if you want it, as well as Mr. Robot's songs that I just put on there. Mr. Robot, aka Illuminati, on Rumble. He has his own channel called Hacker Radio. If you guys like the music that you just heard, please go and check his channel out. Give him some support. Tell him how good of a job he's doing. So, that being said, I am going to go ahead and do my countdown and do my second attempt at the cut. But before I do, I want to make sure everything is up and running. It sounds like the audio is good on Rumble. I did this yesterday, and I ended up having to do it again today because after 3 minutes of live stream, the audio went completely out on me. So with that being said, let me go ahead and check out the audio. It all sounds good so far. I will come in and check it again later on if I have to, but here we go. I'm going to do my countdown, and then I will also get into the show after that. I'm kind of not all there right now. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello everybody, and welcome to the second attempt for the first actual live stream episode of The Cut. Now, I've had 15-minute videos that I have been putting out on the Wonderful World of Weirdness and on Strange Stories on YouTube, as well as on Wonderful World of Weirdness on Rumble. And those 15-minute clips are old content that I had from back when I first actually started doing all the stuff that I wanted to kind of put together and save what I could, because back then I didn't have a computer that I could actually make good content with good audio and everything. So I did want to go through kind of situation. Now I am coming back with a live stream for The Cut, which is new stuff. Kind of new stuff, but not necessarily new stuff. I have content that I've been wanting to go over for quite a long time, and that is what I have today. I'm wanting to go, and I want to discuss some topics that I've been really wanting to do for quite a long time, but I haven't really had the opportunity to get to. Now, on Vixen's Vault with Nancy Planeta, we were talking about this subject when it comes to maps and things of that nature, and I pulled up an old show that I used to always watch on YouTube that I enjoyed back in the day. You know what I mean? I haven't watched any of it in a long time, but it had some good content on there for this topic, and I wanted to revisit it and bring it up and just kind of go back over it again. You know what I mean? Because I never actually went through it. That's the bad part. That's why I felt that I needed to do this, because it's something that I really did enjoy as a topic. Now, the topic that I am going to be discussing is erotica, and the whole idea behind that topic comes from a video series that I had been following a few years back that was actually pretty interesting. And it's a debate that took place back in the 1800s, after America was discovered. And the Alberino analysis is where I actually first heard it. Now, Alberino analysis is a video stream that was going on back in like 2015. It was a pretty interesting video series. If you guys ever have a chance to go and check it out. And yes, I did put a shout out for that on purpose. He had a series called Land of the Plumed Serpent, which kind of got me interested in this topic. Now, I'm not going to tell you guys that I agree with a lot of the stuff that he says, and you'll hear that in today's topic, but I can tell you that it did open me up to a lot of interesting facts that I do want to go over and discuss when it comes to things like Amerigo Vespucci and the actual map that mapped out America. And he also brought up he also brought up the old debate on if Amerigo Vespucci changed his last name according to a name that was given to America before the time of colonization. And that was something that actually was brought up back after America was discovered. So with that, I am going to talk about that and a little bit about map making and things of that nature. So that is the gist of today's topic. I am going to go ahead and dive in to the topic and get started. What do you guys think? Now, before I do that, I have to do one thing. I keep getting spammed like you wouldn't believe on Kick by people who want me to like pay for freaking subscribers and stuff, so I've got to constantly moderate my channel, make sure that's not happening. So with that being said, let me go ahead and get started. Now, Amerigo Vespucci remains one of the most debated and enigmatic figures of the age of exploration. While not as widely celebrated as Christopher Columbus, his legacy is deeply ingrained in the very name of the American continents. His voyages, writings, and interpretation of his observations by European cartographers played a critical role in shaping the European understanding of the New World. However, his role has also been surrounded by confusion, partly due to the ambiguous nature of his achievements, the stylized nature of his letters, and the way his name became attached to the continents of the Western Hemisphere. To address whether Amerigo Vespucci was truly a sailor, one must look closely at his background and documented voyages. Vespucci was born in Florence in 1454, a city that was more renowned for its contributions to finance and humanism than for maritime exploration. He came from a well-educated background and was trained in navigation and astronomy. although he was not a sailor in the traditional sense, like Ferdinand Magellan or Vasco da Gama, men who captured their own expeditions and dealt directly with the perils of sea command. Vespucci did, in fact, participate in maritime voyages. Historical documents confirm that he sailed on several exploratory missions along the coast of South America, where he played a role as a navigator and chronicler. These expeditions occurred between approximately 1497 and 1504, depending on which of his letters one's consider authentic. However, Vespucci never led a voyage as the solo captain. This brings up the question of why he needed someone like Alonso de Ojeda to serve as the captain on one of the expeditions he joined. The answer lies in the structure of early European voyages of discovery, which typically involved collaboration between professional navigators, military commanders, financiers, and political sponsors. Vespucci, while skilled in navigation and astronomy, was not a military leader nor had the maritime experience to command fleets. Figures like Ojeda had the requisite authority and naval command experience, allowing Vespucci to participate in voyages under their leadership while contributing his skills in mapping, documenting, and astronomical observation. One common critique leveled at Vespucci is that despite his fame, there are no surviving maps directly attributed to him. This is a fair and historically accurate observation. Vespucci did not produce any maps himself, nor is there definitive evidence of charts bearing his name or bearing his hand. Unlike explorers such as Columbus or Magellan, whose navigational paths were often recorded with the aid of royal cartographers or ship logs, Vespucci's legacy rests almost entirely on the letters he either wrote or had published in his name. These letters, particularly Mundus Novus and the Lettera to Cedorini, were widely circulated in Europe and significantly influenced the geographic understanding of the New World. They represented compelling arguments for the existence of a new continent distinct from Asia. It is precisely this influence that shaped Martin Waldseemüller's famous 1507 world map. Waldseemüller, a German cartographer, never traveled to the New World himself. He worked from secondary sources, including published accounts and letters from explorers. Among these, Vespucci's letters stood out for their vivid detail, scope, and daring assertions. In Mundus Novus, Vespucci wrote, "It is lawful to call it a new world, because none of these countries were known to our ancestors. I have found a continent in that southern part full of animals and more populous than are Europe or Asia or Africa, and even more temperate and pleasant than any other region known to us." This statement was a bold departure from the prevailing assumption that the lands discovered by Columbus and others were parts of Asia. Instead, Vespucci suggested that he had encountered an entirely separate continent. This conceptual leap, rather than any technical contribution to cartography, is what left a lasting imprint. Waldseemüller found Vespucci's writings so compelling that he named the new continent America in his honor. The name appeared on his 1507 map, which was the first map in history to depict the Western Hemisphere as a distinct continent, and to call it America. It is important to note that Waldseemüller's decision was based not on precise geographical data, but on the persuasive power of Vespucci's argument that the New World was not part of Asia. This reliance on narrative rather than measurement illustrates the early stages of European cartography in the New World era. Vespucci's letters were conceptual blueprints rather than technical diagrams, filled with observations that were qualitative and descriptive more than numeric or charted. One of the key criticisms of Vespucci's writings is that while he offered descriptions of the landscape, climate, and indigenous people, he rarely provided the kind of concrete geographical data that could be used to map coastlines accurately. For instance, his comment, "The soil is very pleasant and fruitful, full of immense woods and forests, and it is always green, for the foliage never drops off," provides a general sense of lush vegetation and favorable climate, but tells us nothing about longitude, latitude, or the shape of the coast. Nevertheless, this kind of description played a role in forming European perceptions of the New World as a bountiful and untamed land, ripe for exploration and colonization. In his Lettera to Soderini, Vespucci did include some estimations that gave a vague sense of scale and direction. One such quote is, "We sailed continuously for more than 700 leagues along the coast. Between the south and west, we found ourselves in a climate where the length of the night exceeded 15 hours. This kind of observation implies travel to high southern latitudes, perhaps as far as modern-day Patagonia. He has also claimed to have he also claimed that his expedition was so far south that we were outside the Tropic of Capricorn, where the South Pole rises above the horizon 32 degrees. Though precise, such statements help European readers understand that the explored territory extended well below the equator, suggesting that the landmass was massive and possibly continental in scale. Now right here is where I want to stop. Before I actually read past this and I wanted to just move on with it, but then after I did the first episode I stopped and I wanted to bring this up. People during that time period wouldn't have had any kind of clue about the South Pole. this statement to me seems a little bit suspicious all on its own. Like, nobody would have even had any kind of concept of what the South Pole was, much less any kind of discussion. Now, for me, according to my understanding, before all of these voyages with like Columbus and Magellan, everybody had this idea that the world was flat. And here in a little bit, you'll hear a little bit of them trying to justify the reason for why he would have mentioned the South Pole. Now, if he would have actually mentioned the South Pole, that would go according to some of my earlier beliefs in this topic, which I believe that there were people during that time period and even before, not everybody, but there were people who believed that the world was round, okay? And they're, because like mainstream historians like to make everybody, or they like for everybody to believe that everyone in the world it was just common knowledge that the world was flat, and that's, in my opinion, not accurate whatsoever. So I wanted to stop and kind of do that. If that's not the case, then it goes the other way, where this is all added in after the fact, you know what I mean? So that's one thing that I did want to bring up and mention. So let me see how much time I've got on here. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on some more music and I will come back and do this again. So let me see if I can pull that back up again.
time roll. Good time roll. Harder. Come on, honey, let the good time roll. Let's roll. Come on, honey, let the good time roll. Good times roll. Come on, honey, let the good time roll. Come on, honey, let the good
Hey, everybody, let's have some fun. You only live but once, and when you're dead, you're done. So let the good time roll. I say let the good time roll. I don't care if you're young or old. You ought to get together and let the good time roll. Don't sit there mumbling, talking trash.
Oh man, yeah. It's a music, baby. Check me out, right? Hey, I keep it moving, coming right into the prime time. I do not think I belong on the sideline. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, likewise. Yeah, bye. Do not try to cross me if you're in your right mind. See me shine bright, shining like a supernova, lighting up the night sky. Put me in the limelight, like-minded people stay connected like I'm Wi-Fi. Only pushing bangers like it is my 9-5. No, I'm never lazy when I write rhymes. People give me high fives, always deliver, cause that is my style. So what you know about it? Think that you can do it like I doubt it. Yeah. Ooh, I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Right into the hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. So come along as I show the people how it's done. I don't want a lot, I just want to be the number one. I'm coming from places I do not belong. Rise against the wind, never lazy, keep on going strong. I don't know, it just happens like that. Could drop a bad song, but I don't have the patience for that. I'm sorry, I can't help it, I'm just keeping it clean. Look at these people bouncing, see what I mean? I don't need to, I do this just for fun. But I guess I am just, well, you know, the one. Ooh, I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Right into the hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. So what you know about that? About that. Bow. The moon's eclipse, I stalk the concrete veins. Cloaked in chaos, art of war, blood courses through my veins. Suns who whisper, strike like thunder, crush them where they stand. Blades auroric, I dissect the weak with bare hands. Shuriken tongues, split your jug, your lyrics ricochet. Invisible like midnight fog, then poof, I'm in your face. You think you're armored, nah, I slip through cracks like smoke. One slice, your empire chokes. Checkmate, this is war I spoke. Machine, I phase through your defenses. Feed your ego to the crows, no mercy, no repentance. You'll never see me coming, just the shadow where I stood. A flicker, then your kingdom's drowned in ash and brotherhood. I am the storm in the silence, blazed in the fire of 1,000 suns. Violence, be my samurai, loyalty or demise. Cross me once, meet the reaper staring through my eyes. I cut through the night like a banshee. Steel kisses cold as the tundra. Pray your gods can teach me. Need your protection too late, you're already dead. My shadow's the last fight wars, I design a map, your doom in ink. Faint left then vanish, watch your ranks collapse, you blink. Appear weak then break their spine, Sun Tzu's my scripture. Drip venom in your veins, let doubt fester like a stricture. Ninjato flow, split your ego into confetti. You're spitting flames, I'm the void, suffocate, no oxygen petty. Ambush in the cipher, strike from trenches of your mind. Leave your carcass as a warning, mess with gods, get blind. Kamikaze cadence, crash through your barricades. Turn your pride to ruin, salt the earth where your flag laid. I'm the unseen plague.
Yeah, everybody, let's have some fun. Y'all live.
Okay, we are back. So, I had some falling out going on. Apparently, I have got leaks in my roof, so I had to take a quick break so that I could get buckets and stuff to collect the water. Boy, when it rains, it storms, doesn't it? I've been having so many issues in the last 2 weeks. It's pathetic, so this is just another obstacle that I need to work over. So with that being said, I will continue where I left off. Now, here we go. Vespucci also commented on the stars of the southern hemisphere, saying, "We guide ourselves by the stars of the South Pole, which are numerous and much larger and brighter than those of our pole." This statement has often led to confusion. Vespucci, of course, had no knowledge of the geographic South Pole, which would remain undiscovered for centuries. What he was referring to was the southern celestial hemisphere, specifically the stars visible in the southern sky, such as those in the constellation of Crux or the Southern Cross. These stars were unfamiliar to Europeans, who were accustomed to navigating to Polaris in the north. By commenting on these new stars, Vespucci was helping expand European understanding of celestial navigation in the southern oceans. That is what I was saying was very, I'd find that very suspicious. That does not fit in with the time period, you know what I mean? So that's what I was getting at. Now, the reference to the South Pole in Vespucci's letters should thus be understood as celestial rather than terrestrial. At the time, no European had traveled anywhere near what we today call Antarctica. Even the Antarctic Circle was far beyond the reach of 15th and early 16th century exploration. What Vespucci observed was the night sky in the southern hemisphere, and his reports about new constellations and long nights were valuable to navigators to try to orient themselves in unfamiliar waters. Before Vespucci's time, there were already depictions of maps of a vast landmass in the south. These were not based on exploration, but speculative geography dating back to ancient Greece. Philosophers And geographers like Ptolemy theorized that a large southern continent, Terra Australis Incognita, must exist to balance the landmass of the north. Medieval and early Renaissance maps frequently included such speculative continents, typically shown as massive land masses at the bottom of the world. The idea was one of cosmic balance rather than empirical discovery. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier. Now, philosophers like Pythagoras, and Ptolemy, and people of that status in their education, those are the ones I believe knew. They couldn't prove it, but they had an idea that the world was round. So in that aspect, yeah, I can believe it, but I don't know. I would have to actually see a lot of these speculative geography maps, you know what I mean, to kind of go through that. I haven't really seen too many of them, to be honest with you. I've seen just the Reese map, and yeah, it just that's a interesting area that a lot of people have gotten into. I really try to keep away from that because, like, this debate right here, it took place back in the 1800s, and it basically went nowhere. It went down a huge rabbit hole that led nowhere. And that's kind of what happens with the whole ancient maps too, and things of that nature. But later on, it'd be nice to kind of get into this and revisit this, maybe even in this series, so that I can bring it up, make it another talking point to talk about later on. But yeah, it's a real it is really a real big rabbit hole that basically leads nowhere, but it's fun to explore, you know what I mean? Everybody likes jumping down that rabbit hole. So, well, most people do. If nothing else, just for entertainment, you know what I mean? Now, Macrobian maps, based on the works of the 5th century philosopher Macrobius, divided the world into climatic zones and often included a large southern landmass in the uninhabitable southern frigid zone. These maps were more symbolic than practical, rooted in the idea of symmetry and balance. Now, when I hear the word balance, that's what really sticks out to me. Like, that goes back to, did everybody think that the world was really flat? Or were there groups of people who didn't believe that the world was flat and that it was round, you know? That's the one thing that really sticks out to me, especially after Pythagoras, you know what I mean? Pythagoras had his math down, calculated it and everything, so there's no way that he could have thought that the world was flat. He actually tracked the shape of, or the movement of the sun and everything, and determined the rotation. So that was, to me, I don't see a man who would do that as being someone who believed the world was flat. Just saying. And even with Pythagoras, I've done research on him, and he's kind of like Jesus, you know. Everybody talks about Jesus. He may have not existed because there's really no proof that he existed. Pythagoras is the same way, you know. There's really no proof that Pythagoras existed other than his supposed writings, which he didn't write because he couldn't read and write. Someone else did it for him. So that also opens up a whole different area of discussion as well. Maybe there were groups of people during that time period who knew that the earth was round and wanted to keep that quiet, because back then you talk such languages, you might be put to death. So it's just a thought, that's something that has always stuck out to me when I hear the word balance in this. It just, balance would have to do with a circular object that's rotating around the sun, wouldn't it? Water. Okay, let me shut up and go on. So later maps like the Martellus map from around 1490 also included speculative southern lands, as did Waldseemüller's own maps, which labeled southern regions as antipodes or other theoretical lands. The idea that the southern part of the world was home to a vast unknown continent persisted for centuries, even after Vespucci's observations of the southern stars and extended coastlines. No one in Europe had any direct knowledge of the true southern polar region. The Paris map of 1513, often cited in fringe theories, contains a distorted depiction of the southern Atlantic, which some have claimed shows part of Antarctica. However, mainstream historians reject this view, interpreting the southern portion of the map as a misrepresentation of South America's coastline. And even there, that kind of gets all warped out. The truth of it is mainstream historians don't know any better either. Everybody talks like they know something and they really don't. There's no way of them even coming up with that kind of an answer to it, like it was a misrepresentation. They don't know. So it's just, that's something else that sticks out to me. Now, the geographic South Pole itself was not approached until the voyage of Captain James Cook in 1773, who sailed into the Arctic Circle, but never sighted the continent itself. The true South Pole would not be reached until 1911, when Roald Amundsen and his team succeeded in crossing the icy expanse of Antarctica to arrive at the pole. The concept of the South Pole, according to these people, is the idea that the South Pole was depicted by a solar, or not really. It was depicted by speculative mapping, basically. Now, why would somebody speculate that there was land to the south if they thought the world was flat? That's the only thing that really sticks out to me on that. You know what I mean? So, for me, that whole idea, that whole theory is pretty much shot. I don't believe in it. That is true. That really doesn't go good in my, it doesn't sit right to me, you know what I mean? Now, I am going through and checking out everything and getting getting things going and set up, so to where I can make sure the audio is working. Yeah, I don't even know what I said. I got distracted by switching around on all the sites to make sure it sounds good. Then I start just talking out of my ass. Now, by the way it looks, the audio did come through good on Rumble. Came good on YouTube. And came good on Twitch. Everything is sounding out to where it sounds good. If you guys can hear that, I do apologize, but after yesterday, I don't want to take no chances today, because I did an hour and 15 minutes of stream yesterday, and 3 minutes of it is the only thing that had audio, so I'm a little bit frustrated. This is actually my second attempt for this video. I've been building up to it to where I could have a good first episode of this, and it's just kind of disappointing that I have to do it a day after it was scheduled to be done. So this is the cut. Now, the cut is supposed to be every Saturday. Today is Sunday, so I do apologize for everybody who did watch that yesterday and heard nothing but no audio. If that made sense. Now, today I am going to be coming out with another new stream. I've already started Esoteric Agenda. That's on Wednesdays at 5 p.m. Then I'm going to do the cut on Saturday at 5 p.m. And tomorrow I am going to be coming out with yet another new series. It's called Weird Science. That one is something that I've been wanting to put together for a while, so that's going to be available on The Wonderful World of Weirdness on YouTube and Rumble, as well as Strange Stories on YouTube. Now, what I usually do is I live stream on The Wonderful World of Weirdness, and then I get a copy of it and I upload it onto the Strange Stories. So if you miss, or if you want to see this again, you can go over to Strange Stories on YouTube and you can see the live footage. After this, what I do is I go through and I edit it out and make it into 15-minute videos so that people can watch or listen to what's being said at a 15-minute interval. Because I've noticed that a lot of people who listen to videos on YouTube and other media outlets on the internet, they do enjoy just sitting and listening to 15-minute video clips. So I'm also offering that to people, as well as people who like to listen to the hour-long videos or the 3-hour-long videos. There's also 15-minute videos that are being put out as well. So just check my downloads on Rumble and YouTube, and they are there. Now, I usually live stream on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, X, Kick, and DLive. Now, on YouTube, like I said, I have the channel for The Wonderful World of Weirdness, as well as The Wonderful World of Weirdness on Rumble. You can check both of those out there. Strange Stories is on YouTube. On Twitch, you will find me as Infamous 1969. And on X, I am Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. Now on DLive, I am Roger_Hanson. You can also find me on Minds at Roger_Hanson too, if you want to find the links to my channels. They are on my timeline. You can check me out there to find out how or what I'm doing. So now on Kick, I'm also Roger_Hanson as well. So I have Roger_Hanson on all those, and I am just regular Roger Hanson on well, I don't know which one's on Rumble. Yeah, I'm just regular Roger Hanson without the underscore at infamous OG1973. So let me find out how long I have been streaming. Alright, I believe I have covered the amount of time that the song was, and I made it to where I could have an hour's worth of content on here. Like I said, I do apologize if anybody watched that stream yesterday, and I have decided to make this stream real quick to compensate for that. I've deleted those from yesterday, and now we have this one. If you like this so far, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Please make comments. We would really love to hear from you. Now, after this, I am going to I did discuss the South Pole, okay? But the next thing that I'm going to get into goes deeper into this, and this is going to start talking about the plumed serpent, okay? Which, like I said, is a very, very interesting topic. And if you guys want to get into this more, other than what I'm saying, go and check out the Alberino analysis. It's an older video series. It's about 10 years old, but it's a very good story. It's a very good topic. I suggest that you go check it out for yourself, see what you think. And like I said, I don't agree 100% with what he says, but it is a very, very interesting video series. So, with that being said, I hope you guys have a good day, and I will talk to you later. I'm going to be back later to do weird science too, by the way. Talk to you guys later. Bye. I'm just telling you ahead of time, pagan festivals, there's usually naked people dancing around. So, and
well,
yeah, there
I didn't
is.
know that.
There,
I wasn't really thinking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roger's mind's in the gut.
No, I'm gonna tell you right now, some human bodies just should not be seen naked. Okay. So you know what I mean? So you're not.
I think
don't be just
drink.
No,
on the show
you
adds
need a glass.
I think it adds to it.
Yeah. Don't be thinking that it's like all these, beautiful people there, dancing to pagan music.
I was reading, they said that if you're
real fat people and
they
stuff.
said if you're born on the summer solstice, though, that it's a good thing there anyway.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. It's.
Oh yeah, they put you on a throne of gold and put a crown of gold on your head, and you'd be at the center of Stonehenge for people worshiping you and dancing around you with torches and stuff. Yeah, they'd be.
Just be
it's
careful.
amazing. Station went from like Hollywood conspiracy theories to pagan rituals with naked people dancing at Stonehenge.
You keep talking like that, she's gonna be getting a ticket to freaking England and shit, dude.
Yeah.
I
mean, I guess Sting has got the castle there, and he actually, I think he did tell a story about it's haunted too.
He lives in he lives in an old castle that was built in the 1000s at some point or something. Which I'm actually a little bit jealous of him for, because that'd be badass.
He said it was haunted.
That'd be badass to live in that. Man, he goes out there and sits and has his morning coffee at Stonehenge and watches the sun rise among Stonehenge. I mean,
that's
on,
crazy.
Man.
We have to go out in our yards and look outside the trees or something.
See, Mark, you could be doing that, but nope.
Yeah.
Nope, you could be doing that.
Actually, earlier today, this morning, I was watching a video, a YouTube video that was released earlier yesterday, about connections between Scotland and Hawaii, and how Hawaii being the only state in actually has a royal castle on it. Like Hawaii had its own royalty before America, or before it became the US, and there's a connection between Scottish landscape artist and the Hawaii monarchy. So,
really?
So, there was a sort of there's all these jokes about making Canada part of the US, make Hawaii part of Britain again.
Well,
did you say Hawaii part of Britain?
Yeah.
yeah. Why not? If the US wants to have Canada as part of the US, will we do a trade? You can have Canada, we can have Hawaii.
Well, I mean, that's not really a fair trade. You know, I mean, I guess now we've already pretty much screwed Hawaii up all to hell, so we could just give it to you now.
Yeah.
It's not as like back in the 80s, you know what I'm saying? When you watched old 80s TV shows of Hawaii, it was beautiful. Now when you watch
Hawaii, very popular tourist.
It might be popular, but it's not beautiful anymore. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She jokingly said she's getting tired of waiting on Joe.
But don't wait on him. I told you not to.
Now, when it comes to
what does he make it do?
When it comes to the whole Canada thing, you're not up to date on the new story, though, are you? Like now,
don't do that because he'll think he'll take advantage of you.
The King of England is coming over to visit Trump, and they're going to make a deal to where we join the kingdom, so we're going to be a part of the British island.
I've heard that. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Not doing that, is he?
Did you say that?
No.
Did you say that Roger? Did you say the King of England is visiting Trump?
And
we're trying to make a deal to where the British Isles become part of the United States.
No, where the United States becomes a part of the British Empire.
I didn't hear.
Yeah,
that would have been.
That's the newest bit of information that comes out. You know what I mean?
But how can we become part of the British Empire when Alberta's talking about joining us and we just acquired Greenland, I think, as a new territory?
Oh, that's the whole thing.
You've not acquired. You haven't made a deal with Denmark yet.
We made some kind of bid on. I don't know where it's at now.
Well, see, you guys are missing the point there, though.
Oh, Denmark.
We're consolidating is what it is, okay? So what's going to end up happening is we're going to take and get Greenland. We're going to pull in Canada. And then after we pull in Canada, we're going to join the British Empire and become a part of this conglomerate freaking district. So we're going to have the Northern District, and then the African nations are going to do the same thing, and then the Asians are going to do the same things. We're going to have 4 different districts, and then eventually that's going to consolidate into one world order.
I don't get him his cash. The only thing I get.
So I didn't hear anything about us becoming part of the British Empire.
Yeah, it was just news. It came out like 2 weeks ago.
You sure that
it's not news? It's fictional news.
Yeah.
I think that's fake news.
Well, it's just like England or Canada.
Now, I will say Alberta, Canada, is talking about if the Liberals win the election there this October, they are talking about drafting up demands to Ottawa. And if Ottawa doesn't follow their demands, they're either going to become their own country or become the 51st state of the United States. There actually is a thing going on with that. That actually is in the work.
I'm not sure if it's an actual thing. It's more
well, it's kind of like
I don't see that happening.
It probably won't, but I mean it's being talked about and thrown around a whole lot, but
I feel sorry for them if they do join the United States. Like Canadians don't fit in with this country. You know what I'm saying? Like they're like Care Bears and Rainbow Bright. You know what I mean? It's like.
Also, that raises a big question about the Commonwealth. Well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you think that it would be an issue with England if we just kind of take it as our own and say, you know, look, England, when you don't have anything to say about it?
Well, you can't take any part of Canada or your own. That would be technically an invasion, and that would be tantamount to a world war.
Well,
yeah,
because NATO Article 5. Yeah.
To get in, Canada from England, we'd have to put in a bid to England. We'd have to probably bid on it. And
then there would have to be a referendum in Canada.
Yeah. There'd have to be a vote on it and everything. The only thing that looks like it may happen or is being talked about potentially happening right now, which probably won't happen, is the Alberta thing. But that's not all of Canada. That's just a single province. Yeah. And that'll be up to them to decide whether they take the way or not.
I personally cannot see that happening. No.
Well, I mean, England is really hard up for money right now too. So you got to also take that in consideration.
Great Britain rather than England.
Well, yeah.
Remember the United Kingdom.
We can talk.
Great Britain is actually, their finances aren't really as great as what everybody makes it out to be.
And 30
so it's. You could argue about that about any European country. You could argue about that about the US and all the issues surrounding tariffs, recent tariff news.
Our bad economy though is like really good for you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like when we have a bad economy, you guys actually have a better one. So.
In theory, but again, there's the entire Eastern Europe issue at the moment.
Well, we're just talking about England, though. I mean,
yeah, it's all related. Nothing happens in the vacuum.
I mean,
usually, generally, whenever our economy is bad, England is doing good, and vice versa.
Yeah.
You know, generally, I'm just saying. And if you want to incorporate the rest of Europe, and go ahead, dude. But I'm just saying.
I mean, they do play a factor in there to a point, but it's kind of it's a complex variety of issues and what have you.
And nobody likes Europe. I mean, seriously, be serious, dude. Like even England hates them with a passion. Like.
They probably should.
I don't know.
Yeah, right. French
especially
people.
Well, I guess we'll go back to what do we talk about? Some more stuff, or
I'm trying to tie it all what we're talking about now. We got so far off our train of thought. I don't know how we get back to what we were talking about.
Just start on the next topic you had.
I don't know. I guess we were kind of talking about.
We could talk about how a lot of the rock stars and stuff that we think have died.
Oh, there was one I just thought about was Jimi Hendrix. Stevie Ray Vaughan had an interview not too long ago. I was watching it, and Stevie Ray Vaughan was talking about Jimi Hendrix, and he said, he really didn't die the way they said he did, and he said, I really can't talk about it. So I looked it up a little bit. Did a little research on it, and I guess some people think that Jimi Hendrix was worth more dead than alive because of the recordings and how much money he'd make after he died, and that he really didn't overdose himself, that it was he was killed. But I had never heard that. I mean, and I was around in the 60s, Jimi Hendrix was big, but yeah. So that was interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's actually a video where Stevie Ray Vaughan mentions that briefly, but then he just leaves it at that.
But he was pretty upset about it.
I can post it, maybe if we can use the video, like put it in the link in the description section or something.
You can. It's out
maybe
there.
I can send you a link, but that's
It's
up to you, Roger.
And then Stevie Ray Vaughan was another one that, he died in a helicopter crash just at the pin. Well, he was at the height of his career. He was, not completely. He was just going. He was going to be phenomenally successful, and he was successful, but even more.
Makes me wonder if he wasn't killed himself after having said that. Maybe.
Well, I never thought about that. But he wasn't supposed to be on the helicopter that night. I think his brother was going to go, but his brother was engaged to some lady, and they couldn't all fit on the copter. So she just said, "You go, and we'll go in a car." And so he ends up getting on this copter. And I think Eric Clapton was actually supposed to be with them, but he didn't go for some reason either. Yes, there was a lot of weird things about the night.
Now you mentioned Eric Clapton, that actually rings a bell. Yeah, I remember reading something about this many years ago.
Yeah, it was in the 90s, wasn't it? Or was that
very late 80s?
Yeah. I think, and hi, this is Summer Todd. My show was Summer Todd's Mystery Show, but we're changing it to Summer Todd's Creepy Corner. Tonight, we're going to be discussing Hollywood and kind of cult of Hollywood, or any stuff like Illuminati, anything that you want to discuss. It'll probably morph out into some different stuff. So that's what we're doing tonight. It's been a while since I've been on here, so hopefully we'll have a good show. And feel free to comment. And my son will be here, Austin, discussing things. So if you want to kick it off, Austin, can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I wrote down like a big list of different things to discuss. We could even probably do a couple episodes of this, but I'll just start with that first thing I wrote. So there was a rapper who's also a big TikTok creator who goes by the name of Arthur Fleck, and he had a series of videos about how he met the devil, and the devil gave him a career that he just couldn't get off the ground himself. And this is true for a lot of celebrities. but he basically he'd gotten off of a tour. He had no money. He didn't really have any fans. His career was going nowhere, and he was just crying about it. And he swore up and down that the devil pretty much answered his cries that night without him realizing it. Because a few weeks later, he was called to go to the offices in Sony, which I think was in New York. He had a guy who he didn't realize, but now he realizes that guy was the devil. And the guy had him sign the contract, that he would make, 10 million. He would invest. This guy was going to invest like $10 million in him, and he would make $100 million back out of it. And so, he was really skeptical about it, but he was desperate, so he decided to go ahead and give it a try, So he signed the contract, and it wasn't even a month later. He had hundreds of millions of dollars. He was selling out concerts and stuff all over the place. He was going to this guy's mansion, and there was all these beautiful women there that just all the time, he accessed all the best drugs and everything else. But as time went on, this guy started telling him this story about how his father, and how when he was a kid, his father and him had a really terrible relationship. He started telling Arthur Fleck about how him and his father had this really terrible relationship. One day they finally had a blow up, and he stormed out of his father's house, just crying his eyes out, and he told his father before he left, "One day you'll work for me, not the other way around." And he started realizing that the more he looked around Hollywood, this guy was the devil, and he was telling him a first-hand account of his own fall from heaven when he was the archangel Lucifer, and his father was God, and they got into it, and God told him he had to go because he was basically trying to take over and make God work for him. And then he somehow or another, Arthur Fleck had realized that he started reading into this guy's interactions with other celebrities, a lot of whom had died. And he was into the paranormal and the occult already, so he started putting two and two together. And that was how he found out this guy was actually the devil, and that everyone who made a deal with him had to be sacrificed in blood as part of the deal, or their career had to be sacrificed, or their relationship with their family had to be sacrificed. There was always some kind of major sacrifice had to be made as a result of the deal that they had made with him. And somehow or another, he got out, but there was only like 8 short videos in the series where he gave a basic rundown of how he thought the devil had come into his life, how the devil gave him the career, how he found out this guy was the devil, and then how it basically ended when he realized there was a sacrifice. But the last video, he said he was going to be ending the series because he had been threatened for putting this stuff out there in the first place, and he didn't go into any detail about how he had gotten out. He just said he got out before it was too late and he had to be sacrificed, but he didn't go into any detail about exactly how it was he got out. And if you look at a lot of celebrities, so many of them have died, or they've had really close loved ones die. And you've seen, people's careers implode too. It's not always like the death of a loved one of theirs or themselves. Sometimes they sacrifice, their careers, but there always has to be some sort of sacrifice as a result of that.
Well, didn't that last video, didn't he say, or what, that wasn't his last video. I saw a video where, did he say something about Jay-Z or Diddy and then he kind of backtracked on it?
Oh, that was Kanye West, because he was doing this. Supposedly Kanye West was, as we all know, Kanye West was on this big rant about Jews and stuff, and running Hollywood, and how the devil was running Hollywood and stuff, and he was in league with the Jews. He went on these big tirades about it, and he said they were going to retaliate against him for. Kanye said they were going to retaliate against him for saying all this stuff and exposing him, and that when they did, he would probably disappear, and then for a while, like, drop out of the public spotlight, and then he would reappear. But when he reappeared, he said it wouldn't be him because they were going to either off him or they were going to destroy his career, but they were just going to make it look like he took a break. So what happened was, there was not too long after he started doing that, he supposedly went into this bipolar episode, because Kanye West is supposed to be mentally ill. He supposedly was not on his medications, so he was, even though he was a billionaire, he wasn't on his medication. He was having a psychotic episode, and he was going down to Skid Row hanging out with homeless people and stuff all the time. So the first video was where Arthur Fleck was talking about how they used that as a cover story, that Kanye West had flipped his lid because he wasn't on his meds, and his mother had recently passed, and he was having a breakdown because of that, which is interesting, coming back to the sacrifice concept. But and they said that he had just went off his rocker and he was hanging out down on Skid Row. But in the first video, Arthur Fleck said that he actually went down. He was in the area around Skid Row one day, and the guy that looked just like Kanye came up to him, not too far from where all the homeless encampments were, and he said it was Kanye West told him, they did what I warned everybody they were going to do. They froze my bank accounts. They've removed me from. They've destroyed my career. They've destroyed my fortune and everything. I've lost everything, and now I'm down here. And they're in the media telling everybody that I just went crazy, and I'm in a mental hospital, in and out of mental hospitals, and hanging out with homeless people. But what they really did was they froze my bank accounts, so I couldn't pay any of my bills or debts to them, and I've lost everything, and now I'm down here. And they're going to act like I recovered and replace me with a body double. That was the first video that Arthur Fleck did on that, because he said he met Kanye not too long after that, because he was a big rapper and he was in some of those circles. And then he did another video. He came back with another video where he said, or Arthur Fleck came back with another video after he'd done that first one, where he said, okay, I did a little more digging to elaborate further on the whole story I told in the first video, and I found out that Kanye actually had been having mental issues, and according to his first wife, which I think was, or his wife, his former wife, Kim Kardashian, I don't know if she was his first or not, but she said Kanye would disappear for days at a time because he was psychotic and he was not taking his meds, and he was having a real hard time coping with his mother's death, and that he would go missing for days or weeks at a time, come back sometimes after wearing the same clothes he had been wearing for weeks, not having had taken a shower. And so he said it was actually true that Kanye was just having mental problems, and that's why he was disappearing for weeks at a time. Yeah, because he said it. He said at first, in the first video, he had said, well, okay, he was making all these statements about Hollywood, the people who really run Hollywood and all this, and how people sell their souls to the devil. And he warned everybody he was going to be framed as being crazy and then replaced with someone else. And then he said in that video he had met him too after they'd actually destroyed his career. And at the same, and not too long after that, he supposedly made a big comeback and was doing better again. But he had said in that first video it wasn't the real Kanye. And then he backtracked, but he made that second video where he backtracked and said he had done some research, and it turned out Kanye was just completely off his rocker, and he was going down and hanging out on Skid Row because he wasn't on his meds, and he was having a psychotic episode.
That's weird because I mean, look at there's so many of this that happened to Chappelle. Remember he supposedly and went to Africa or something, and then Britney Spears, Wendy Williams. Who else? There's somebody else right now. I'm thinking I can't think of. There's just several of them that, like in Wendy Williams, I don't even know what's going on with her. Like she said, somebody took over her money. And she has a conservatorship, but she doesn't know who it is. And I mean, and then people were saying on TMZ that doesn't seem to be insane. But she's saying it's because she crossed Jay-Z. There's a lot of people.
That was exactly what Arthur Fleck said in that first video about Kanye. He said Kanye approached him on the street not too far from Skid Row when he was hanging out, and he said, "They did what I warned you about. They're saying that I went crazy, but what really happened is they destroyed my career, and I'm homeless now, and they're going to act like I made a comeback, but it'll be somebody posing as me." And it's interesting too. This kind of veers off into the world of politics. I don't know if you and Roger saw saw Trump's latest one of Trump's Truth Social posts last week, and Donald Trump actually did post this. You can look it up, where he said that Joe Biden was assassinated back in 2020, and they put body doubles and even AI generated images of him in place of the real him making speeches.
Trump said that? Really?
Yeah, he did.
Wow.
Did you remember that, Roger?
Yeah. Were you talking about Biden?
Yeah. Did you see Trump's Truth Social post?
Well, I try to stay away from a lot of Donald Trump's Truth Social posts.
But that's like committing suicide by saying something like that, isn't it?
That's fine. But I was just wondering if you had seen that particular post as it relates to what we were talking about with people.
But
I've heard some of it.
I don't know why Trump would say that. Doesn't he know everybody think he's nuts?
Well, it all stemmed from the pen. Okay, they had this pen that they say that Biden was
the auto pen.
The auto pen, where they were just automatically signing stuff, and that's where it started from. So I mean, like, I
But to say that he's dead, because I just saw a thing where they interviewed Biden the other night, but it was kind of weird. I mean, he doesn't act like he knows where he's at, but wow, I mean,
he's definitely senile.
And they said that part of the reason they were coming up with the cancer diagnosis for him so now, even though he's had it for years, was to cover for the fact that the real one was actually dead. Now there was actually instances there was actually at least a couple instances in the former Soviet Union decades ago where the premiers had died, and the Russian people didn't know about it for like months or years in some cases.
Wow.
And this was before AI and all that stuff, where they can completely create fake videos of world leaders making speeches they never made and everything else. The technology is way more sophisticated than we know.
Well, when it comes to AI and everything, the more that I'm doing research into that, which I've been doing it amazingly a lot in the last year, but the more I check it out, the more I see like a lot of esoteric aspects to it, like that a lot of people aren't even aware of. Like most of this
Right.
stuff everybody calls computer science isn't really computer science. It's straight up esoteric shit. Excuse my.
It's weird. My boyfriend and I watched a show about it with Bill Gates, and he said a lot of young people are starting to create their own partners and stuff because they just aren't interacting with humans and don't know how. So it's strange. It's really strange. But the weird thing is, I keep seeing the whole thing like they said Britney Spears went crazy, and now she's got a conservatorship over her. Somebody's got control over her money. Wendy Williams, Chappelle supposedly, but he said that he was never crazy, that he just needed to get away, and he didn't want to deal with them. So that was, but then when he left, that's what they said about him. They were like, oh, he's lost his mind, and we don't know if he'll ever be back again, because he said, no, I'm not going to take your contracts and do what you want me to do with them. So that's what he said.
And Cat Williams said the same thing too.
Oh,
didn't they? He said
he's got something to do with a lot of them, and somebody said Britney Spears and had pissed off Jay-Z somehow too. But I think I'm surprised he hasn't been charged with something, knowing Diddy as well as he does. They were friends. He has to know. He had to be involved in that stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. And another, I do wonder, because Trump was talking about those clones and AI body doubles and what have you. You remember back when they cloned Dolly the sheep, back in the early 2000s, and then they said, well, this didn't work out so well. We're not going to research cloning anymore, and we're certainly never going to clone humans. And then that was the last we ever heard of it. Does anybody really believe that the government would stop cloning people? I mean, body doubles are part of security details for these people, so why wouldn't they clone them?
They actually had something in Ancient Aliens on an episode they had in their later episodes where, and I don't know for sure if it's true or not, but they said that that's not really the case, because I think it was in Japan or somewhere over in the Orient, they cloned or they made twin clones, two kids that were twins over there, and the guy who did it actually got put in prison for 3 years and was released. So I know, and there are rumors that another human named Eve was actually cloned. I think that one was in South America.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that vaguely.
So
I do vaguely remember hearing about that. And it's interesting too, what I was going to tie that Biden-Trump thing back to, and the Kanye thing back to, was another story going clear back to the 60s when they said that, for some reason that we still don't understand today, that Paul McCartney had actually died and had been replaced. And the Beatles were in their psychedelic phase and all that time, and so they were slipping all these subtle messages into their songs like I Am the Walrus and Strawberry Fields Forever about Paul McCartney having died and been replaced with another one. But the weird thing about it, you could attribute to them all just to having been too strung out on acid and having paranoid delusions and stuff back then. But to this day, Ringo Starr is actually still going around saying that the real Paul McCartney was actually killed and was actually replaced with like a body double or a clone. So it makes me wonder if when they supposedly cloned Dolly the sheep back in the early 2000s, if this was the first time that something like this had been pulled off, or if it was just them making something that they've been doing for maybe decades public.
Elvis, they keep running around saying he's alive, but I'm sure he's
yeah. He may have been one that was just sacrificed because he sold his soul to the devil, though, and he really is dead.
He was in such bad shape on his last concert. I don't even know how he made it through that. And that was shortly after that he died. So.
Yeah, he was.
If he was sacrificed to this cult, you know what the intentions to that was, don't you? They were gonna eat his ass.
Elvis.
Elvis, I would have, if I was a cannibal, dude. Elvis would have been right on the plate, dude. He was fat and succulous, or whatever they call it.
I do wonder if there is some cannibalism. You've heard of the adrenochrome conspiracy, haven't you, Roger?
No.
I've never heard.
The adrenochrome thing.
Tell me about it.
So basically, I thought you of all people had heard about this since you were like a big conspiracy buff and you were into all kinds of weird stuff. But
I might know it, but I'd like to hear you say it because I want to hear you.
Oh, you just want to hear.
I want to hear you.
My side of it. Okay,
give me your.
So basically, the adrenochrome thing. Huh?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So the adrenochrome thing, it actually does tie into like the Hollywood conspiracies thing, and it's pretty out there. I don't know for sure if I believe it myself, but since you mentioned like the cannibals thing, it just reminded me of it. So it was like basically the adrenochrome is a chemical it's an endorphin that's produced in the brains of children when they're traumatized, be it through being molested or raped or put in very terrifying situations. So basically the theory went that, Diddy and Weinstein and Epstein had this in their trafficking rings. Children would be terrified from being kidnapped and molested and stuff. And somehow or another, these celebrities were getting adrenochrome from these traumatized children, which is the endorphin produced by their brains when they're traumatized. And these celebrities were consuming adrenochrome to stay young. And they were even using it as a beauty product, applying it like on their skin and stuff.
Isn't there
that is pretty, I know it sounds pretty crazy.
But wasn't there too? They said that if it was scared, it tasted better. Or fish.
Oh yeah, like a toad. Like there was some kind of psychedelic toad. You'd scare it, and it would emit some kind of psychedelic, and you would lick it, and the trip would be stronger if it was scared.
It was actually some kind of I don't know what it was. They said if the animal was scared, the meat tasted better. I can't remember what it was.
Veal?
Huh?
Was it veal? Like calves, you would scare them real bad before you'd slaughter them, and the meat would be juicier. More.
It was kind
the
of
same kind of thing.
Yeah, and they still bleed. You guys, some kind of crazy.
But that was kind of basically what the adrenochrome thing was, and it ties into another Hollywood conspiracy theory called Pizzagate, where they were actually eating brains of children with adrenochrome in them.
Well, that's like that Mountain Dew thing that I sent you, isn't it? Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or like, I don't know what that's about. Have you heard that, Roger?
Yeah, I've heard of it through Pizzagate and what this goes into something kind of like a interview that Jaffe off of the World Pirate Radio Network last night did, where he had a girl who says that she was involved with MK Ultra, and and that they had her actually be a sex slave, and she had some interesting things to say about freaking the Beatles as well. Not only that, but Mick Jagger. And like I really don't buy into all of that 100%, but there are things that you have to really think about. Like, have you ever seen the original video for "Sympathy of the Devil" for the Devil with Mick Jagger?
I don't know if
I never saw the original video.
Well,
I don't think so.
he was performing live, and in the audience it had what's his name, John Lennon and his wife. What is her name again?
Yoko.
Yoko Ono. They were in the video, and it's just when you watch this video, it's really really creepy. Okay, I mean really really creepy the way he did it, and I've also had some things that makes me think about the Georgia Guidestones too. I honestly believe that maybe Yoko Ono was the one who was behind all that, who created those stones. And
Now, did you see? There's a video out there. I don't know if I sent it to you, Austin, about Sasha Fierce and Beyonce. And she's in this concert, and she does this, like she's swinging her head around. She swings it back up, and it looks like her face looks like the devil just for a moment, and it's pretty creepy. So that, you know how she goes and says she has this alter image, Sasha Fierce.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
well, I don't know if I did. I may not have sent it to you, but when she does look really weird. But I was thinking, oh, it's just because she's swinging her head down and back up. But it was strange. It's kind of like, that sounds like that Mick Jagger thing where there's something going on. But yeah, and so people were saying she sold her soul to the Illuminati. They've said that about her and that Sasha Fierce thing for a while. But now they have.
Yeah, and like Sasha Fierce is a demon that enters her because she sold her soul to Satan. So Sasha Fierce takes over.
Yeah.
And the scariest part about all, or not really the scariest, but the hardest part about all this is like you really do have to take mental illness into consideration. You know what I mean? Because like when you're listening to these guys, you got to be careful because well, you really don't have to be careful because if it did happen to them, they're going to have mental illness. If it didn't happen to them, and they're saying it just out of like mental illness, then that's also another thing. So either way you look at it, they're going to have mental illness. You know what I mean? It's just a matter.
Yeah. Well, yeah, mental illness a lot of times comes from spiritual illness, which obviously if they sold their souls to Satan, they're spiritually ill.
Yeah.
And they're going to be traumatized from being mixed up and all that shit. So yeah, I can absolutely see it.
Yeah.
Did you see the woman? She was the balance beam Olympic person, Mary Lou Retner. What's her name?
Yeah, Retner. Isn't she the one that took it to the leg, or was she the one that had her boyfriend do it with the pole?
No, skater. This was like, she was a balance beam person back in, I think I would have to say maybe even the 70s. But she.
Now you were thinking of the ice skaters, Roger. That was Tanya Harding and Nancy Kerrigan fiasco.
Yeah, this was Mary Lou Retner, or I forget. I don't know how to pronounce her name, but she just this last week was picked up for DUI, or maybe a couple weeks ago, and now they're saying she's missing. They said that I guess she lives by herself. I don't know if it's Arizona or someplace, but the neighbor was saying, well, there's something's going on. Her mail's not been picked up. The paper's not been picked up. So according to the story I read, she's missing, and her family's not from around where she's at. They're not very close with her, and they hadn't heard from her. They just knew that she got picked up for DUI, but nobody seems to know where she went. So unless the story's not true, but it was supposed to be. And that was weird too. She's an old Olympic. She had a little short hair. She was real cute.
I remember the name. I do remember the name. I just got it mixed up.
It was a long time ago. Yeah, but and she got sick a few years ago with something, and then I don't know what's been going on with her, but it's strange. I mean, how did she just disappear? And they said her house, like a hoarder's house, it was a mess, and they don't know what's happened. But you know, it's weird. You don't hear like some of these stories you think would be on the mainstream news. This was an Olympic person. I mean, it was on the news that she got picked up for DUI, but now that she's missing, you're really not seeing a whole lot about it. So it's strange how, you know, the news just kind of picks and chooses what they want to put out there. You know,
absolutely. There's a narrative. They're trying to shape the world with their narrative, so they got to cherry pick what they put out, and they got to cherry pick what they tell us about what they've cherry picked. And
well, yeah, and like that Denver airport lady, I hadn't heard anything about that at all, but I saw like yesterday. I hadn't been on TikTok in a while, and I got on there, and I was like, well, how come nobody? I've never seen this even on the news.
No, and that should be huge.
Did you see it, Roger, where this Denver airport lady was saying they threw her, I think they I don't know if they arrested her, I guess, but she was in the Denver, it was a Denver airport, Austin? Yeah.
Yeah.
She was reading this note, said her and her kids were going to be kidnapped or had been kidnapped, and she needed to tell everybody something worse was coming than 9/11, and that she had to read this, and she was reading it, and I mean, it's on YouTube. She's reading all this stuff off, and she acts scared and stuff. She doesn't act like she's insane. So a lot of people believe that that something's going on. And they said Denver airport's kind of a weird place anyhow. But you didn't even see it on the news? I mean, come on.
No. You think, well, if you're, you can't trust the mainstream media to report on anything hardly remotely important or even halfway truthful anymore.
Well, and all they do is get on, whether you like Trump or not, by the time they get done with, it's insane. It's like
that's all they talk about.
Act like kindergartners.
Every story they talk about is about Trump.
Yeah. Well, and they'd have talked so much about him when he wasn't even the president that they kind of made him president. But he's just, it's like they act like they're 2 years old. Well, President Trump's not speaking to Elon today, and it's just the way, he is, or, like, this is so stupid. I'm like, I don't even watch the news, any of it anymore. It's just crazy.
You can't. No, I don't either. I can't do it.
Me and Mr. Robot and Mark Edworthy just did a show on different stages of warfare. Like, you have different generations, okay, and like Vietnam all the way up to the Iraqi war, which the Iraqi war is kind of stretching it, but that was considered the fourth generation of warfare. And now we're entering into a fifth generation of warfare where you'll start seeing people acting crazy because of psychological warfare, okay? And when you see Donald Trump being done that way, who's the president of the United States, that's a psychological effect that's being done to you. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not used to that, whereas they know that, so they're using it so they could screw your head up.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's a form of psychological warfare.
It's psychological. They're psychological operations or psyops,
right,
for short.
Right.
And they're doing it to make people insane.
That's why everything seems so backwards.
So, yeah.
And they make you feel goofy in your head because everything seems upside down and inside out, when in reality it's not you, it's the way that they're actually wanting you to perceive things. They want to cause that confusion.
And the way you feel and the way you think shapes your reality too.
Right.
So if you feel all screwed up, your reality becomes all screwed up and you lose control of it. It's felt like that since 2020. They really turned things upside down, and they really screwed a lot of things up.
Yep.
Just without even firing a single shot. Just scaring the hell out of people.
Yeah, AI is taking over though, because I had some issues with my T-Mobile, and oh my God, they sent me 2 towers. They were only supposed to send one. They were supposed to replace one for free or some crap. But anyway, my boyfriend and I were here. We did like almost 3 hours. They were supposed to take out these little chips because the chip wasn't registering or something, and all kinds of crap. And I told the rep, I said, I live basically 8 minutes from T-Mobile, so can I go over there? And she's like, well, I think this will do it and this will do it. So finally, she couldn't get it done. And I said, I had to get off the phone. It was ridiculous. So anyway, we go over to T-Mobile. He does it. He takes care of it in about 5 minutes, which was good. But then the next day I needed to set up my alarms in the house on a 2G, network instead of the 5. So I called and you get an AI assistant and it walks you through. And I thought, oh, this is going to be great, But really, it only took me about 5, maybe not even 10 minutes, and I had it done. And I was telling my boyfriend, I was like, we're always giving AI hell. I said, but look, that we probably could have done that yesterday if we had an AI walking us through it in 20 minutes. I said, instead of a human that she kept getting, she didn't know what was going on or why it wasn't connecting and all this stuff. So that's kind of scary.
Yeah.
You're getting brainwashed.
Yeah.
Brainwashed, but actually the AI is really weird because I would be like, she'd tell me how to set it up. I'd get to a point and I'd say, I didn't get that. And she'd say, okay, we'll go back. And she'd say, now try it again. She's just like a human. And she said, okay, are you ready? And I say, yeah. And then go to the next thing. It was really strange, but she was very efficient. So strange.
And if you didn't know any better, you could have swore it was a real person, which and you
better than the real
you
person
said you said yourself, you said yourself that Jay-Z bought a lot of AI, and let's face it, he's a billionaire, right? He can probably buy way better AI bots than you have any access to. Well, so who's to say the world leaders and celebrities that our media can't replace these people with AI bots, and we wouldn't know the difference? How sophisticated has it gotten at their level?
Yeah, that Katy Perry thing is so strange. I don't know if Roger's seen it, but I've seen that video a couple times you sent to me.
Like she's glitching out on stage like she's a robot. What the hell's up with her?
Now, maybe that's what's wrong with her.
She's doing that because of all the jokes people are making towards her about freaking going to outer space.
She didn't go to outer space.
She went into outer space on a shuttle that looks like a penis, dude.
Yeah, and
she didn't go to outer space. That whole thing was a simulation. Those people didn't go. I don't even buy it. You want to talk about Hollywood conspiracies? There is a conspiracy there because they came back in that thing and the capsule wasn't even burnt up and the door didn't open from the right side, and they probably just went into one of those things where you lose gravity for a second and they had an image superimposed of space behind it.
Well,
I don't think. And they were wearing like makeup and stuff and all their jewelry and stuff. Like, you're not supposed to be doing that.
Right.
They didn't.
Get canceled because of it too. Because I never did like her, but Katy Perry in that thing she looked like an AI. But yeah, there was a lot of criticism because they spent so much money supposedly too, and everybody's They
don't even have any footage of the rocket they were on supposedly taking off. And the one video they subbed it for doesn't even look real. They don't even try to make it look good.
And they were going on women's rights or something like back when
like they were the first female astronauts. Oh, come on.
It was a
seriously
restaurant.
though, I mean, you guys don't think it's something that it was literally shaped like a freaking penis, dude.
I didn't see
Well,
that.
yeah, there was that too, but
I mean,
aren't all rockets kind of shaped like penises though? I mean,
okay. The first all women supposed crew that goes into outer space flies out of the freaking orbit of Earth in a spaceship the shape of a freaking penis, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, I think it's kind of weird. I never thought about that. But yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's not very feministic. It's not very.
Yeah, it's
gonna go over well with the feminists.
Well, I mean, it's weird shit like that. That's what I'm talking about, and that's what goes on these days, and people just go freaking nuts over it. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, people were upset about that one though. That didn't go over like they thought it was going to.
No, it was.
Yeah.
That went over about as well as Beyonce being country.
Yeah, her too. Having to cancel and give money back on tickets and everything else.
What country stars or what did the country fans do? Did they like throw stuff at her and everything?
Well, a lot of
nobody.
But the problem is, I think they were going thinking she was going to play some of her pop music, and they weren't pleased with her. Even though when she played the country stuff, they said she just is not put on the performance she usually does, and the tickets were too expensive. So a lot of them were wanting their money back. It's a lot of her fans, amazingly, you know.
I don't think anybody who's really a country fan is going to go see Beyonce in concert, especially to sing country. Because she just isn't. The whole thing was a fuck you to people who actually do like country music. But nothing more, nothing less.
She's just kind of going through the motions. Like usually her show's good, but she's not really putting much effort into it either. I don't know. I've never seen her in concert, but yeah. Well, her whole thing being associated with Jay-Z has pretty much tarnished her image, and it's tarnished his too. I don't think they're going to be able to come back from it very well, even if they don't get implicated in something.
Well, I mean, with P. Diddy, I also want to point something out. I had to clear up something that I'd said previously, or I've said quite a few times, and I think I should probably say it here too, but I found out that the baby oil was not actually bought from Costco's.
What? Where was it bought from?
I for some reason thought that there was a receipt, a physical receipt that was given to him.
They did say that. Didn't they say that?
That's what I was.
They did say that.
That's what I was under the impression of. But then I found out that the rumors actually started because his lawyer heard or was asked about the baby oil, and he goes, 1,000 bottles of baby oil. He's like, who the heck would buy $1,000 of baby oil? And besides, Costco's is just down the street, and that's apparently where it all started.
Okay.
So
what else?
You know, but and then I thought about it. I was like, you know, I mean, where I saw that was actually off of a video. And I mean, if somebody wanted to, I mean, if you take a look at it, you know, most AIs do that stuff where you say receipt and it shows an AI footage of a receipt being handed off. So I don't know. I have to look at that video again to see if it was actually him, you know, like a receipt laying down somewhere and what it says on there. But that's
well, there's so much going on with that. There's so much going on with that whole Diddy thing that we haven't even heard yet because a lot of stuff's held back and as the trial unfolds too. So, you know, it's really hard for the general public to know what the truth is and isn't right now, especially.
Yeah, there's some people reporting on it, what's going on, but it's just turned into a big circus. But yeah.
Well, I did find out that there was not only baby oil, but there was something like Astroglide. that was involved. So
Astroglide.
so apparently he had like crap loads of freaking baby oil stored up and Astroglide. And at first I thought it might have been like for slip and slide kind of things where you put it on there.
Oh, and that there was this one
We
guy.
all know what it was for.
Huh?
We all know what it was for.
Well, I mean,
Well, there was.
I'm just saying, I really didn't understand what Astroglide was actually used for in unrelated P. Diddy freaking.
Oh.
You know what I mean? I have
Oh.
like, that's the first time I even heard of Astroglide. Like,
Well,
what's he got these girls doing, man? You know what I mean? Like,
well, not just he was doing other stuff too. And there was this guy, and there's the lawsuit's still out there. I saw it on YouTube. He's saying that he ended up at a party. I don't know who he is, but he said he ended up at this party and that he did something wrong and that Diddy was humiliating him and he was taken underneath the mansion into this room and they put weird stuff on his head and they were doing weird things. But he said Beyonce and Jay-Z was there and what's that woman that used to do the Miami Sound Machine? Emilio Estevez, his wife. She was there, but she wasn't like
Gloria Estefan.
Gloria. Yeah, he said she saw him and he was drugged. And he said that she said to her husband, somebody needs to do something about him. What is going on? And he said, don't worry about it. And so they took him into this room and they supposedly humiliated him and raped him. And I guess it was supposed to be Jay-Z and Diddy, but he said Beyonce had something to do with it too. And then Emilio Estevez and his wife, I guess they knew something, but they went on they weren't participants. I guess they thought that Diddy was taking care of things with him because they knew that he was out of it. So everybody was laughing about it, and they were laughing at him. This has been a few months ago. Everybody was laughing. They said he's just nuts. This guy's obviously delusional, even though Diddy's crazy. Well, now in the trial, it's coming up. It's come up quite a few times. Usher even said it that in this mansion, there's 3 different types, 3 rooms down there underneath the mansion that are like I don't know if they're like torture chambers or sexual rooms, but Usher said he didn't see much of them because he didn't participate, but he said Diddy showed the rooms to him, said you're not ready for this or something. And then also Cassie said something about it. So now they're thinking, well, maybe this guy's not so crazy anyway, after all. Because
that was Candace Owens, I think, did a video about that, didn't she? Because you sent me a video. That guy was charged with killing somebody back in like 2017, and he was talking about it at his trial back then, and everybody thought he was nuts. And now it's coming out that it actually he was talking about did happen.
It might.
I can't remember what his name was.
But another thing.
It's really weird. People I think they're starting to believe him, and I think that lawsuit's still out there, but there's so much going on,
Well, you said Emilio Estevez. You know what that also kind of runs into too, don't you?
No.
It goes into those claims that Corey Haim made about Charlie Sheen taking and molesting him when he was freaking he ended up committing suicide, or a lot of people say that it wasn't suicide, his family and everything, but
oh yeah, Corey, another one. What was the else? They said he
was a child actor, wasn't he?
Yep, it was Charlie Sheen. He accused of freaking doing all that stuff to him, and he didn't have a good relationship with his parents when he was alive, and then when he ended up passing away, they started saying, oh no, he didn't commit suicide and he wasn't molested or anything like that, you know what I mean? And Corey Feldman screamed from the top of his lungs, no, this is what happened. And to this day, people still refuse to listen to him. They don't want to hear that Charlie Sheen molested Corey Feldman or Corey Helms.
Yeah, and
Corey Hames.
Well, Charlie Sheen
yeah,
went in too. So, that's another one that went off the deep end for a while. But
yeah.
actually, I did.
Yeah, what happened? What exactly happened to him? What's going on with him these days? He dropped off the face of the earth, and you never hear from him anymore.
Who, Charlie Sheen?
Yeah, I know he had HIV last I heard, but that's the last I heard, and now I don't hear nothing about him anymore.
Well, if you remember correctly, though, he had HIV, and then he started freaking doing shit where he was having sex with women while he had HIV, and they put him on house arrest because of it, and that and drugs.
But but now he's
he's charged with isn't it, if you have HIV and you're knowingly giving it to people through sex like that, that's like bioterrorism or something, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's against the law, but I don't think he was really ever charged with anything. I think he's just of course he had to retire from the show because he botched that all up, but I guess he's just calmed down by now. I mean, yeah.
I don't know.
Oh man, I missed.
But there was that thing about him having HIV and giving it to women. That leads me to another interesting topic that was on my list about. There was the Grim Reaper, and she was a mystery woman in Hollywood who was spreading HIV to male celebrities by sleeping around with them.
That was
she supposed. Right? That was another Arthur Fleck video, and he said he knew who it was, and he knew all the celebrities she had given it to, but he didn't say who she was, obviously. But was it? I wonder if it's somebody that got it. She said she got it when she was 17, so I wonder if she got it from Charlie Sheen. I mean, you put two and two together with what Roger was just talking about.
Oh, J-Lo wasn't with him. J-Lo wasn't.
You think? Yeah, I mean, if that's who it was, but I don't know.
I don't know. She's just she really is crazy, but she thinks she's.
Yeah, she is. She's another one that's in the whole Diddy Epstein Weinstein thing, which I actually think all three of those things are one. I think they're one. I think they were a single trafficking ring ran by all these people. In concert with each other.
And she covered up that shooting, according to a lot of people, and she knows that Diddy did it. So they could actually take her to trial again if they think there's no statute of limitations on that. If Diddy did it, instead, that poor guy they said did 10 years in prison. But,
I still think he had something to do with Tupac's death too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really do. I've had a conversation with a guy named Angel who was on Skype and now Teams, but he just doesn't believe it, and he does. But at the same time, he doesn't believe that freaking Michael Jackson did anything to those little kids either. You know what I mean? He was just a really nice guy who liked kids.
Some people won't believe that. They just won't.
I don't know how somebody could not believe that he was a pedophile, because it's pretty obvious that he was.
Yeah.
I can't wrap my head around that. That's like saying that O.J. Simpson's innocent. That's it's just about that bad.
He is, but he's not.
Well, let me point something out though about that though. During the time of the LA riots, when his trial was going on, I saw a few people that were sitting out there with freaking signs saying "Free OJ." You know what I mean? Like back whenever.
Oh yeah.
Back
there was people said did it.
Yeah.
Else did it.
Yeah. He had all this support back when it was going on, and then as time went by, people just started saying, "Oh man, I don't know what I was thinking."
Yeah, and now too, though, there's like a lot of shows on it that show what some of the stuff that wasn't shown in the trial. And so people were like, oh my gosh, well, if I'd have known that, of course I would have thought he was guilty. But there was a lot of things that people didn't know about. And a lot of things they didn't put in the trial. Because what's the guy that he wrote a book that was with Marcia Clark, Chris Darden, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how they wouldn't let him put a lot of things in the trial, like the woman OJ almost hit a woman. He ran through a red light and almost hit her, coming right from Nicole's house, and the timeline was perfect. And then so she told the LA police, and she said, you can't let anybody know about this. This is so high profile. I don't want my life ruined. And they said they wouldn't tell anybody. Well, they didn't tell anybody, but the media got a hold of it, and she lost her job and all kinds of stuff because, there was just media all over it, and they were trying to interview her and bothering her. Well, she found out that OJ had put it out there that he knew somebody in the LA police department. He found out that she had said something about it, and he got it out there and messed up her life. And that's what she said. And she said then it was never put in the trial because, it was just she didn't want to do it anymore. And so, and now I think they didn't really, they believed her, but there was just stuff.
Yeah,
he just squelched it.
Same thing with freaking Tupac. They've had evidence that IDs the guy who they're accusing of it now. They've had that for like 20 years, and
yeah,
they sat on it. The LAPD just completely sat on it and said freaking that they didn't think that it would be worth pushing the trial forward because they didn't want to escalate another riot.
It's funny to me that OJ was always running around saying the LA police planted stuff, but because really, that's what one of the detectives was saying is, and this woman too, she was like, well, there was officers that he bought off. And when Nicole told her sister when the police would come to their house after she called them and said that OJ beat the crap out of her, the police wouldn't even pay any attention to her, and they go outside in the yard and take pictures with OJ. So
and ask for his autograph and stuff.
There was a lot going on with police officers and stuff in him. He bought people off and all kinds of stuff.
It's a lot of the same thing. It's the same thing with Diddy. He's bought a lot of people off, or had people intimidated or murdered, or God only knows what.
These people going to trial act like they're safe, but I don't know how safe they are. They think they're safe because he's in jail, but like you said, like OJ was in jail too, but he was getting to people.
Those people can do business from behind bars. Just look at Pablo Escobar. They locked him up. He had people. He had a business network still on the outside, and all he had to do was make phone calls to a couple people who, on the outside, who went and told other people. And, he was able to do business from behind bars. Still,
and OJ's friend.
That's the thing with those people.
AJ Cowlings or whatever, and even his lawyer, they hid stuff. I think his lawyer threw the bag away, or he knew something about that bag that he had that had all the evidence in it. He threw it away.
Yeah.
Well, OJ had Al Sharpton though. See, that was the thing, and like that's the one thing I said whenever I was talking about OJ and relating him to freaking P. Diddy was, if you take a look at what's going on today with P. Diddy's trial, they keep emphasizing on how much he freaking abused his girlfriend, and that's always in the spotlight, and they're throwing it up in the courtroom. And if you remember back with O.J. Simpson, that's what screwed their case up with him too, because they kept talking about, oh, look how horrible he was. He beat her this time and that time. And they literally thought that was going to help, when in fact it actually gave the opposite effect. People.
Well, it was all they focused on they hyper focused on it when they needed to focus on some other stuff.
Right.
Well,
So there was that too.
was one of the detectives that
And they likened O.J. Simpson to Rodney King.
Yeah.
They
was Cochran. If it hadn't been for Johnny Cochran, it's Johnny Cochran, and that's what Chris Darden said.
Yeah,
and
Johnny Cochran, you're right.
Once Johnny Cochran turned it into race and tied it to Rodney King, him and Marcia Clark were done. He said, and that shouldn't have been done, but it worked. But yeah, but they had evidence. There was blood in the Bronco. Nicole's blood was in the Bronco. There was blood in OJ's condominium. It was Nicole's and his. He cut his finger real bad, because the glove slipped off, they think, when he was stabbing her, and he sliced his finger. Which I've watched all kinds of crime shows, and anybody that's committed a crime where there's a lot of blood and stabbing and stuff, usually they'll have a cut, and he had a big cut on his finger, and they were questioning him about that.
The whole one.
He was trying to act like he cut it, like he cut it doing something, like he broke a glass, he said, in the hotel room.
That was the whole, if the glove doesn't fit, you must have put debacle.
Yeah.
But
That's
but OJ had a big cut on him, which is it pretty much showed that he did it that night. The next day, there was blood all over everything, because he had cut himself in his condo that night when they went to try to find him. But he had already got in, went to, go to the airport, I guess. I don't know. I don't even know how he got off. It's crazy. They could have had a video of him doing it, and he would have got off.
Well, see, the thing that I'm getting at is, like, if you look at what's happening with P. Diddy, they're doing the same thing. He's being brought up on charges of trafficking. You know what I mean? So,
right.
so focus on focus on that. Yeah,
They're focusing on the freak parties and stuff. Well, and that's really, unless he was with minors and all that stuff, I don't know how against the law it is, unless the women can prove that he raped them. So really, yeah, they better get on to the racketeering.
If they can prove that the people at the freak-off parties were being trafficked to be used as sex slaves by celebrities, then they've got something. But if they're just using this to smear him from a moral, ethical standpoint, they won't get a conviction out of that.
But I don't know if they can charge other people. There's people saying that J-Lo was at those parties, but she had to be with minors. I don't know if they're going to go after some of these other people, or they give them immunity. I know they did Usher. I'm pretty sure they did, but Usher was a minor, and that's a whole different thing, because his mother left him there for a year, and finally he told his mom what was going on. She thought that Diddy was being a good mentor for him, but I don't know about J-Lo.
They have Diddy on camera grooming. They have Diddy on camera grooming Justin Bieber. I mean, it's right out there. You can go on YouTube and watch videos of him buying him stuff and all that.
And poor Usher too.
But they need evidence that these people were being molested, or that there was trafficking, which I absolutely think he was involved in that. But they need the evidence to obtain a conviction. And of course, like I said, we're not getting the full story here by any stretch of the imagination.
But I would think, though, if the FBI did like a raid like they did, and he can't get out on parole, I've never seen anybody get off like that. I never have. So he probably will do some heavy prison time, because they don't just go and do the raids and stuff like that unless they have a lot of evidence. And he's got videos.
Yeah, they had a warrant, and he's also been denied bail at least a few times now, because that's telling too. So there's more going on than we know of. On the surface, it doesn't appear to be a strong case, but when you look at the fact that they got warrants to do the raids, and he's been denied bail. Those two things there are pretty telling.
Yeah.
And the judge has also threatened to remove him from the courtroom. Just the other day, I think it was either yesterday or the day before, the
Right.
judge apparently threatened to remove Diddy from the courtroom because they found out he was interacting with jurors
Yeah.
and trying to influence the way they'll vote on his verdict.
But it's amazing. Jay-Z, like, he's threatened so many people, like Pierce Morgan. He made Pierce Morgan apologize. And then what did he do? Oh, now the lawyer, he's trying to sue that lawyer because that 13-year-old came forward, but she bowed out because she said she was getting threatened by Jay-Z and his people. But she also said she's just done. She couldn't do it. She didn't want to do it now. But she says that she was threatened. And he's just, anybody that says anything, he'll try to intimidate them or do something, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of intimidation and bribery and stuff going on. I think that was what the judge, why he's threatened to have him not even be there in the courtroom for the hearings.
Well, Jay-Z's that way too. And Jay-Z's like, you try to sue a lawyer. How do you try to sue a lawyer for doing his job? He's like, well, he said that Busby caused him a lot of, to lose a lot of money because that 13-year-old in that case that he pressed charges against him with. But, and then, you know, the lawyer's like, you know, that's what I do. You know,
yeah.
After me. You know, that's what lawyers do. We press charges. And he can't sit here and say that. He said she still says it happened. She just dropped it. And basically, she said it was because of him that some people showed up at her house and threatened her. But he said, you know, let him go. Let him do it. He's not going to get anywhere with it.
Well,
No.
I mean, you know, suing somebody is I mean, you can sue somebody. You know what I'm saying? That's.
But a lawyer,
well, yeah, I mean, you can. That's actually like one of the few real constitutional laws that you have. You have a right to sue and be sued. You know.
That's what the lawyer said. What Tony Busby said. He said you could sue anybody for anything. Let him go ahead. Yeah. He said, you know, but
depending on the case you have, it's anybody's guess as if it's actually going to go anywhere.
Right.
You know, there's that.
Too, you know, for anything, but that is what's going to happen. You know, they have to come look. But
now, stupidity would be trying to sue the judge. Yeah. Okay. Because if he tried to sue the judge, then he'd have to freaking have permission from the state and the government. And
right.
You know what I mean? That's stupid.
But people try to do stuff that's stupid.
You know.
Right.
But
right.
I mean, if he's wanting to waste that kind of money, let him waste that money, man. That's what they do. You know, they're stupid people.
I can't believe what's going on now. It's really a lot of stuff, weird things going on. Like, you know, yeah, like whatever happened to Gene Hackman and all that stuff. Remember them being found dead and all that? That was kind of
weird. That was odd too.
Yeah. Now you mentioned that in the last one we had, didn't you?
Yeah. I guess what the last I read about it is the kids were getting all the money, and it's the woman his wife had an antivirus, and so she got sick and died, and he had Alzheimer's, and he just didn't know what was going on, and so he ended up dying too.
Yeah.
A few days later, but I don't know. Yeah.
So what's the next name on your creepy list of Hollywood cult members?
Oh, no.
Austin.
There's
all the next thing to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've pretty much.
We could talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, we covered a lot of that. Well, we could talk about Chris Cornell and Anthony Bourdain. and Chester Bennington.
Oh,
That was a big one. Because supposedly, you know how Chris Cornell and Chris Cornell supposedly hung himself, and then Chester Bennington was supposedly so depressed about it because he was real big friends with Chris Cornell that he hung himself like a couple weeks or maybe a couple months later. And then supposedly Anthony Bourdain was real good friends with both of them, and he had issues with depression for years anyway. And so it wasn't too long after both of them that he supposedly committed suicide. But a lot of people have been saying that these three were working on a documentary called The Lost Children that was about all the sex trafficking going on in Hollywood with Epstein and Weinstein, and it may have even involved the Diddy thing, because I think Diddy, Weinstein, and Epstein were all one. I think it's all the same story. But they were supposedly doing this documentary about it, and that was why they were. Some people say the three of them were actually murdered.
Yeah, they try to say that Anthony Bourdain was like, it was his girlfriend. He had a younger girlfriend, and that she wanted an open relationship, and I guess they had one, but supposedly he saw her making out with some guy or something that was younger than him, and they said he just spiraled out of control. But a lot of people say no, he kind of, it might have upset him, but he knew that she was dating other people. That wasn't it. They said there was more to it. You know, I mean, he liked his job and everything.
Well, as much as you look at, when you look at all these celebrity deaths and stuff, and how suspicious so many of them are,
yeah,
it's not too big of a stretch to say that Chester Bennington and Chris Cornell and Anthony Bourdain dying the way they did were so close. I mean, look at all of Hillary Clinton's friends that committed suicide, quote unquote, you know, or you know.
Oh yeah.
That's a common thing. You know, she had 58 friends or affiliates that supposedly committed suicide. So I mean, it's not so far out there to say, especially if Chris Cornell and Anthony Bourdain and Chester Bennington were actually working on this documentary.
Yeah.
It was supposedly called The Lost Children.
Yeah. I don't know. That is strange. Yeah.
I haven't filled myself too much in on the whole Chris Cornell thing. I've been hearing a little bit about it. It kind of reminds me of a lot of MK Ultra shit, to be honest with you. Like
yeah.
That's really what it does. It was and a lot of this stuff that's going on right now reminds me of it, because and for me, like I said, it's really, really hard to freaking tell if it's, you know, if it's real or if it's just people who are like mentally freaking ill, because like I've been hearing people talk about how they've been a part of freaking like satanic cults where they've sacrificed freaking humans and shit like that, or they've been a part of families that have sacrificed humans, and I'm like,
right.
You know, I mean, you hear this stuff and you're like, well, why isn't this stuff up on national television? You know what I mean? If you've survived
that's
that kind
another
of stuff, you know, if you
that's another thing about our media, that so much of the things they tell us are just a distraction. You have to ask yourself, well, from what? You know?
Yeah.
And I think we're starting to see some of the things they're trying to distract us from.
Well, if a story's so out there, you know, people don't believe it. It's like that, like I was saying that with that one guy with Diddy, nobody believed him. Everybody's laughing about that. They were like, oh, sure, you know, that sounds silly. But then now they're starting to, because I guess there's some special rooms or something under the mansion or something. But yeah, I mean, the more out there, sometimes the less like you are to believe it. But a lot of that stuff is true.
Yeah,
and that's what.
Or we're hearing so much of it, and it's always the same stories, like how like the Paul McCartney dying and being replaced with a body double thing, and the body doubles and the security details of so many major world leaders, and then
And now they're going on about, aren't they? Didn't they say something about Prince? His death was. They thought it was weird. There was a song about an elevator, and actually,
he had the don't let the D elevator drag us down.
That was the guy you were talking about earlier. He said that.
Where they predict their own deaths in songs, and see, that was another thing Chris Cornell did. And you sent me a video of his last concert, and the last song he played was a song about meeting Jesus in the sky.
Yeah. And so what did Prince say? He said, don't. He said it at his concert too. He said, "Don't do something," and then he said something about the elevator.
Yeah, he said something about, he told his audience not to waste their prayers on him because it wouldn't probably do any good if because things weren't looking that good for him.
But then he sang something about the elevator. He was found dead in the elevator.
And he sang the last song he sang, I think, at his last concert. I think the last song he ever performed was the song about the D elevator. Don't let the D elevator drag us down. Which actually, the weird thing is, in an interview years ago, he said that song was about. People asked him, "What are you talking about the D elevator? Who or what is that?" And he said, "The D elevator is Satan."
Now, see, that's what I'm saying. It all gets intertwined with one another. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, Satan comes into it, and it's like this satanic cult of freaking child molesters that are out to freaking rape your children and murder your freaking wife and eat them for freaking dinner and shit.
The cults of Hollywood.
Yeah.
It literally ties into the title of this whole episode. I mean, you perfectly stated that. Just
and I mean, like, do you remember what was it? What was the name of that one? The Black Dahlia. It came out back in the 90s, I think it was.
Was she? But she was trying to get into Hollywood, right? And then she
was trying to get famous.
Yeah, and she was sleeping with a man, and then somebody thought they heard her, like he killed her. Somebody killed her that she was sleeping with, I guess. But yeah, the Black Dahlia.
Kind of like she got murdered by somebody she was sleeping with or something, trying to get famous, and she got famous, but not for what she expected to get famous for.
What was that guy? Remember from Hogan's Heroes? Real kind of a pretty good looking guy. You probably remember him, Roger. I know you do, Austin, if I could think of his name.
Hogan the guy who played as Hogan?
Hogan, yeah. He was found, remember, he was killed. It was horrible.
Yeah.
And he kind of into some sexual stuff, like I guess he was videotaping a lot of, and I don't know how weird it was, but people were saying he was doing a lot of stuff, and they thought maybe it was somebody's jealous boyfriend or husband.
Bob Crane.
What was Bob Crane? You remember him, Austin?
Yep.
Vaguely, but he was a little before my time, so you and Roger are more likely to remember him in a lot more detail than me.
Still unsolved. They never found out who killed him. Like they beat him to death with a camera, I think, or something.
Yep.
It was terrible, and it just always creeped me out because I'm like, well, there's more. There's somebody knows something, but they never did find out. See, that's a long Hollywood. That was probably what in the 70s, Roger, maybe 80s.
That one was
probably 70s.
That one was in the 80s, and it actually happened in Scottsdale, Arizona, where I actually lived. And
there's a lot of on in Arizona, it seemed like.
They finally figured out how that happened. The guy was sleeping with a woman, and what happened was he was actually going back and forth and having sex with her in L.A., I think it was, and the woman's husband drove all the way from L.A. to Arizona, shot him, and then drove all the way back. And he was supposed to be leaving on a business trip by airplane, so he just bought the ticket. And while he was supposed to be away, he drove to Arizona, shot him, and then drove back, and nobody could figure out who the murderer was. It was pretty interesting how he pulled that off. And
so did they find it then? Because I didn't think they ever solved it.
Yeah, it was. I ended up hearing about it back in maybe the 90s, early 2000s. It's actually a pretty interesting story. The way.
Well, another one that reminds me a little bit of it is Bob Saget. That was weird.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good story right there.
And they say there's no way that, he was found basically beaten to death.
They found him. His skull was crushed where his skull was crushed where his eyes were coming out of the sockets, and they said he just fell and hit a bedpost.
Yeah, and then his family and acting like, well, we really don't need any further investigation. I think at first they were, and then all of a sudden they were like, well. Yeah.
They refused to have his body exhumed.
But at first they were wanting to. That's why it was going to be exhumed. And then all of a sudden they were like, oh, well, I guess it's possible that, that he could have hurt himself that badly falling after talking to the coroner or something. And there's no way. There's a lot of people that said that didn't happen the way it did. But I don't know. Huh?
Somebody got to them because they were wanting his body exhumed because it was obviously suspicious, and then all of a sudden they backtrack.
I wonder what he was into. It's something.
What?
He was hanging out them Diddy freak off parties with the Olsen girls. That's probably what it was.
He could have been. Was that what he was on? What was he on? Was he on that show?
Yeah, he was on Family Ties or Family. What was it?
Full House.
Full House. Yeah, Full House.
With the Olsen twins when they were little girls.
They're creepy now. They're creepy.
No.
Yeah, they're like alien humanoids.
But you should.
They'll probably be on Everything About Aliens with me and Roger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you want.
They were so.
That episode that I had to stream for Jaffe last night was pretty strange because it was about. Have you ever heard of Leonard Cohen?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
sounds familiar.
Leonard Cohen.
Who?
He was a freaking writer and writer and art musician and everything. He's from Canada. He played with Paul Simon.
Oh, okay.
And Bob Dylan and all those guys.
Recognize it, but
well, he had this interesting woman on there freaking last night. She was named Ann Diamond, and she claims that she was a part of, or she was a victim of MK Ultra, and that freaking she ended up having to be like a sex slave to Leonard Cohen and stuff of that nature. And she starts going through all this stuff, man, and it's like, with what we're talking about right now, man, it fits in right exactly with what she was saying. It was really creepy.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah. She was talking.
Wow.
She was talking about how she had a relationship with Leonard Cohen and how freaking people like Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones was involved in a lot of this stuff. The Beatles. She's talking about all of it.
Wow.
So the freak offs aren't really a new thing. This has been going on since the 60s at least.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty interesting.
This kind of human trafficking, the freak offs of of these people.
Wow.
Well, I know he had Cohen. He had this really weird relationship with other musicians, and like he was a stranger person. You know what I mean? Like he always did these off-colored songs that were dark. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I've heard some of them.
yeah, and he had no problems with Satanism and stuff like that whatsoever. And people have also made mentions that he was also a part of what do they call that? Scientology.
Oh yeah, yeah. They talk about that now with what's his name? Oh gosh. He looks like he's
Tom
about
Cruise.
Tom Cruise, yeah. But I don't know about I mean Tom Cruise actually seems kind of normal. He likes to do his own stunts and stuff, but he seems okay. Yeah.
He's had his episodes.
Yeah, being married to Nicole Kidman, she's a creepy one.
That didn't help anything. Yeah, now she's married to Keith Urban, and he's went off the deep end too. He's a nutcase now.
Yeah, and even like with that, what's her name? I forgot her name. She was young back in the 90s, and she ended up marrying and having babies. And everybody that I've referenced to try to figure out how old she was says that she was like 19 years old. But I remember back when it took place, everybody said that she got in a relationship with this guy when she was in her teens. And I mean, I know like when it comes to country musicians, I think Loretta Lynn was the last one I heard of that was under 18 when she got married.
Oh.
But that one kind of was strange too. I wish I could remember her name, but I think it was like Shania Twain or one of those women. That she was real young when she ended up getting married, and everybody swears she was supposed to be 18 or 19 years old. But I remember back then when that happened because I just moved to Kansas City. And it
well, I don't. Jerry Lewis, remember he married that like his cousin that was 13, and that was creepy because she looked like a little girl. And that
Jerry Lewis.
He was so creepy. He's dead now, isn't he? Finally, I mean, it took him forever to die, but.
And they thought he sold the planes to Jim Croce and Leonard Skinner. They called him the killer.
Yeah, because those planes
and
all crashed.
I think he sold the plane that to the airport that Buddy Holly and Big Bopper and Richie Valens all died on too.
Wow, I know. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, they called him the killer. He was affiliated with, I think, with all three of those plane crashes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Huh. That is pretty bad. I mean, somebody's got some bad luck. Whenever you have to get on an airplane and he's there, you need to turn around and walk away.
Or you won't
I wouldn't be getting on that plane.
You won't buy a plane from him. You do see people sometimes in their lives. There's just like something keeps happening to them all the time. It's one thing like that. Like they'll have a lot of car wrecks, or they'll get hit by cars. My aunt was like that. She got hit by. I don't know why she was out walking, but she got hit by a couple cars back in the day, and then her brother. Was it her brother, Austin? Yeah.
Yeah.
Was going there used to be two bars in Ohio. They were you had to go across the street, but people would run across the street to get between the two, which is not a good idea anyway, because you're drunk and you're going
not when you're drunk already.
Listen to the name of these bars: Rusty Nail and the King of Clubs. So I don't know what they were called back then, but her brother was going from one to the other, and a car came through there and killed her brother. So that whole family, I mean, it was like she'd been hit by a car twice. It messed up her leg. She had all kinds of pins and stuff in her leg and her knee, um, and then her brother got killed. So it's weird, I'm like, what's going on with this family that we have, like, that happening?
Like a family curse.
Yeah. I mean, my mom, that was my mom's brother. She didn't have anything like that happen, but I don't know if they were wandering around on the road too much or what. And back then, there wasn't a lot of traffic because I don't know when he passed away, but it's been a long time ago,
1953.
Yeah. People weren't getting killed on the pedestrians like they are nowadays. My God.
Yeah, it's a lot higher now.
Yeah, well, people are driving insane. People are insane. They're on.
Maybe it's the psyop.
Well, I mean, if we go over what we kind of went over in the last time we had this conversation too, you look at like Ellen, okay, and that one blonde-headed girl she was dating, okay. Now
Oh, Anne Hesh, yeah.
Anne Hesh, remember how she ended up dying? She freaking flipped out. She went down freaking the street, freaking slamming into everything. Luckily, she didn't run anybody over.
Well, and so did you know the little guy that played the elf on her show? His name was Leslie. Do you remember his whole name, Austin? And during COVID, he was a big deal. He did videos and everybody loved him. I think he was gay, but he was always on Ellen's show and everybody loved him. And he had a heart attack and crashed his car about a year after Anne Hesh died. And they were trying to say Ellen had something to do with that.
Yeah.
Because what was the other one that died? That was her dancer. He was on her show all the time. What was his name? Austin, it's going away from me now. The black guy.
Twitch.
Twitch. Yeah, so she had 3 people. Well, Twitch killed himself supposedly, but Leslie Gordon.
Supposedly.
Leslie Jordan, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's Leslie.
I think so, yeah.
And Anne Hesh died similar. It was very strange. And Leslie was like, he was in his 60s and he had just moved to a new house, and they said he was going to the pharmacy to get some medicine. So maybe he wasn't feeling good. And supposedly he had a heart attack and crashed in. It was the same as Anne Hesh, but he wasn't alive. Like, he crashed into this hole or like this building. You could see it was a 1-car crash. His car wasn't very damaged at all, though. Anne Hesh's wasn't. I think she was alive for a while. But it was kind of strange. I was like, it's just weird. That's kind of coincidental.
Well, another weird thing about Ellen, too, is she supposedly moved over to England after Trump got elected in 2024 because she was so upset that he got reelected. But the weird thing now is supposedly she doesn't look like the same person at all anymore. So we're back to the whole body doubles or people being replaced thing. So why is she unrecognizable now? Remember hearing about that?
Yeah. But and the thing about Twitch too is I don't know what was going on with him. And then his wife brought out a book and she kind of said, well, he did have some depression problems, but I don't know. It was strange. And there was a suicide note, but nobody says what was in it. I kind of thought
his boss goes up and down it wasn't his handwriting and that he wasn't suicidal too. There was something, or it was his dad, I think, that said he wasn't suicidal. And
yeah, his grandpa, I think. And I was
his grandpa, yeah.
Maybe this was right before all this Diddy stuff happened, so I didn't know if there was something that he knew that he thought might implicate him or something he knew about Ellen. But I thought it was very strange. Now, the Leslie Jordan thing, I mean, he seemed healthy, but like I said, he was a little older. But still, what's the likelihood? That's a coincidence how he passed away, just like Anne Heche, I think, very similar. And neither one of them ran into any cars. Just like you said, Roger, he just ran into this building. Of course, that he had a heart attack. So, but he's, how likely is it either one of them hit another car or anything? It's just, it's like, what the hell?
It's too suspicious.
Well,
there's a lot of stuff around Ellen. I didn't really ever dislike her. I watched her show a little sometimes. I mean, my boyfriend did, and I watched it. It was kind of funny. It was nice, and Twitch seemed that like the most normal person in the world. So,
well, the thing that really caught my attention about that was like the way she was behaving, and the fact that she went driving down the road like that. Okay, now when you take a look at like JFK, now a lot of people don't know the story behind JFK and Dr. Feelgood, but that's where the name Dr. Feelgood originated from. His physician was actually giving him methamphetamines as a drug supplement. Okay, and one day in a hotel room, he flips out, goes butt naked, and runs stark naked through the hotel. All right.
Talking about JFK.
Yeah, JFK.
Yeah.
Now,
he was on a lot of drugs.
Now, how many people always talk about JFK, or not JFK, but Marilyn Monroe being involved with MK Ultra?
Yeah, I've heard about that.
And then for me, I think I said it on your last show where we talked about this, about I think that Jackie was a part of MK Ultra too, because she just handled the death of JFK way too easy.
Well, and she marries that rich guy. Like that was kind of weird too.
Aristotle Onassis.
That was strange.
And see, the thing of that about that is a lot of people swear that she did that because she was afraid of him hurting her family, her kids and stuff.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
He actually did try to tell her son, John Jr., never to run for president. He didn't while she was alive, but after she passed, he made an announcement he was going to try to, and he was gone. Not even 6 months later, in that plane crash. So she knew.
Odd too.
Yeah. That those are the things that really stick out to me. And then I take a look and I see this stuff with Ellen and the way freaking her woman acted up. You know what I mean? And ends up dead because she freaking had an accident. It's things like that that kind of stick into my craw when I start seeing things like that. It's mysterious.
Yeah.
Apparently something had happened to her, or to where she was no longer needed, and they had to make sure she just kind of had an accident, in my opinion.
Well, with Twitch, very close with Twitch though. Like they took vacations together. I mean, Twitch was married and had kids, but Ellen was so close to their family, like they would go on vacations together and all kinds of stuff. They didn't only work together. So, yeah.
Now, Twitch, I didn't know much, but I knew like he was her guinea pig. She would make him go out and do weird shit on the street with a microphone and stuff, but I don't get too much into that woman stuff.
Well, and Leslie Jordan was really cute. He would do different things on the show too. So it was really, I don't know. And now she's gone. And then Garth Brooks, he's like, all of a sudden Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood are gone. But he's going to have to come back here in a year or so and do a trial because that.
Did he actually move to Ireland?
I don't know, but you don't hear anything about him. But he's going to have to do the trial. She has not dropped the charges, so he's going to trial for this rape. Unless something happens, God forbid her. I hope she has a bodyguard or something.
And he did the same thing too, because he was acting like he wanted to move to Ireland because Trump got Trump got reelected, but I don't think it was the same thing with Ellen. I don't think it really had anything to do with Trump unless Trump's behind these investigations into these people. Because didn't he say the enormity of what's coming will shock the world?
Yeah, but
I mean,
I don't think Garth saying anything about Trump. He was basically just saying like, well, you know, Tricia and I she's always wanted to move there, and I think it's time for me to kind of back down. All of a sudden, he's wanting to retire, and he's not in Vegas anymore. He dropped his Vegas thing right after he was charged with rape. And
but he was always very outspoken of being against Trump, and so he's using that as an excuse, is what I'm saying.
That as well. I didn't hear that, but yeah. And then he got. I don't know where they're at now. He's so quiet, but he's still going to have to go to trial here in America because she didn't drop the charges. But like I said, I hope she's got bodyguards or something because you don't want her to disappear, and then he won't have to worry about it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because she could disappear.
You gotta understand.
You're not always laughing at him saying, "Where's the bodies?" That's weird. Where's the body, Garth? I don't even know what that's about or how that started. Oh, it was because some of his concerts, like people had disappeared that he was playing, so they said Garth killed them, and they think he's a serial killer. But that's just silly.
There was like a big running joke where people see Garth Brooks interviews and they'd be like, "Tell us where the bodies are, Garth."
Yes, it's a joke, but
I mean, you're dealing with hillbillies too, though. You got to remember, I'm from Southern Illinois. I told you about Garth Brooks. Like freaking people here like to wear the Garth Brooks shirts and listen to freaking Run DMC and shit. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a horrible experience for me, and like they're like the epitome of freaking redneck hillbilly, okay, in Southern Illinois. These are people freaking who get in arguments and fights with their wives and girlfriends, and their girlfriends beat them over the head with something, and then they run off saying, "You don't love me no more. I'm gonna kill myself." And guess what the guy does? He gets up and he follows behind her. "I love you, darling." And he just got the hell beat out of him with a freaking frying pan. You know what I mean?
You know what they say? The police hate the most, don't you?
What?
Is domestic violence calls, because when they get into them, they don't know what they're going to get into. If they come there, the wife is called or the husband, and they think that they can take one of them away, and then if they try to, then they try to kill them.
Yeah.
So they are the most unpredictable calls they have. They hate them. They actually hate them.
I bet you it's not only Garth Brooks planning to go to Ireland, but it's his crazy woman who are saying, "Hey man, we need to just leave the United States and go to Ireland. That way we can just get rid of all this."
But they're not going to.
Trisha, I can see Trisha Yearwood saying that.
But she can't. I mean, she's got it still. They said he's got to go back wherever he's at. I don't know where he's at now. Maybe
he probably tried it. It'd be a good idea for him to try to flee somewhere that doesn't have an extradition treaty, but I don't know where I don't know where that would be.
I don't think that would be a good idea at all, because if they don't have extradition laws, that means when they bust you, freaking, you're going somewhere bad. Like,
right.
So that's probably why they're not fleeing to those countries, because there's some of the countries we don't have extradition treaties with are so horrible you wouldn't want to be living there.
All right.
I think he did it. But I don't think. I think that they had an affair for a while. She was his hairdresser, but then I think she didn't want to do it anymore, and at that time she needed a job, and she kept doing it. But then I don't know. There must have been a couple situations where she told him no, and he didn't appreciate that. So yeah.
Country loving.
Yeah.
That's the way it works, you know. You got that country loving going on, and if you're gonna be a lover like a country boy, you better put up with the restraining orders and the domestic violence charges and just
Yeah.
just do it, you know.
I dated one of them. I dated one of them. I threw a beer bottle at him and if it would have hit him, it probably would have knocked him out or killed him. But it broke on the wall right beside him. It shattered. So I threw it pretty hard. But
yeah, I figured you was a country girl.
Well, deserved it.
You know what I'm talking about. That's why you got your head down when I'm talking and stuff. And you're like, oh, I did that. I did that. You know what a country girl is.
Didn't call the police or anything.
Well,
He was scared.
Yeah.
He shut up.
That's what I'm saying. They usually don't. They're terrified. I love you, darling. I'm sorry.
Country girls are like that.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. You don't mess with them. They're the type of female that freaking has like a bone puncturing out of their kneecap, and then they freaking bitch because you want them to go to the hospital. Oh no. Oh no, I can just go home and put a bandage around that. It'll be perfectly fine. Got blood gushing out and a bone sticking out, and they're just gonna pop it into place. You know what I mean? And put a bandage in there.
Well, when I was younger, I would fight him. I would fight him back. I mean, we got in some fights, and I'm like, I can't believe it, because I wouldn't do that now. It's not good to ever try to hit a man, but I was only like 17 or 18 there. Yeah, different.
Moving out in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing that like I tell people all the time: don't live out in the country. Don't do that crap. Like for
I mean, we lived out in the country. It was peaceful.
Living out in the country is nice. It's just you just don't have to do that stuff just because you live it.
Austin.
There's something about the country though.
General.
There's something about the country though. It's like for some reason you can say that you just don't have to do that stuff, but guess what? Freaking you do that stuff.
No.
There's no explanation for it, but all of a sudden
and I don't remember stuff with
I was prepared to do it if I needed to do it, but
I didn't do it.
Never indulged in it.
I didn't do it with and I didn't fight like that. No, that was stupid. But yeah.
I'm more afraid of country girls than I am country boys. I'll put it to you that way. Like,
yeah, me too.
Like I can deal with like a country boy getting in a fight with a country boy, but when a country girl comes at you, they usually got their shoes off and they're barefooted and they're freaking coming at you with their claws. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then then you're thinking, okay, she's just gonna scratch me, but no, apparently they've learned how to ball their fists up and hit you square in the freaking nose. So you're sitting there.
He was scared of me, you know. Actually, my first husband was kind of scared of me. I think I was.
You know. So yeah, I learned my lesson. I was learned, and that's what country girls call it too. You got to learn your man.
Yeah.
That's
no, I don't remember ever saying that, but I was a country. You know.
He got learned. He got learned.
But we did. When I met Austin's dad, I was dating him, and I was separated from my redneck husband, and he was at the two bars actually I was talking about earlier, the King of Clubs and the Rusty Nail. So I saw my ex-husband's truck at the Rusty Nail, and guess whose keys I still had? I had the keys to that truck. So, and then we were at the King of Clubs, you know, across the street, and I got drunk, and I told their dad, we weren't married at the time. I was like, I think I'm not going to do anything bad, but I'm going to move his truck and he'll think somebody stole it. And he's like, I don't want anything to do with this. I know, don't do that. But of course, so I did it. We, you know, and so I moved the truck to the back of the lot, and then their dad, he got me in the car, and we were taking off, and we saw my ex-husband walking out, and he was like freaking out. You could see he had just walked out of the bar, and he was looking all over for, you could tell he thought somebody stole his truck. So, this gets even better because I got to hear what the reaction was. My brother-in-law was always drinking there at that bar, and he said that my ex-husband came back in and he was freaking totally out. He was telling his friends, somebody stole my truck. Oh my God, somebody stole my truck. So they were all like, oh my God. So they all ran out and were looking all over for it. And then they, finally they found it around the back of the bar. But they couldn't, and then so I guess, I don't know how he figured it out that I did it, but I think he finally, once he settled down, he knew it had to be me because nobody else had keys to it. So he came into my work a couple days later and was wanting his keys. So yeah, that was, that was very immature, but it was fun too.
Man, I'm so glad I'm single.
Don't blame you.
So
it was fun.
So
it was real. What?
I was waiting for you to respond. I really don't want to answer anything other than what you just said because that's really traumatic. I live in a small town where I used to travel out to the country to be around country girl, and I swear to God, dude, when Eddie Murphy did that sitcom where he was doing stand up and he was talking about his brother-in-law and his wife having kids that were like Bigfoot. Like he said that he married Bigfoot and shaved her body and they had babies and he said freaking I know that's the truth because I had your son out on a fishing boat and he said he couldn't catch fish and I said stick your head down in the water or something like that. And he stuck his head down in the water, pulled up a fish in his mouth, spit it out, and said, a goony goo goo. And every time I go out to the country and I see women, that's what I think of. I think of this barefooted little kids running around, sticking their head in the water and coming up with water and fish and going, oh, goony goo goo.
There's plenty of crazy women, no matter where they're from. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but
I think we've covered freaking. I think. Well, I mean that's all I was saying. Like when it comes to like country musicians and their wives and girlfriends.
Oh, you're talking like a Mindy McCready too. That was the crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
She killed him. Right.
Yeah, she did.
And then I guess she felt like she was going to get caught, so she killed herself. But she had a lot of issues.
Well, I mean, the one thing about these country musicians, women especially, is like you're not gonna catch them getting caught up in that whole Hollywood thing. You know what I mean? Like was
that's what they're scared of them.
Yeah.
They're like, the devil's better than this. We're not gonna mess with them country girls.
Who was it you were saying trying to be country? Was it Celine Dion?
No.
Beyonce.
Yeah.
And like Beyonce, man, she's gonna have to change her like sleaziness. You know what I mean? Instead of wearing stuff where her boobs are almost hanging out, she's gonna have to wear like those freaking jean shorts and look.
Well,
like...
she is wearing. Did you see her hair? She bleached it blonde.
Oh my God.
Like Dolly Parton.
You ain't country.
Yeah. That's. I mean, you you gotta realize, man, it's like there's two different kinds of sleaziness. Like you gotta be a freaking a bronc buck, what do they call them, a bunny buckle or something like that, buckle bunny.
Yeah.
Buckle bunny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the ones for the bull
Like,
riders.
you know,
Yeah, the bull riders.
I've gotten amazed with country musicians, female country musicians, how they all want to look like freaking buckle bunnies. Like at one time they used to insult them and make fun of them, but now all of a sudden they want to look like them. I always liked buckle bunnies. I thought they were hot. You know, I mean,
I don't know.
hot, dirty little girls, dirty little nasty buckle
Hmm.
bunnies. I know, I'm horrible. Everybody tells me that all the time. They're like, you know, that's pretty sexist, Roger. And I'm like, what the heck are you talking about, sexist? Like, they're buckle bunnies.
Bungle bunnies. I've never heard that term before. That's a funny one, though.
You've never heard of a buckle bunny?
No, I've never heard of a bungle bunny.
Yeah, a buckle bunnies. It's you know, at the rodeos, they like the rodeo boys, and sometimes I guess they make a little bit of money, so they like them.
Oh, okay.
Well, see, what happened is they're like, you know how you have Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders?
Yeah.
They've got actually a group of women in Texas that are called buckle bunnies.
Now, what is that? Is that what Bill Belichick's girlfriend's called, Jennifer?
Yeah.
You talk about age difference. What is he like? He was.
She's like 24 and he's like 75 or something.
Yeah, there's like 50 years. I mean, I don't have any issues with that. My boyfriend's older, but I'm like, God darn, 50 years. She's all out for his money.
Well,
and he
Yeah.
is
yeah,
attractive.
Like, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, I mean, at 70 years old, you know he's not. You know, sex isn't a part of the freaking equation.
Well, they
No.
said what they said he was.
Neither is love. With that age difference.
Not with that age difference, but they said that he takes shots. I didn't know there was anything like that, and I don't know if that's true.
That's a lie.
But no, they said shots, like you can take shots. But they had him. Did you see the picture where he was leaving her? She was at the Airbnb thing, and he was leaving without his shirt on. It was awful.
What? 70 in his 70s and stuff?
He's 70. What is he, Austin? How old is 73, 72?
I think he's 77,
Somewhere.
What?
And where's he taking these shots at? Like, this is supposed to be for what? To get it up? Is he like?
Yeah. So yeah.
So like, where's the needle go?
It's supposed to.
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's a scary question. See, this is
no.
Yeah.
You guys can look it up. I looked it up. I was like, it seems like that'd be pretty painful, but they say that you can do that. But maybe he takes or something. It should work for him.
There's got to be an age. There's got to be an age limit. Like nobody over the age of 65 can take ED pills.
That's what I'm thinking.
I think it's all the age of 65 that take them.
There has to be like heart conditions and stuff like that involved in it because.
And did you see the interview with her? Like how she did kind of take it over, and it was crazy. She's pretty messed up. You know.
Well, I mean, how has anybody ever like brought it up about the age difference to her?
Yeah, it's all over the internet, isn't it, Austin? Yeah, all over the place. Yeah,
it's all over the internet. It's I don't know if anybody's ever brought it up to both of them together, but it's all over.
You know, everybody's making fun of them, but
I didn't.
Yeah,
I don't like get caught up in all that stuff. Now, for me personally, I don't men who usually take erectile dysfunctional medicines are usually married men who've been like married to the same woman for like 50 years.
I don't know some of this.
I have this saying about erectile
But
dysfunction.
I mean, she's 24, so he's 73, I think.
All right.
I mean, and he looks old, and I don't know.
She's just after his money. It's all.
Yeah. Well, it's like Hugh Hefner. Wasn't he the one that had the Playboy Mansion?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, another one.
He's sitting there. He's got like 5 beautiful women sitting on the side. They're all my girlfriends. You know, none of them are getting a damn thing from this dude. You know what I'm saying?
Well, according to them, they were. The one woman.
Yeah, whatever.
They worked him all the time.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Put a kickstand on it. You know what I'm saying? Pump it up with a freaking air pump and put a kickstand up. You know, kind of keep everything.
They did have some kind of balloon. They did have some kind of balloon thing that they could do to get it up to or something. A balloon treatment.
Boy, things are just getting scary on this freaking episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's scary.
That's pretty bad. Hair Club for Men doesn't seem all that bad anymore.
What?
No.
Huh?
I said after this conversation, Hair Club for Men doesn't sound all that bad anymore.
No, it doesn't, does it?
It's like, hell yeah, dude, that's okay. I can do that as long as I don't have to do that erectile dysfunction shit.
Oh God.
The shots.
Well, that's.
He was probably taking like testosterone shots or injections or something so that he didn't have ED. That'd be my guess.
Well, that would be okay because I know he could do it in the arm and everything. But like, is this like a secret freaking shot that you have to do directly in the penis? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what the shot is. It actually.
Oh, I had no idea.
It is. But they were talking on a show about him, and they were laughing about it. And I was like, "What are they talking about? That's not anything you can do." And I looked it up, and I was like, "Oh my God, it is."
That's
and they were fun out there.
Yeah, that's horrible.
That is horrible. That's horrible.
That's horrible.
As a man, I would have to say that he deserved to get laughed at. Okay.
Yeah, he does.
That's the problem. He's such a reputable coach, and he's been he's a great coach and had like 8 Super Bowl rings or something. And now it's just his whole thing is kind of his whole image bad.
His whole.
Oh, go ahead.
He should have been retired and off to himself somewhere, not out here doing this shit, making a total fool of himself like he is.
Right.
You know what's funny? Like he had a girlfriend before that was a little bit younger than him, and she's real pretty. And this woman's young, but I don't think she's as pretty as his old girlfriend. But
let's see.
No.
I'm 51 right now. Okay, I still got maybe 9-10 years where I'm actually gonna want sex. Okay, being realistic. Okay, but the thing of it is at this point in my life, I mean, I really don't care if I have sex or not. You know what I mean? And like when I hit 65 and shit don't function, and I'm not gonna run around trying to make freaking organs pop out that freaking aren't supposed to be popping out at 65.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Not because a woman's saying, well, we gotta have a baby.
I'm just gonna try to age with grace.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I'm not, and I think that's one of the biggest problems that a lot of these guys have today is they think that they freaking have to like do something to freaking make themselves have like, sexually be able to do something when in reality it's probably not even freaking having to do with you. It has to do with the person you're with.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Love it.
Because if you're not happy with that person, you're not gonna freaking have the physical chemistry. It might.
That can be. I mean, when you're getting like in your 80s or something, I
Yeah.
would imagine. I don't know for sure.
You shouldn't even be thinking about sex by then. You should be using freaking Viagra to freaking make sure you don't piss on the floor when you get out of bed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
It's like
Good Lord.
cut it up into a little piece for every day. You know, that way when you wake up, you're not freaking pissing on the floor.
Well, when you know, like my boyfriend watches sports and like have all the commercials on there, of course, because it's guys watching the game. Commercials for all kinds of.
Well, baseball. Is it football or baseball?
Baseball.
Yeah.
Baseball.
Yeah. See, you get the baseball used to be for like American pastime and all that stuff, but it like these commercials and stuff like that they're putting on it is horrible, dude. Like,
yeah,
you know, it was bad enough back in the day, but now they're like putting. I seen that and it was like they're putting erectile dysfunction medicines on there.
Yeah.
They've got one for freaking what is it? Well, hair club for men, and then they have that GNC commercial where freaking she'll like it too.
Oh, him.
Yeah.
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 Then, you know, it's just about like your viewing audience. Like I noticed the local news, which again I don't watch that, but my boyfriend does. The women on there literally look like hookers, and that's what Gerald was saying. I said, but that's because they think old men want to watch these women. And the one woman, her lips keep getting bigger, and you can tell she's doing stuff. And she's young.
Yeah.
She's got all
the demographic for baseball on the local news is old men.
Like, oh, it's for 50 men that are 50 and up, I would imagine. But
Yeah, that's what I said. The old men, 50 and up.
Done something else, and like she'll wear these real low cut dresses, and Gerald's like, "What is she doing?" I was like, "He's like, what'd she do to her lips?" And I was like, "Cause they put those injections in her. She's put injections in her lip.
Well, you know,
she looks like a porn star."
I guess I have a really bad sense of humor because I always tried to make this joke about those commercials. Like they'd have these beautiful blondes staring out on a beach in the water, okay, and it had to do with erectile dysfunction. And I would always say that poor woman, man, having to suffer from ED, and nobody ever thought that was funny. I'm like, if you have a friggin' commercial about erectile dysfunction, why are you putting beautiful friggin' blondes on the commercial?
Yeah, like they're gonna be sleeping with those old men anyway. They're not.
Right. And it, I mean, if you look at it, it's saying this poor woman sitting on the beach, freaking looking out at the freaking water, has erectile dysfunction. She needs pills.
Yep.
You know, I mean,
I don't know
it's a fun
with paranormal, but it could, I guess.
Yeah,
yeah.
We went off the deep end ourselves.
Yeah, I think we really fell off topic, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. We've been wondering now for a bit.
Well, when you start talking about Hollywood, I mean.
Oh well, yeah, you know, Jennifer, she was on an award show the other night. And she didn't have hardly any clothes on, but I'm like, you're getting, even though she's got a great body, I'm like, you're getting too old to be looking like that. Why don't you just dress nice and you'll be attractive?
You talking about Cher?
Yeah. No, J-Lo.
Oh, okay. I was getting worried there because if it's Cher doing that shit still, somebody.
She is.
Somebody needs
she
to take
does.
her back.
Body re-imaged, it looks like.
She needs to be taken back to the nursing home.
Yeah, that's where she belongs.
With the guy about Austin's age, I think. Wasn't she Austin for a while? I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. Maybe he was wanting her money.
Well, I mean, you know,
Probably.
it's like I have respect for these people who get on these social medias and they talk about the term gilf. They like, if you want to really see a real gilf, and then they put a meme of an old woman with those adult Pampers on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what people really need to do, to kind of show them, look, this is reality. This is what's going on. You know what I mean? Freaking, you look at the way that they push this stuff on the internet and all over media. Like, older women freaking have problems that they have to put up with, just like old men. You know what I mean? And there's nothing sexy about it whatsoever.
No.
They advertise so many drugs. It's terrible. Not just those kind of drugs, all kinds, constant. I hate that. I'm like, God, you know. And then they have all those side effects. Like, God, rather not take the drug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your tongue's gonna swell up and you're gonna have a freaking heart attack.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Side effects may occur, like bleeding profusely from the eyeballs.
Yeah.
And
like that.
And then like death. You know what I mean? Like, how do you call freaking death a side effect?
It can't cause death.
Well, I mean,
yes.
Yeah, may cause death.
Well, yeah, it's cool if they say that, but then, like, I've heard commercials where they said side effects include death.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I've heard that many times.
I'm like, are you serious, dude? That is not a freaking side effect. That's death is death. You know what I mean?
The final effect.
Death is the end of it.
Yeah.
That's the final effect. That's it.
Yeah.
And finally, it caused death.
If you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, you should take blood. Known side effects are death. Yeah. Don't use this with Botox.
Yeah.
May cause lips to friggin' swell.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, so what's that guy's name, Austin, on TikTok? I always forget that I'm gonna see if he's got some new videos up here soon.
Who? Arthur Fleck?
Yeah, Fleck. Arthur Fleck, is that his name?
Yeah, he was the one who's made some videos I was telling the stories about, because he was supposedly on the inside in Hollywood for a number of years and stuff.
Yeah.
Oliver Fleck?
Arthur
Fleck.
Now, there's also an interesting Catholic priest, Father Rehill, if you get a chance, Roger.
Yeah.
Who said he started out, in New York as a stockbroker.
Whoa, I know this dude. Isn't this freaking what's his face's brother?
Who?
Oh God, Arthur Fleck is he's the one that played as Indiana Jones when he was younger in the fourth movie.
Oh, I don't think so. I think he's a rapper.
Arthur Fleck is the one we're talking about. It's a rapper.
Yeah.
Okay, Arthur Fleck.
Now, Rehill's a Catholic priest now, but he was a stockbroker in New York, and was very wealthy, and everything was going great. But he talks about how he met the devil, and actually he does exorcisms now.
Yeah.
Okay, so Arthur Fleck, from what I found out, is supposed to be a character from DC Comics off of Batman.
No, it's not the same one.
No, not the same one.
He's on TikTok.
Rapper.
He's a TikTok influencer. I'll look him up and try to find some more information on him too.
I had never seen him, but like I said, I wasn't into rap anyway. I like R&B, but not rap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when it comes to like rap, I did get into it, but I was real picky about it. You know what I mean?
No,
Yeah.
well, I sense stuff. I guess I like rap, but that's been a long time ago.
Okay, so Arthur Fleck, does he like dress up like a clown?
No.
No.
For the pirate? It says Buggy versus.
No, Roger. Finding him.
It says Buggy versus Arthur Fleck's One Piece versus Joker rap battle.
Oh.
No.
Oh my gosh! I can't believe it's almost 11 o'clock.
Arthur Fleck versus Buggy rap battle. Oh my god, dude! Like, what are you guys doing to me? Shit.
I think he was a rapper, but I don't know if that's him that you're talking about or not.
Freshie Canal Wiki, Buggy versus Arthur Fleck.
Well, Austin, if I get scared here, ooh, who's that over there? Oh, okay. If I get
scared,
I'll call you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There's nobody. No, yeah, Gerald's not here, so not that he'll protect
Why?
me.
Why are you getting creeped out now? You seeing stuff over there in the creepy corner?
It's just late. I'll be be dark and.
Okay. There's Arthur Fleck on Bandcamp.
Oh my God! Let me see who.
Rego Zulu Rebel.
Oh.
Maybe.
Is he a black
I
guy?
can't see what you're Roger, so I don't know.
Is he a black guy?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much him.
He had like a tattoo under his left eye, I think, or his right. It may be his right eye.
Oh, there must be there's a guy that says Arthur Fleck played the Joker.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it wasn't the same one. It wasn't the same one we're thinking of.
Arthur Fleck by Ragu Zulu Rebel. Okay, so. Okay. That's cool. That's something I will do research on, and I will get back to you on that one.
Yeah, you might have
cool, man.
I'm getting the Joker.
I'll look it up too.
Austin, send me his page or something. Because
I will.
The Joker everywhere. That's creepy. Ooh.
I'll look him up and see if he's on YouTube too. I would think he'd be on YouTube too.
Yeah, he's on YouTube. He is.
Okay.
Send him the link from YouTube, and he's on Facebook too. I think. Yeah.
I don't know about Facebook. I don't follow him on Facebook or YouTube. I've only followed him on TikTok, but I don't know.
Look up on YouTube. He's on there too. Yeah, I've
Okay.
seen him on YouTube. So, well, I guess we should wrap up this show.
Well, now you got me obsessed with Arthur Fleck. I mean, now what? Now that I'm interested, you're just wanting to bail on me, Summer. I mean,
No, I'll look up a link and send it to you so you can watch his videos.
Well, I don't know if I want to watch his videos after all the stuff I've already found. Like, this guy's like doing a battle rap with freaking the Joker.
Well, I wasn't too interested in his rap, but he just did some really interesting Hollywood conspiracies videos.
Oh yeah,
that was me.
I'm just joking.
But if you look him up, you keep getting this Arthur Fleck, the devil, from Bruce Wayne. He's Bruce Wayne's son. This guy, the other Arthur Fleck.
I don't know. Yeah, I'll just send Roger a link to his page over on the admins here on Discord.
Yeah. Oh, apparently Arthur Fleck has become a very, very popular name on YouTube when it comes to the son of Bruce Wayne.
Bruce, he's like a karate guy, wasn't he?
No, Bruce Wayne.
No, that's Bruce Wayne.
Bruce Wayne was the guy who actually was Batman. His real name was Bruce.
Oh.
And
but
this
Arthur Fleck, Joker.
Oh wait, so yeah, he would be the son of the Joker.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's even.
Yeah, but that's not who we're talking about at all.
Yeah, okay. Boy, oh boy, life gets interesting when us three get together. We're like on fire, dude.
Yeah, we are, man. We get into some bizarre stuff. I mean, the shows we go, the topics we go into aren't even as bizarre as the beaten, the paths we get off on talking.
Yeah.
That the topics of our shows were supposed to be bizarre enough anyway, but when we get off into some stuff that's even weirder than that somehow.
Well,
right.
That's because of your mom, though. She's.
No, it's
Yeah.
not.
She starts talking about. Like,
It could be all three of us are weirdos. I mean.
Well, I'm not. I mean, I just. I'm not.
Well,
I'm
Roger.
not a weirdo. I just like to talk about some kind of astro slide. I'm gonna figure that one out too. I have no clue what the hell.
I remember that one time you sent me that channel. What was that Earth channel you do?
Yeah.
It's Astroglide.
And I asked you like what you post on there, and all you said was just stuff.
Yeah.
And really, that's all it is. It's just
stuff.
It's just off the wall as fuck, man. It's just stuff. It's just.
I said it's Astroglide, not Astroslide.
Oh,
yeah, Astroglide, not Astroslide. Yeah, you will never find it if you're looking for Astroslide.
Stuff because I watch ball games and they advertise it. So.
Astroglide. Okay.
Like it's a lot like baby oil, I guess.
Astroglide instead of Astroslide. Okay.
Astroslide, I don't know what that is. It's like that water thing or something.
That's what I was thinking. Like it was going on a slip slide and everything.
Like a plastic slide for people at pool parties. It's called the Astroslide, but other than that, I don't know.
It was like, why is everybody giving P. Diddy such a hard time is what I was thinking. It's like he's got baby oil, he's got freaking a slip and slide, he's got these kids coming over just sliding on the freaking slip and slide, you know?
Like Michael Jackson did, you know? He was just sharing his bed with little kids and having warm milk with them when he was in his 40s. Nothing to see here. Move along.
That's Michael Jackson, though. Right?
Well, I'm going to get off of here because I just got a call. I got to go calling back, so...
You're in so much trouble. He's gonna be like, "Why are you down in the basement in the corner?"
No, he just. I'm
in
trouble. I was just gonna call it.
It's like we make poor Summer do all these weird things. Like she's sitting in her basement, hiding in the creepy corner.
She's sitting in her basement in the corner with the picture of an alien next to her, drinking.
Cool? Isn't that so cool?
Yeah. Yeah, it is cool. I love it.
So if we are going to end this, that means that you have to do like an official ending, Summer.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, give it a good ending.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's I'm sure nobody else is listening at this point. Okay. Well, it's I don't even know what to say. Well, that's about all we have to talk about tonight. So. If you have anything to add, just, put it in the comments. Okay. Huh? Okay, bye.
I'll send you the link to Arthur Fleck's page, Roger, on the admins over on Discord and stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right. Good talking to you again, Roger.
Later.